8 out of 10 cats, it's Smithy, James Corden, American Dream, Scott Capurro, and their team captain, John Locke. And facing them tonight, loose woman, Carol McGiffin. Please stand up, Alan Cochran, and their team captain, Jason Manford. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, being overweight almost triples your chances of dementia? Which reminds me, where did I put my chips? There are 5 times more languages spoken in Papua New Guinea than in all of Europe. That's absolute. And 19% of Brits change their favourite film depending on who they're talking to. I'd have to say Anal Graveyard 2. And you, Archbishop? Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. We've teamed up with a leading polling organisation and they've asked the British nation what stories they've been discussing this week. It's our panelist's job to guess the British public's top 5 most popular talking points. Sean's team, you ought to go first. What have the nation been talking about?
Barack Obama. I'm in love with the guy. I literally watched that speech and fell in love. I'm not joking. I was so excited.
He would turn me, but it wouldn't take much to turn me.
Truly, I was watching that thing, I was just like, when he was going, "We are better than the last 8 years," I was like, oh my God. I started to get actually turned on.
I find them a little bit sentimental, his speeches.
No.
They're very sentimental.
Come on.
It's all things like, yes, we can do it,
yes,
we can change,
though.
it's a dream. And you think, who am I voting for here? The Lion King?
Of course, the other person running is John McCain. What do you think of his running mate, Scott?
I mean, I think that they're grasping for straws. They want their own Hillary, but they can't have ours. We got one already. I would have voted for Hillary over Obama because her dick is so much bigger. But...
Yeah, you go, girl.
He's what, 71, 72? She's quite... Let's be honest, she's a MILF, right? Let's be honest, right?
She's MILF Central again, I forget.
Mothers I'd like to fondle.
You're such a good boy.
I'm just that sort of guy.
I like the fact she's pro-life and pro-guns, which to me sounds like someone who's a butcher and they're also a vet. I'm sorry. We've lost this one. Get the other bag.
They didn't properly check her out, did they, before appointing her his running mate?
Yeah.
And now lots of dirt has come out, like her teenage daughter is pregnant. But it's a good job that she knows the dad as well, with them being so uptight conservatives. It just reminded me of a time a girl who was perhaps, say, a potential loose woman. The school slag, basically, got pregnant, right? And I asked my mate Dave who the dad was, and no word of a lie, my mate Dave, exact quote, said, "Well, if you eat a can of beans, you don't know which one makes you fart, do you?"
What a heartwarming story. Right, let's have a look and see whether the US presidential election is up there. Yes, people are talking about the US presidential election. John McCain has chosen his running partner, a woman, which is crazy because everyone knows girls can't run. Sarah Palin is very unhappy about her daughter's pregnancy and is considering using the morning after gun. Sarah Palin's got 5 children. One is off to fight in Iraq, so if you're watching the repeat of this, Sarah Palin's got 4 children. Jason, Carol and Alan, what have the nation been talking about?
Well, certainly in my house in Manchester, it's got to be Manchester City becoming the richest club in the world. We can buy anyone. This
Massive
Arab bloke
news.
who's worth 500 billion, let's say pounds.
Do you think it'll change anything, though, at the club?
Well, I think it's one of those things, Carol, where if it was any other club, I'd say it's terrible for football. Because it's my club, I think it's fucking brilliant.
Yeah,
That's how it works, I think,
but,
innit?
you know, famously, they don't drink, they're going to ban booze and everyone's, you know, dress code, all that. I mean...
I say good luck with that.
It's a bit worrying.
They've put a bid in for 130 million for Ronaldo, which, even though Real Madrid were offering 60 million, this guy's come and gone, "I'll give you 130 million!" And you go, how are you so rich when you're shit at haggling? That's terrible.
he's a trillionaire, isn't he, this new owner?
They're making up new words now.
Yeah, he's a trillionaire. He's 31. He's on the telly. He's younger than me. That's the more I read about him, the more he's making me feel like a bit of a loser.
Don't say that, Alan. Do not say that.
Hey,
I'm 33, Jimmy, and I'm not even a billionaire yet.
Seriously?
Seriously, yeah.
He was 14 and he was already selling on the stock exchange.
No.
I was thinking, when I was 14, I was doing wheelies and chasing girls with poo on the end of a stick.
We had a guy at West Ham, and I'm a West Ham fan, and we were really struggling with...
You were struggling? West Ham?
When was this? Don't act like you know anything.
Jimmy thinks West Ham something you get in a delicatessen.
So we're sat, and we're doing really shit. I think we're losing like 4-0. The guy behind went, "We just need a striker. We need someone like Michael Owen or Ruud van Nistelrooy." So, yeah, we know that. They're brilliant footballers. And someone like Cristiano Ronaldo. Yes, we do, but we can't afford him.
Well, let's ask him really nicely.
I'm worried about this new rich owner of Man City just exaggerating the gap between rich and poor in football clubs, because this summer I actually paid £100 for a Huddersfield Town season ticket, and I got a letter yesterday saying that I now technically own the club.
OK, let's see if Man City's takeover is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, this is the story that Manchester City has been bought by a Dubai-based billionaire. Their aim is simple: to win the Premier League and annihilate Israel.
I was thinking...
I'm not laughing like that's a really good idea, by the way.
We need to kick on. Sean, Jason and Scott, what else have the nation been talking about?
The Hurricane Gustav, which was supposed to devastate New Orleans this week, didn't. It just missed it, didn't it? Just went just off to the left.
I was watching it with my mum when it was happening. I came in...
Nice cup of tea, all get together. Come on, let's watch the floods.
No, I came home and she said, "You're not going to believe it, there's another hurricane and it's going to hit New Orleans." I said, "Oh, my God." She went, "Yeah, it's already hit someone called Gustav." And I went, "Mum, no, it's a hurricane, Gustav. It's called Hurricane Gustav." She went, "Oh, that does make more sense."
I've got two questions. Firstly, all these hurricanes keep hitting New Orleans, which proves my theory that God hates jazz.
Yeah, you've still not written up that report, have you?
No. But what they should have done when they evacuated, because all the trumpets would be left behind, wouldn't they? They should have nailed all the trumpets to a post, so when the hurricane hit, it would have blown like... Could have played like...
Look, there's always looting as well in this situation. I just think looting is a weird thing to... sort of a weird mental stage that you're thinking, everyone's going to die, but if I'm going to die, I want a 50-inch plasma telly before I go and use it as a boat.
Where are you going to plug it in, though?
Where are they going to plug it in,
There's
Carol?
like water everywhere. You can't, can you? Bit of a waste.
Yeah, that's the real tragedy. That is the Nick telly can't be plugged in. Let's see if the New Orleans hurricane is one of the most talked about things. Yes, this is the story that Hurricane Gustav hit New Orleans earlier this week. The city inspector drove down to see if there was any flooding, but when he took his Chevy to the levee was dry. Jason, Alan, Carol, what else have the nation been talking about?
What do you reckon?
Oh, I would imagine it's got to be the rampant fear-mongering about the economy, isn't it? There's just been so much... You know, every time you open a paper or turn on the news, it's like they're going, "Shit yourselves! Credit crunch! We're all going to be dead by next Friday!" And I keep thinking, nah, I'm not. I've got tins in. I'll be all right.
It's serious. Have you
It is serious, but there's good things to it. There's good and bad sides to the credit crunch.
Good?
Well, I'll be honest, I don't think 125% mortgages were ever a really good idea. I think they were ridiculous. To start the life of the ownership of your home owning 25% less than something of it, that blows my mind. My maths isn't good. That means you can be standing in the house you've just bought, someone can walk past outside and they own more of it than you do. That's fucking mental, isn't it?
That is true.
It's a brilliant point.
You can't blame that on the banks or...
Yeah, no, I think you can blame it on the banks.
No!
It's only ever
You
gonna
definitely
work
can.
You don't have to.
Look,
No
watch,
one's making you
the
take
bank's
that low
fault.
now.
There, I've done it.
Stop saying that.
Right, can I just have a look at the ring on your finger? And you're worried about the credit crunch? I think you're going to be all right, love.
No, it's not real, all right? It's
Is
not
it-
real.
well, how come I can
don't
see
mug
it?
me on the way home.
Is it Elizabeth Duke? Is it?
No, shut up! It looks nice.
Oh, there's a credit crunch. It's going to be terrible. For the poor. Let them eat
Stop
cake.
it.
Are you struggling in the credit crunch, Jimmy? Are you downsizing because
This
your
was
face
some-
is getting smaller? So.
My face is getting smaller. It had to go somewhere.
There's an even better side to the credit crunch. The best side of it is a lot more people are enjoying the experience of shopping at Lidl. Which, as everyone knows, is really like being on holiday. In Moldova.
That's exactly it.
I'm in
exactly what it is.
Moldova. And you go, what is this? I don't know. I'm just going to open it and see.
Well, you do
Puffin
that.
hearts? I thought it was fuses. Oh, darling, we've run out of schnazzle scrodge.
Should we have a look and see whether it's up there? Yes, this is the story that Britain is experiencing the worst economic conditions for 60 years. Gordon Brown is considering a reshuffle. He's thinking about bringing in David Cameron as Prime Minister. OK, fingers on buzzers. One more thing to get. What else has the nation been talking about?
Gary Glitter has returned to our shores.
Oh.
And he's having to move around. Nobody knows exactly where he is. I think it'd be great if he turned up in Kidderminster. But people really, really hate him, don't they? They're really
yeah.
very angry with him.
I think it's the kids.
I think it's partly that. Also the fact it turned out he was bald. I think those... I think those two together. Because all those years he had that big hair, and he goes, not only is he paedophile, he's bald as well.
I can tell you Gary Glitter is not one of the most talked about things this week, but Gary Glitter has been in the news. He's been released from prison and has returned to the UK. Now he just wants to settle down and have kids. After coming out of prison, I was wondering if Gary will remember how to sing. She'll be 8 now. Oh, why so mean? Does that make it worse?
Yeah, definitely.
Does it make it worse? Yes, it does.
All right, one more thing to get. Fingers on buzzers. What else have the nation been talking about?
Is it the Cold War 2?
Oh, yeah.
Russia's revenge. So when I saw, because the map come up on the news, like, and obviously we're there because of GMT, right? And America's there, and Russia was there, and I thought, shit, we're right in the middle. We're right in the middle, aren't we? If they start bombing each other, one might come astray, and then I realised we're not flat, are we? We're not flat. That's round. That there's a back bit, isn't there? There's a back bit. They could just go round that way, so fuck it. Don't matter.
They have got weapons that will reach us.
They don't need him. They got Putin.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it's, I
he'll
know
do it
he.
himself.
You know,
So hard, isn't he?
yeah.
They just fire him out of a cannon with his fist.
Well, the problem that Europe have got is that Russia have a lot of gas and oil that we need. So, essentially, we need to stay on good terms with Russia.
Not if you're a Manchester City fan, my friend. We've got our own supply.
Is that why it's called the Cold War? Because
of the
they've got
heating.
all the gas and the oil and they can provide heat.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
I like it.
They turn it off.
No, is it? Is that why they've waited till September to start it? Because we're getting to... Is that the reason?
That is the reason, yeah. Let's see if the Cold War II is one of the most talked about things. Yes, people have been talking about the potential of another Cold War with Russia. The incident that started this has put South Ossetia on the map just before the Russians wiped it off. At the end of that round, Sean's team have 2 points, Jason's team have 3 points. The next round is pick of the polls. Jason, your team first. What do you like the look of?
What do you reckon, team? Let's go Gordon Ramsay.
In a poll to find out which celebrity people dream about, Gordon Ramsay came second. Who came top?
Was God #1? He's a big celebrity, isn't he? God.
It's pretty popular.
You know, God. Have you heard of God?
Well, he can't be a celebrity, can he? Because we're not sure he exists.
I've got no factual proof Gordon Ramsay exists.
Well, Jesus existed, and he's hot. He's the hottest Jew on a stick, so I'd say Jesus. Jesus.
Sorry, Jesus is the... What? How do you describe Jesus
the
again?
hottest Jew on a
How do you-
stick.
Sorry.
He's the hottest Jew on a stick. is
He's
what
the
I said.
hottest Jew on a stick.
Yeah.
You'd ruffle some feathers at a synod, wouldn't you? He's the hottest Jew on a stick. We go, Archbishop goes...
I can see why Gordon Ramsay's there, because he's always getting his shirt off, isn't he, on the telly? Every time he does that, Kitchen Nightmares, he's always talking about I'm just going to do my shirt up while I say, this place is a shithole, there's rats in the fridge, you're just going up there. Always, just put your shirt on before... We put our shirts on before we come on the fucking telly, you weird, freckly-head bastard. What's going on with his forehead as well? What are those marks on his forehead?
Yeah, but if you're a chef in a kitchen, you've only got 2 hands, you can keep stuff in them.
Oh, I think he's nice and rugged.
You think he's nice and rugged?
Yeah, I haven't dreamt about him, though.
Who do you dream about?
Richard Madeley, usually.
Judy Finnegan will scratch your fucking eyes out, love.
I know. Well, no, she knows. But also, I had a really...
You heard it here first.
She knows I do that.
Top celebrity that people
Is
dream
it Bill
about.
Brad Pitt?
Well, it's the right area.
Oh, Angelina Jolie.
Correct answer.
Huge. That's good.
Yes, the top celebrity people dream about is Angelina Jolie. I could show Angelina Jolie a thing or two in the bedroom. Here are 2 things. Sean, you're going. What do you like the look of?
Oh, I like the font of London 2012. I think it's a great font.
It looks like Lisa Simpson giving a blowjob, though, doesn't it?
OK, you've chosen the Olympic logo. The British Olympic team arrived back in England, so we polled the studio audience and asked them, can Team GB match their Beijing success at the London 2012 Games? Yes or no?
Because we did very well at the Olympics, didn't we?
We came 4th.
I loved it. I got so into it, I thought it was brilliant.
The opening ceremony, everyone was going on about the opening ceremony, the closing ceremony. I thought it was like looking into a beehive. Can we get 14,000 people to bang a drum at the same time? Yeah, if you threaten to kill them.
The Paralympics have started, doesn't get as much coverage.
I think it's better in many ways. The wheelchair rugby is fucking amazing to watch. It's like the real robot wars. I mean that in a positive way.
Yeah,
it's brutal and exciting and brilliant, and, you know, Smash-a-Lot won last time. It was amazing.
I'd love to see Paranormal Olympics.
Derek Acora going for gold.
Living TV, weightlifting, Henry VIII. 100 metres, run by a headless woman. Nowhere to put the medal. Just slipping off.
So, yes or no, do you think Team GB can match their Beijing success in 2012?
Yes, I'm certain of it.
Yeah,
OK.
no, of course it can.
All right, I can tell you the answer is yes. 78% of our studio audience think the Team GB can match their Beijing success at London 2012. I'm not sure the Chinese will want our opening ceremony to be better than theirs, which begs the question, where are we going to get our fireworks from? So at the end of that round, it's 4 points to Sean's team and 3 points for Jason's team. Our next round is called Believe It or Not. Let's have a look at a clip to illustrate the statistic.
There is a sense of fear going to funeral directors, but when they're coming to us, they're coming into funeral directors and travel agents at the same time, and we find that mix have worked very, very well, because to us, we're sending that person on a very special journey. So the funeral directing aspect is just an extension of the work that we do as travel agents. To me, it comes natural that I am preparing this loved one for that journey.
The important thing is to think you're working on someone who's very much alive, even though they're very much dead.
That was from The World's Worst Job in 1994. It was a travel agent and also a funeral director. It's a mental idea, isn't it? OK, 63% of people would rather have a DJ than a eulogy at their funeral. True or false?
Why are the two mutually exclusive? Why can't you have a eulogy and then a DJ?
No, because then it would sound like Faithless, wouldn't it, if you did it...
At the same time.
If someone was talking slowly over a bit of dance music, it's Faithless. That's what you're thinking of.
I like the idea of a bloke going ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Shabba! That'd send me off nicely, that.
I'd do it, but...
Rest in peace, rewind.
Obviously, the best thing to play would be Last Night a DJ Saved My Life. Poignant.
The thing is, do you want to DJ because then you want to dance, but do you want to dance at a funeral? And then, really...
I don't even want a funeral. I've worked out, I've put down how I want to die. I want to be fly-tipped. Instead of country lane. So I like the idea I'll be annoying people even after I've died. People go, look at that's disgraceful, isn't it? I was there slumped over her head.
I think that planning your funeral thing's a bit vain, actually. What's the point in insisting that people behave in a certain way at your funeral?
So people go, I don't want people
less.
crying at my funeral. I want you to wear loud shirts, don't wear black. I want people crying for fucking years after I've died. I want 20 women just dressed in black going, I could have had him, I could have had him. That's what I'm after.
What funeral are you planning, Carol?
Well, I probably won't have one because I want my body to go to science.
Oh, well, you've planned that. It's a bit vain, isn't it? I'm like a scientist to get the benefit of these.
In my will, I just want to ask my brother or my best mate just to go, listen, there's a little drawer under the bed and there's some videos in there and a couple of magazines. And burn my hard drive. Just get rid of it. There's nothing proper filthy on there, but just don't want my mum finding it.
The army do that, don't they? That's one of the morbid things about being a soldier at battle is that they have an envelope that they put stuff in that's to be destroyed, and the other stuff is the possessions that get handed over.
Can we get some atmosphere back in the room? No, Alan sucked it all out. Okay.
Funerals,
so what happens with actual dead soldiers then?
A couple of funerals.
Actual dead soldiers, though. Let's talk about what actually happens with dead men. Young men, what gets sent back to their grieving families, and what do they burn? Alan, tell us more. Dead soldier news. Hey, welcome to AI 10 Cats.
I feel like I'm being victimised here.
Unbelievable. 63% of people would rather have a DJ than a eulogy at their funeral. True or false? What do you think?
I think it's true.
You think they'd rather have I think most people don't know what a eulogy is.
Yeah, I think it's true.
OK, so what are you going to go with?
I hope it's false.
Yeah, I'll
if
go
it's true.
false as well.
OK, we'll go false.
So you're going false, you're going true. I can tell you the answer is true. 63% of people would rather have a DJ than a eulogy. You get the point, mate. I'd like to have Dr. Fox as a DJ at my funeral, although I'd rather it was Dr. Fox's funeral and I was DJing. So at the end of that round, it's 5 points for Sean's team and 3 points for Jason's team. And the winner is the name of our final round. I'm going to give the teams a series of opinion polls. It's up to them to buzz in and tell me who or what they think came top. Here's your first one. OK, Britain's top lies.
Is it written by Katie Price?
Is it bang and the dirt is gone?
I've never said that after sex. Although it would be a magnificent way to end. Bang, and the day's gone.
I know what it is. I'm fine.
I'll give you that. The top lie in Britain is nothing's wrong, I'm fine.
Yes.
OK, Britain's least talented celebrity.
Is it Barry George? Because he's only famous for one thing and he didn't even do it.
I think it's Mitch Winehouse. Because the only reason he's a celebrity is because his daughter is either ill or late.
I just don't know why I ever get told about celebrities like Amy Winehouse or even the royal family. When I hear about that on the news or in a paper, I feel the same way as I do when my mum starts a really long story about one of her friends from work. I just think, I don't know this person, I don't know why they're intruding on the peripheral vision of my life, but I'm hearing about them a lot. I don't wish them any harm, I'm just wondering why they're here.
Because it's a mum thing when they tell you a story and they go, you know Sue, and you go, no.
Yeah.
And that, you can slow them down, but you can't stop them.
Yeah.
They go, you do.
Yeah.
And then you go, no, I don't. And they go, well.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Sue.
My mum's stories go on for about 35 minutes and they always end with, so it goes on, you know Sue, Sue, John and Sue, you know John and Sue, you do know. Goes on and on for ages, you sat there, and it always ends with 5 minutes later, dead.
I'll give you a clue. She's a posh Spice wannabe.
Chanel.
Chanel, that is the right answer.
Right.
Yes, Britain's least talented celebrity is Chanel Hayes. Chanel's phone never stops ringing. Well, that's what happens when you work in a call centre. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the quiz, which means the final scores are Sean, Scott and James have 6 points, Jason, Carol and Alan have 4 points. Sean's team are the winners. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
or 5 on the 8 out of 10 Cats Big Brother special. Joining the show tonight, celebrity housemate Vanessa Feltz. No, Rebecca, no, it's Luke. And their big brother, Jason Manford. And facing them tonight, superfan Danny Wallace. The golden couple, Mario and Lisa. And their big brother, Sean Locke. The extra special guests, Bex, Belinda, Brian, Ziggy, Nikki and Charlie. And here's your host, Jimmy Carr.
Hello and welcome to the 8 out of 10 Cats Big Brother special, a show about opinion polls, surveys, statistics and, of course, Big Brother. This show is recorded in advance, so I don't actually know who's won, but I'm pretty confident I've got the answer. Congratulations, Dennis. This year, the housemates purchased the following items: 88 bags of chickpeas, 74 bags of brown rice and 50 bags of lentils. I bet Mikey wishes he didn't have a heightened sense of smell now. 20% of Big Brother applicants still live at home with their parents. Sorry, that should read 20% of Big Brother applicants still live at home with their disappointed parents. And 70% of Big Brother housemates say they're looking for fame. Here's a tip: go to HMV, check between Falcon Crest and Family Guy. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. We've teamed up with a leading polling organisation and they've asked the British nation what stories from this year's Big Brother they found the most memorable. It's our panellists' job to guess the British public's top 5 most popular Big Brother talking points. Sean, your team to go first.
I can maybe hazard a guess, you know.
Go on.
Well, I think maybe it's got something to do with our panellist Luke there. Because, Luke, you went into the house as a kind of sort of a strange sort of politician type. You came out, you didn't come out. That's the wrong...
I'm semi-insulted by that.
You're semi-insulted? Do you mean you've got a semi and you're insulted?
No, I'm just semi-insulted.
I'm a bit insulted. Just looking at you, Danny, has awakened something deep within him.
But you came out, in many ways, as one half...
Please change how you say that. I didn't come out.
You minced out...
Thank you.
as one half of, well, probably one of Britain's strangest couples.
OK, let's remind ourselves of Luke and Becca's romance.
Oh, no, don't take your ball! I don't want you, Rebecca.
Yes, you do. Never do anything of the sort in Big Brother house.
No, Rebecca, no! No, I hate you.
I love you.
Tell me you did not just do that, Rebecca.
I genuinely think you make a really nice couple.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you go in there thinking that you would find love?
God, no. I went in there and I found this woman who drinks, she smokes, she swears. I don't drink, smoke and swear. And honestly, I became infatuated with her. It was like something off the Discovery Channel, looking at different species. But at the same time, I can't imagine not being with this creature, this woman right now.
Yes, listen, Luke, can I just take to one side, man to man? When you're with a woman, yeah, nice not to refer to her as a creature. Even love or bird is fine. Not it.
Bird is derogatory towards women, I think.
Whereas creature is fine.
Of course.
Sorry, my mistake. I'm learning from the master.
It was like the Discovery Channel, though, wasn't it? It was like when you see a lion eating a zebra. I think just
like a walrus eating a crab stick. Let's get back to the incredible relationship of Rebecca and Luke.
In the house, you said at one point, you said your parents were going to be deeply embarrassed after you kissed Rebecca.
Rebecca kissed me.
OK, whatever way it goes.
It wasn't that bad. I thought it was quite erotic, to be honest.
So, is that an admission you've lost your cherry?
No, God, no. Well, I've lost your cherry, but no.
Touch for the very first time.
You two can talk. Don't forget, I slept in the bed next to you two. No. And that was something like off the Discovery Channel, Jimmy. The sounds coming from them two was unreal.
What, were they using you as a condom, were they?
Oh.
You and Becca stop going
going to bed about 10:30, 11. What did happen? You never shared it with me. You never told me.
More happened, just didn't show it.
More happened, they just didn't show it. So what happened?
Luke, shut up!
The truth's coming out now.
Did you put your custard cream in a cup of tea?
No, that's Mario, that's all Mario's department. He knows how to dunk it better than me.
Let's have a look and see whether you're one of the top talked about things in Big Brother this year.
Yay!
Since leaving the house, it's thought Rebecca might have a bun in the oven, a shepherd's pie in the microwave and half a pasty down her top. OK, Jason, Vanessa and Luke, what else have the nation been talking about Big Brother-wise?
What do you reckon, Vanessa?
What about Rex and Nicole? It was a most insanely hellish union, wasn't it? I loved it. I was entranced by it.
I think one of the reasons I liked it was because I know people like that. They're in a relationship with someone that they clearly hate,
So
and you
do
go,
I.
what's going on?
I love the bit where it's like, what's the matter? Nothing. But what is it? There's something. Nothing. What is it? Nothing. Well, you should know. Fuck, if it's nothing, why the fuck should I know? What are you talking about?
Should we have a look at them in action?
Yes.
My girlfriend, honestly, like, you know, I mean, she's absolutely amazing. My girlfriend is one of the most stunning girls ever. Oh, my God!
Is it your girlfriend, Rex?
For my prize.
Ow! I don't want to be known as Rex's girlfriend. I want to be known as Nicole and my own self.
Don't push me away.
Please just...
Huh? What the fuck is wrong with her?
I want my makeup and everything.
If you were going to come on here, yeah, with a negative attitude like you
I haven't
have,
got a negative
yeah,
attitude.
and being miserable the whole time, yeah, that means I have to support you.
Okay.
So you talk to other people, but you won't talk to me?
Why?
Fucking bitch. What's wrong with you?
I'm saying get off me. Just I don't wish you hadn't come on here now. I heard those exact words.
No, I didn't.
You are pathetic.
This is like the worst thing that could have happened. Quite honestly.
For me, Rex has been the only one who's been himself all the way through from the beginning. The problem is, of course, himself is a right twat.
I don't know. Why do you say that?
I just don't like him. I think he's a greasy knobhead.
He's bright, he's astute, he cuts through the crap, he can make soup, he can make lunch, he's all right.
Yeah, but I imagine the only reason he makes soup is so he can stare at his own reflection.
Ziggy, was your relationship with Chanel as fraught as their relationship?
Probably, yeah. I think relationships in the house don't really work full stop, to be honest with you. It's hard. You know, people are bigging people up and people are bringing people down and sort of go deep on everyone. But...
Can someone get him a guitar?
People bringing me up and they bring me down.
He did at one point say, he said to her, do you want a holiday or do you want a present? Right, and then he threw in, bearing in mind this present, Jodie Marsh has got one.
I'm mates with Jodie Marsh. She lives next door to my best mate. He's built his house so his bedroom overlooks her garden.
Is your...
That's a good vote. That makes him sound a bit like a stalker, Brian.
Is your best mate Barry George?
No! I like Jodie Marsh. She's cool. She does the thing with the belts.
That's her. You have to admit, she has got a little arse on the end of her nose there.
No! She's beautiful.
She has.
She's she's beautiful in real life. I think it's distinctive.
It is distinctive. As distinctive as a little arse on the end of your nose can be.
Charlie, you're saying Jodie Marsh is attractive, but she couldn't touch you, surely. You're a South London it girl.
Oh, can we just leave the whole it thing alone now? I'm sick of it. Honestly, I really am. And
Whatever. Don't cry.
I'm not bloody crying, am I?
All right.
For frick's sake,
I've got Alex back there. Don't kick off.
Excuse you, Alan. I mean...
Let's have a look and see if Rex and Nicole are up there. Yes, it's the most talked about thing in Big Brother this year. Everyone's been talking about Rex's terrible relationship with his girlfriend, Nicole. Nicole was evicted with 94% of the vote. The other 6% were ringing a hitman. Still 3 more Big Brother talking points to guess. OK, over to you, Sean. What else have the nation been talking about Big Brother-wise?
You mean that?
First couple ever. The first couple.
Well, I reckon it must have been you two. You were the first couple in the Big Brother
Because at the
house.
audition, I'll tell you now, at the audition, they said, who's Mario and who's Lisa? And I went, I'm Lisa.
And I'm Mario.
And that's how we got on.
So what do you do for the next hour of your act? No, I'm not. I'm actually Mario.
Shall we have a look at some of your finest moments?
14 million people seeing him on the Anthem deck.
Where we come from, we have a fan club.
I've done a hell of a lot of good in my life, and I mean, and he's done a hell of a lot of good.
Just maybe do one more bit on the back for us.
Where?
Just another...
Where? Ooh, what's going on in here?
On the top.
Come in, Darnell, come in. I'm gonna... Come in, man. I'm gonna wait.
I recognise that big toe.
You've sucked it many a time, you should do.
Just dunking my custard creams into this hot, juicy tea.
That's very romantic.
Finished.
I've always wanted to ask this. Is there any part of your anatomy at all that you don't loofah?
Exfoliate. We are now the face of exfoliation.
We're getting to every crevice.
You exfoliate your
Every
crevices.
orifice.
The face of exfoliation. If you do it anymore, you'll be the skull of exfoliation. Let's have a look and see whether Mario and Lisa are one of the most talked about things this year. Yes, they are. Lisa is every man's dream. That is, if you're having that scary dream where one of your mates dresses up as Pocahontas. Some say Mario looks like Sylvester Stallone, which he takes as a compliment. But what they're really saying is, you look like an old Italian man who's had a stroke.
Stroke of luck.
I think someone's broken Lisa. OK, fingers on buzzers, 2 more things to get. What have people been talking about with regard to Big Brother?
Is it the spitting situation with Dennis? Horrible Dennis, when he spat in it. And remember when he came in, he said, I just want people to think, when they see me, wow. And I do, actually, I think, wow, what an horrible bastard.
Yes.
Quite right.
There wasn't a lot of liquid. I know that's not the most important thing with a spit, but it wasn't quite very much, was it? It's very, very light.
Very few people have been critical about technique, Sean.
Yes, yeah.
Excellent point to raise.
If it had been Jamie Oliver, he would have been splattered, wouldn't he? But it's very...
He may well have drowned if it had been Jamie Oliver's spit. Well, I can tell you it's not one of the most talked about things this year. Surprisingly, people were talking about other things. This is the story of a gay man spitting in the face of Mohammed when the editor of the Daily Mail heard his head exploded. Dennis didn't appear on Big Brother's Big Mouth or Big Brother's Little Brother, and unfortunately, there isn't a show called Big Brother's Biggest Still 2 more things to get. Buzz, anything you know what the people have been talking about?
Is it when they let that lion in? And it killed half of them and they kept it from the public?
Can we write that down? That's a great idea for next year.
Is it when they dropped the toast and it didn't land on the buttery side and everyone was like, oh my God, it didn't land on the buttery side. That's just, like, amazing.
Is it Darnell and Sarah's weird sort of love-hate relationship?
I know about that.
Let's remind ourselves of Darnell and Sarah's relationship.
I see rainbows in the blue. He's walking like this.
She's a nasty girl, that Sarah.
Go on, Vanessa. Why is she
she's a
baddie?
baddie. We've got names for girls like her. She's a prick teaser. She's a cold
I
teaser.
like it when they tease.
No, not if they never deliver. You've got to deliver at some point. And she's exploiting that boy. She's treating him like a little yo-yo. She is doing everything but jerk him off. And she should jerk him off.
She's done everything. Yes, let's applaud her. Yes, she should jerk him off. The nation demands it. Get them back in that house and get him a hand job.
Give him some relief. He needs relief.
Finally, it's a political issue I can believe in.
He confidently himself in the shower. Mikey saw it. He told me.
Mikey saw it?
Yeah, that's what he told me.
OK. Darnell and Sarah's love-hate relationship. I can tell you it's not one of the top 5 most talked about things. No. Sarah is looking forward to introducing Darnell to her parents, and Darnell is looking forward to introducing her to the mad professor that brought him back to life. Of course, Sarah is from Australia, so she should be used to being up all night on the red eye.
It's disgusting.
disgusting.
Up all night on the red eye?
I'm laughing at it. I don't get it, but I know it sounds horrible. You guys are talking about, like, I had a hamster once that was white and with red eyes, and it's not very nice. The hamster died. Oh, I get it. And I'm upset about the hamster.
If we'd known that, Charlie, there'd be no mention of red eyes.
Good. Fingers on buzzers. What else have people been talking about?
I think it's Mikey being the first ever cross-dresser blind man to enter the house.
No offence, sorry, is he genuinely a cross-dresser? But
no, surely... he shares a room with his sister.
I like him. He's honest, he's funny, he's witty, he washes his balls in a cup. You know, what's not to like about him?
What is that cup thing, though?
The what? He washes his cock and balls in a cup?
Why does he wash his balls in a cup?
Because... Why does he do that, Mark?
I don't know what you were about to explain. No reason.
I never witnessed that.
But how does he do it? Does he dip him in? Does he dip
poor,
him in?
poor Darnell needs a yard of ale.
That's what they were designed for, the yard of ale.
Oh, originally, yeah.
Balloon at the bottom.
Let's take a look at some of Mikey's finest moments.
The hottest chili you can get.
Best flights, man. Best flights, man. What the fuck is that?
Oh, Mikey!
There was that massive row, wasn't it, where he picked up someone's knickers. And it really got out of hand. And I was sort of going through it, I was thinking, what actually happened there was that someone took their knickers off, dropped them on the floor, and they were found by a blind man. Not any old blind man, one dressed as a rabbit. Now, you wouldn't get angry about that. You just go, fucking hell, how did that? Chances, you put it in your diary.
Let's have a look and see whether Mikey is one of the most talked about things.
Christ, we've got still got one to go.
Yes, Glaswegian Mikey was Big Brother's first ever blind housemate. Of course, because he's blind, Mikey won't be startled by the paparazzi's cameras. For two reasons. Mikey sometimes cross-dresses. He'll put his legs in the arms of a jumper. One more thing to get. Fingers on buzzers.
Is it potentially the most aggressive woman, apart from Charlie, I'm imagining, that has ever walked the earth? Alexandra. Charlie, just out of interest... See, already? I just said your name.
Is that your response to you're a bit aggressive is shut up?
Yeah. Charlie, can I ask you, who would win in a fight between you and Alex?
Do you mean physical or, like, mentally? Like, do you mean?
No one's going to win in a mental fight between you two.
Do you mean like that?
Yeah, definitely that.
Charlie, mental fights, I think they call them arguments.
Well, I'm not being funny. Oh, shut up. I'm
In a
not
physical...
being fight with Alex, because I'm not being funny. I don't do that. I'm like, that's so unclassy. But maybe she might... Come on, do you know what I mean? I'm not going to go around punching up people, but...
No, be serious. Would you win in a fight, physically?
If I was to punch someone, I'd probably punch someone in the audience, because you know when they just get on your nerves sometimes? So if I was that sort of person...
I think we may have a winner in the aggression thing.
What do you think of Alex?
The bookie said at one point that she was as popular as the plague, but really, the plague was pretty popular, wasn't it? Because loads of people had it.
At the end of the day, yeah, fair enough. We all know she weren't a nice person. I mean, you've got the audience every time I go on something for Channel 4 or whatever. They're like, boo, he's so bloody boring now. Do you know what I mean?
Can we show... Whoa, easy. Not to my Charlie.
I bet they still sit at their windows going, get Charlie out. You know, a year down the line. It's so, you know...
Charlie, someone get me the tranquilizer gun. It's for your own good. It's for your own good.
Get Charlie out. Get Charlie out. Get Charlie out.
Do you know what? No, do you know what? Fuck it, I'm off, mate. I want a fag anyway, so you can keep saying what you want. Because I said today... Hey, you lot, I got mans outside this building. Trust me, so solid. Don't do that.
Charlie.
Remember I told you. Yeah?
OK. Shall we have a look and see Alex in action?
Yes.
You were disrespectful yesterday and you're disrespectful again today. You want to carry it on this way? You want to play this game? We can play this game. Remember I told you.
You're a fucking prick.
Yeah, your mother. When you get out, you get yourself a book and find out what ready means. Remember I told you.
Oh my God.
I'm fucking fucked off. No, I want something for my throat and I'm not getting out of it until I do.
Big Brother suggests that if your throat is hurting,
He's just
you
not
quieten
shouting.
down.
For fuck's sake, don't tell me what my threshold is. Yes, a strong woman like me cannot fucking take any more.
Don't be a
You've
baby.
been going on for
Don't be a
ages and I've
baby.
asked you. I need pasta. Remember I told you. Tell him I said to fuck off.
see. I'm kind of upset she went out so early, because I can't remember what she told me.
Oh, no, she seems really quite sweet.
Can I just say, look at Rex there. Wasn't he noble? Wasn't he great when he was going, don't be a baby? And he was quite right. Don't be such a wuss. You talk big, you don't walk the walk. And he was the only person with the guts to say so.
I lived with Rex for 3 months.
When?
Rex is used to being in charge.
3 months?
Yeah.
You haven't been in there for 3 months?
That's 3 months.
Yeah, they have, Sean.
So the Olympics goes on for 2 weeks. It's massive. There's millions of events, sports from that. But Big Brother goes on for 3 months. Fucking hell.
OK, let's have a look and see whether Alex is one of the most talked about things. Yes, indeed. You better be careful. Alex is packing heat. She works in the loading bay at WH Smith's. At the end of that round, Sean's team have 4 points, Jason's team have 1 point. The next round is called the poll with a hole. Jason, your team to go first, OK? 13% of Big Brother viewers think Luke reminds them of what?
Oh, go on. Justin Timberlake.
The only person who thinks you look like Justin Timberlake is Mikey, isn't it?
Is it why they should have their 5 a day?
Frank Spencer! It's a monkey or Frank Spencer.
Thank you, Rebecca. I love you too.
The really annoying Paul Daniels. And I've taken into account how annoying Paul Daniels actually is.
Nikki, who do you think he reminds you of?
I think Frank Spencer.
So I've already said that's wrong, but you're still going to stick with it. OK. I'll give you a clue. Think older.
Norman Wisdom.
Granddad.
Grandad is exactly the right answer. Yes, it is. Hope she doesn't get anything else right. That scared the shit out of me. 13% of Big Brother viewers think Luke reminds them of their granddad, but Luke's only 20, so he can't be your grandfather, unless he's from Wigan, which he is, so he could be. Sean, Danny, Mario, Lisa, you're next. 28% of Big Brother viewers would like to see Mario what?
Mario me? Oh, no, I mean,
Mario.
Me. No, Mario.
Did he do that?
Mario me.
Will you Mario me?
Is it a traditional Italian wedding?
Yeah, in Widnes.
Great.
On the Riviera to Warrington.
Going on a gondola, aren't we?
A gondola?
Gondola can be nasty. You've got to get that straight away. Antibiotics is the only thing.
See Mario go back in the house?
I wouldn't mind seeing you go back in the house. You know, have a tidy round.
Yeah, see Rex.
Got to get it ready for Big Brother 10.
Do a risk assessment.
Is it have a computer game character named after him?
So, what would people like to see Mario do?
Eat biscuits.
You're close.
Eat some biscuits.
To do with biscuits?
Advertise.
Eat them.
Advertise biscuits is exactly the right answer.
Biscuit.
No, advertise biscuits.
He gets it, advertise biscuits.
28%
28% of Big Brother viewers would like to see Mario advertise custard creams. You know, custard cream ads. You know, the billboards and magazine promotions. Custard creams. Do it your way. You know, custard creams. Da-da-da-da-da, custard creams. So at the end of that round, Sean's team have 5 points, Jason's team have 2 points. Our next round is face-off. Our teams have 6 well-known Big Brother faces in front of them. Belinda, Nikki, Charlie, Brian, Ziggy and Rebecca. Question number 1 is to Luke, Jason and Vanessa. If you had to be reincarnated as one of those housemates, which one would it be?
I'd have to go... I think I'd go Brian.
I would go Brian.
I think it'd just be nice to see the world through the eyes of a child. It's so innocent, isn't it?
I think I'd like to come back as Nikki, just to have her amazing career. And, you know...
Oh, thank you, Sean.
Yeah, that would be brilliant. Yeah.
What do you think, Luke? Who would you like to come back as?
I'd actually say Brian because he won the show and he's 100 grand richer, so probably Brian.
Brian, just out of interest, what did you do with the money?
Well, what I'd done, though, like, I went down Bas Vegas and we bought loads of cider and stuff, and then I went down Lakeside, and then I went to Blue Water and I bought a nice jacket, and it's leather and stuff, and it's black, and then I went and bought my mum a Jeep, and then, like, we go out down 195 now in Epping a lot.
Brian, sorry. OK, so who do you want to be reincarnated as?
I think I'd come back as Belinda, actually. Because what I like about Belinda is she has a name to these times, and you should all do that. But don't do Belinda's name in the mirror at midnight. That's just a little tip for you. She will appear behind you like the Candyman, so...
You know why she does that?
Somewhere over the rainbow!
That's awful.
That's pretty...
Shall I for you?
Yeah, do it, yeah.
Somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue.
Does this mean the show's over? Is that what it means? What, I've just...
Fire alarm? Just as a question, would one of them have to die?
Sean, you're not entering into the spirit of this. We're not going to kill one of them and let you wear their skin. Let me push you on an answer. Jason's team, who do you want to be reincarnated as?
Probably Charlie, and I'd just walk around with a picture of Alex going, see, I'm not that bad. Not that bad at all. That was a compliment.
I get them all day, every day. I'm sick of them, to be honest with you.
No, you don't. All right. You don't. Do you? You don't. What was the last compliment someone gave you? Go on.
I
said my last
fucking laugh.
Oh, sit down.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think, and I don't want this to sound like a panto, but I think if we all apologise, Charlie will probably come back.
So, let's Charlie.
Let's all on three, let's all say sorry. 1, 2, 3. You fuckers!
Get Charlie in! Get Charlie in!
Get Charlie in. And thanks, Charlie. Very good of you to come back. Thanks very much.
You're welcome, darling. I didn't want to spoil the show, you know, an asset
Well,
like
this is the round where we're using you, so it's handy to have you back for that. All right, let's kick on. Sean's team, who would you be reincarnated as?
Charlie. She's just a big bundle of fun.
OK, so you're going with Charlie?
Yeah.
Jason, who do you think people wanted to come back as?
Brian. Brian, he's got a lovely mum, he loves her, he's got an enormous winkle because we all saw it, girls adore him. Brian.
You are exactly right.
Wow.
OK, Sean's team. If you were one of only 2 people alive in a post-apocalyptic Britain, which one of these housemates would you like to survive with you?
Charlie.
Why Charlie, Sean?
Because I'd always be the nicest person on the planet. I don't mind any of them as long as they promise to shoot me.
I'm guessing we'd have to repopulate the Earth by mating. So, Brian.
Girls are into me right now. I'm a bit of a spunk.
I would imagine you are. Are you being a hero? So since you left the house, have you been getting all the poontang?
Not poontang, but like a bit of poonane.
Isn't that something they put on the chicken at Nando's?
Yes, it is.
You've not asked me yet, Jimmy.
Oh, no, go on.
Ziggy, because he's got a bit of everything and he's an all-rounder.
You'd like to, in a post-apocalyptic world, you'd like Ziggy?
Nothing wrong with that. Do you, darling?
No, I don't mind Ziggy. He's a great geezer, great geezer.
Thank you.
He's got the looks, he's been with Chanel.
It's cool, calm and collected. You know,
You've got one hell of a night ahead of you.
Well, this sounds like some sort of internet chat.
A little bit scared.
Very open-minded couple.
Table for 3 tonight.
2 custard creams, 1 cup of tea. Good luck with that.
OK, so Sean, who are you going to go for?
Ziggy.
So you think Ziggy?
Go
OK.
for Ziggy.
Yeah. And what are you guys going to go with?
We'll go Nicky.
OK, I can tell you, you're absolutely right. Yes, the housemate most people would like to survive with is Nikki. Let's remind ourselves of why Nikki is so special.
I can't get my MP3 player to work! It's not fair, I don't even know how to switch it on!
Hello, Nikki.
I can't switch it on, Big Brother! Oh, it's working!
Nikki, just out of interest, how do you think you would survive in a post-apocalyptic world?
What's post-op?
So there's no hair straighteners, nothing like that? Curling tongs?
Think Luton.
Yeah.
Before the end of the world.
Oh, before the end of the world. I don't really use hair straighteners.
We asked the public, in the event of an emergency, which housemate would you call?
Not Brian. It'd be like ringing Mr. Bean, coming round it. Be throwing petrol on it instead of water.
All my mates ring me up when they're in emergency stuff.
Can I lend
say
some
if
money?
No,
That
they
sort of
ring me up
stuff.
like, when they've run out in Johnny's and stuff. No.
I'd love that if you dial 999 and they go, hello, fire, ambulance, Brian Bellow.
I could tell them what's the best cider. I still drink cider even though I had £100. See?
Brian, I'm now having an emergency. It's the middle of the night. I need to know what is the best type of cider. Brian, help me.
I'd probably go with Diamond White, actually. I wouldn't go with Magnus because that's a posh person cider.
Yeah. Thanks, Brian. I'll let you know how it goes.
Oh, Belinda, I've got no custard creams. It's an emergency.
Use your cock, you bellend.
OK, so let's go. Lisa, what was your answer? What do you want to go with?
Belinda.
You want to go with Belinda?
Belinda.
We've got to overrule this. This is madness. You call Ziggy in an emergency.
Go on, then.
Really? Why?
Well, there's no joke there. You were just literally looking at them. You'd call Ziggy.
So you want to go Ziggy, they want to go Belinda. Who are you going to go with?
Belinda.
You're going to go Belinda. OK, he's overruled you. He's gone
Which
Belinda.
one's
I can
that?
tell you the answer is, in the event of emergency, the housemate most people would like to call is Belinda.
Well done.
Belinda introduces herself as Belinda, 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 because she says if you say something 3 times, people remember it. Stop singing, stop singing, stop singing.
Do you know I've actually performed at the Queen Elizabeth Hall, so it's not... I mean, I'm actually quite good.
These bloody ears lying to me again. Well, at the end of that round, Sean's team have 6 points, Jason's team have 4 points. And the winner is the name of our final round. I'm going to give the teams a series of opinion polls based on Big Brother. It's up to them to buzz in and tell me who or what they think came top. Here is your first one. OK, person you'd most like to be in the Big Brother house with.
What? Robert Mugabe. And I tell you what, that guy's a character.
What do you think, Lee?
E.T.
Oh, no.
E.T.? Similar skin tone, yeah.
Is it you? Because we're used to seeing you in, like, dapper, your hair's all nice and all that sort of stuff, but can you imagine, like, in the morning on day 24, just, like, coming out in your boxers, all a bit scruffy?
I don't think
like,
anyone
shouting
wants
at
to
someone,
see...
Who ate my couscous? Like...
Has someone eaten my fucking couscous? I don't think the nation's ready to watch me wash my balls in a cup. This will take a while, they're fucking massive.
They're not massive, they're filthy. It's I want to go to bed.
You guys, over there. Nikki, remember we're doing a TV show?
Yeah.
Pay attention.
Ryan.
Correct answer. Hey. People genuinely seem to love you, Bron.
I said they all love me. See,
They do, yeah. They do, though. As you can see, Brian is here tonight. We didn't book him, we just ordered pizza. Last question. Housemate's biggest fear on leaving the Big Brother house? What do you think?
Being booed.
Being booed?
Definitely.
Being booed
Yeah.
is not it, weirdly.
Hated. Really?
Sort of.
Is it you coming out and everyone's dead? Like an episode of Twilight Zone?
Well, you come out and there's nobody there, just a couple of minicabs.
And
they're not even licensed.
Nikki, what was your biggest fear when you came out?
That it would be cold.
Is it that you might have to get a proper job and learn a trade rather than just pretending to be famous and opening
They are all
Tesco's?
scared of that, but it's not the top answer.
Rebecca and I opened a Lidl in Coventry last week.
And you opened a Lidl.
It's true, yes. We sat there as people... It was a good scam by Lidl because they wouldn't let us come to autographs until they bought something from Lidl. Then they had to come through the checkout to see us, and we gave them 25% off vouchers. And then on the way home, we got Lidl goodie bags.
You got a free goodie bag from Lidl.
Free goodie bag.
That's a baddie bag, isn't it? OK, I'll give you the answer. The top fear of Big Brother housemates on leaving the Big Brother house was disappearing from TV. Of course, after Big Brother, contestants can look forward to appearing on before they weren't famous. Most Big Brother housemates are hungry for fame. Mo would like some chips. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Jason's team have 4 points, but the winner is Sean and his team with 7 points. Congratulations, Sean. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
Tonight on 8 out of 10 Cats, fastest man on 2 wheels, Chris Hoy, funny man, Mark Watson, and their team captain, Jason Manford. And facing them tonight, Panto Queen, Jungle King, it's Biggins. She's a superstar, Jamelia, and their team captain, John Locke. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 56% of Londoners believe that their lungs are healthy for their age? That age being the early 21st century, just before the planet dies. 60% of Spaniards say British tourists are drunk and abusive whilst on holiday. If you're watching, fuck off, Pedro. 28% of Germany's prison population is foreign, but that figure has dropped since the 1940s. And 52% of women in their 40s are married. The rest of them have failed. Let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. We've teamed up with a leading polling organisation and they've asked the British nation what stories they've been discussing this week. Jason, your team to go first. What have the nation been talking about?
Is it 3-time Olympic gold medalist Chris Hoy being on 8 hours? Has he brought the Olympic medals?
No,
with you?
he doesn't carry the medals everywhere. Or does he?
Go on,
Here they are.
Yeah,
You got
of course. Of course he has got them. You would, wouldn't
There
you?
you go.
Yeah.
Everywhere I go. Everywhere I go.
Look at that. Well, Jim fixed it for me.
Is there any chocolate in this?
Chris Hoy being on the show is talked about,
Yeah, but
mainly
it's not-
by us.
Okay. Yeah.
Not one of the most talked about things of the week. What have people
Is it
been
this
talking about?
experiment which might end the world? As a
Oh, bring us down.
Basically, this experiment they're doing, they're going to get protons and neutrons and fire them at each other dead fast. And
Dead fast, like not just fast, dead
no,
fast.
like think how fast you've seen stuff go. Faster than that.
Is it the greatest science experiment?
It's the biggest, it's the largest experiment ever done, apart from Australia.
The British government have handed over £34 million for this experiment, right? Which is actually the same as giving everybody in the country a pint of beer, right? Now, what would you rather have, a pint of beer or possibly the end of the world?
If it is the end of the world, you are reigning Olympic champion forever.
But it's a bit cowardly to say, now I'm champion, let's hope the world ends. I'd almost rather Chris got silver next time and we didn't fucking die.
What I don't understand, right, why do they need such a big machine to do this experiment with these two little smaller-than-dot things?
I'm glad you asked me. No, Jimmy, you've been to university. You might be able to explain that to people.
Yes.
Yeah.
I once went to a lecture by Stephen Hawking and he explained time travel and other dimensions, and I understood it for literally about 5 minutes. And as I walked out, I went, no, it's gone.
What it is, it's a thing called a flux capacitor.
Hello.
And if you go 88 miles an hour in a DeLorean, right, You can go back and save your mum from getting snogged by you. It's weird, really. An older one will come back and give you a sports almanac and you'll become like a billionaire, and that's time travel. There you go, Jamila. Thank you. No problem.
I think that has summed it up nicely. Let's have a look and see whether the Big Bang experiment is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, this is the story of the Big Bang experiment in Switzerland and fears that it may lead to the end of the world. The experiment will tell us what happened just after the Big Bang. If you're wondering what happened just before the Big Bang, a group of scientists in Switzerland pressed a button. OK, Sean, what else have the nation been talking about?
What about the bombings on the planes, the water?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
The bombings on the planes.
Yes.
You made it sound like so much fun. The bombings on the terror trial, the liquid bomb.
The liquid.
Yeah. Very rarely does news annoy me, but this really, I've got to know, because this really affected me, because I can't take my usual brand of shampoo on holiday. These guys, they bought 32 consignments of hydrogen peroxide. And you thought, that's a lot of highlights, isn't it? Even if they've got one of those big beards. I'd love to see a fundamentalist with highlights.
I'd love to see.
They bought a flat in Walthamstow, and they had a bomb factory in the flat.
Sorry, they bought this house.
Yeah.
It's a bomb factory, and they didn't even make one bomb. They didn't even blow up one bomb.
No. You're right, it's not a very productive bomb factory.
I can't believe your problem with this story is they're underachievers.
Okay, to have an employee of the month thing every year. They won't be on it.
But I'm just saying, you've paid £138,000 for a bomb factory in Walthamstow as well. Yeah. Sorry. But, you know, at least blow up something. No, I'm in no way advocating
I don't think there's any
saying...
fundamentalists watching this show going, let's see what Jamila has to say. She thinks we should blow stuff up. I told you!
They actually said, the defence was, we're not going to blow up anything, we were just going to cause a nuisance.
I know.
Cause a nuisance, which is like playing Wally.
What's Wally?
Wally. It's where you kick a ball against a wall. It's just called Wally.
That's called Wally?
Yeah, Wally.
Why would you have a name for that?
Well, you're playing it with other people. Do you want a game of Wally? Yeah, all right, I'll come and play Wally with you.
That puts your sporting achievements in the shade.
I got a gold medal in Wally, my friend. Just Wally. That's what it says on the back.
Let's see if it's up there.
Yeah.
Yes, people have been talking about the liquid bomb terrorist plot. The ringleader of the terrorists knows the Quran backwards, which is fortunate, as that's how you read it. Mark, Chris, Jason, what else have the nation been talking about?
What do you reckon, Chris?
The weather, maybe?
It's a very British thing, yeah.
It's funny, though, it's in New Orleans, when they had their hurricane, they had martial law. It was, like, really serious, like, stuff. Martial law, there was a curfew, you weren't allowed to go out the house. And the worst thing that happened in this country was 100 stressed sheep had to be rescued in Northumberland. And you wonder, who rang that in, and how did they know what a stressed sheep was? What? Oh, I'm soaking wet!
There was the heartwarming story, though, wasn't there? It was about the little girl who went down the stepped into a puddle, and she got sucked into the storm drain, and her dad saved her. And it was on the front page of all the papers, apart from the Daily Mail, because it was too much like good news.
They had the same story, but she was pushed down there by immigrants.
It was a lovely, heartwarming story. And I'm not the most sentimental, but I was actually I wrote a song. I was so moved. A beautiful little song.
What now?
How'd it go?
Do you really? Yeah. No, not I'm next to Jamila. But no, it was a very touching story, wasn't it?
I want to hear this song.
You want to hear my song?
More than anything in the world.
Well, the song was... Leona went to the park.
I love it.
Yeah.
I want to pretend to be Simon Cowell.
OK, thanks.
She was having such a lark. She stepped in a puddle, got into a muddle. In the storm drain! Storm drain! In the storm drain!
Very reminiscent of Nirvana's early work. Yeah, it starts very gentle.
Goes on. Don't not in the middle of it. I'm finished my fucking song. Dad got into a tease, but soon he was less miserable. He made a dash quick as a flash. He got her out of the storm drain. That's it.
Storm drain, storm drain. Yeah, we like it.
Yeah, we like it.
Can we be in your band?
Yeah.
Let's have a look and see if the weather's one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, imagine that. The British have been talking about the weather. I saw a woman crying in her flooded front room. I thought, if anything, you're making it worse, love. Sean, Biggins, Jamelia, what else have the nation been talking about?
Posh Spice cut her hair. No, I'm telling you, right?
Sorry, end of the world, terrorism. We've covered those.
No.
Now the big story with Jamelia.
What is it? I mean, I can't wait to see it. I haven't had a chance yet.
It's called the pixie look, Sean.
Oh.
I don't know why I know that. Don't give me that look, Biggins.
You little pixie, you.
Things don't turn out right. 10 years' time, you could be playing a pixie in Panto with...
Yes!
You could lift you on his knee for a song.
Absolutely. We could do a vent act.
Yeah, we'll give it a quick go. Come on. So I would... Yeah, so it'd be like that.
So it'd be like that. So...
Well, hang on a second. One hand's there, one hand's on my back. What's that other... Actually, nothing to write home about.
That's what you said last night.
Turned it to fucking Panto. Two blokes are going to come on in a horse in a minute.
I can tell you, Posh's hairstyle isn't one of the most talked about things. Jamelia. OK, fingers on buzzers. What else have the nation been talking about?
Is it the story that Barbara Windsor's had her nails done?
I'll just check that for you.
Andy Murray in the US Open?
Oh, my God, it was incredible. It was my best thing ever.
Not as good as me at the Olympics, though.
Yeah.
No.
No. Second best thing ever.
Well, he came second, which made me think that's more of a Scottish athlete. That's sort of what... Coming first, really, you've kind of broken the whole spells.
You know, you don't want to boast.
No, you may as well. Yeah. I want Rafa.
You don't want to boast, sorry. Everyone on your team's wearing a gold medal.
I couldn't stop looking at his sideburns.
Andy Murray did look like... He looked like a tramp. And Federer looked like a sort of a doll. And not a bead of sweat on him.
Well, he's sponsored by Gillette, isn't he?
He is sponsored by Gillette, yeah, he had to have a shave.
Yeah.
I think that was maybe Andy Murray having a little hint at Gillette going, hello, for a couple of quid, this could be gone. If only I had a razor. How Scottish is that? He's waiting for a sponsorship deal before he buys. How much is a Mac 3? No. Let's have a look and see whether Andy Murray is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, indeed. Andy Murray was beaten by Roger Federer in the final of the US Open. It was the most successful performance by a British tennis player since Greg Rosetsky came fourth in Dancing on Ice. OK, one more to get fingers on buzzers.
Now, is it the American government's intervention in the credit crunch situation? It's a great support package, putting trillions of dollars into Fannie Mae. It is Panto, isn't it? Just say. They've got two major lending institutions, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac.
Is the bank called Fannie Mae?
Yes.
Yeah, it's sort of the nickname of it.
I think it sounds like the best month of the year. Can't wait for April to be finished. It's Fannie Mae!
Let's have a look and see whether it's up there. Yes, this is the story that the US government has bailed out America's two biggest mortgage companies. It's going to cost $25 billion, which is crazy. For that kind of money, they could have another 3 weeks in Iraq. At the end of that round, Sean's team have 2 points, Jason's team have 3 points. Welcome back to 8 out of 10 Cats. The next round is Pick of the Polls. Our teams take it in turns to choose a picture from the board, and then they have to answer a related question. Sean, Jamelia and Christopher, you're to go first. What do you fancy the look of?
If I'm to be honest, I didn't actually hear the question, so I don't understand why we're looking even at the pictures.
You've got to tell me the connection between all 6 pictures.
Okay.
Just you on this one, no help from your teammates. And this is the only round where you have to write it down. You have to do 300 words.
Jamelia, all you have to do is pick a picture down.
Sorry, I didn't know.
OK, what are you going to go for?
I'm going to go for the lady with the boobs.
OK, you've chosen the vegetarian. 58% of vegetarians what?
I've had this theory for a while, is that if you go to a vegetarian's house and they only make vegetarian food and you have to eat it, but if they come to your house, then they've got to have meat, because you're a meat eater.
Fair's fair.
My dad does it with cigarettes. He's a smoker. If he goes to a non-smoker's house, he's not allowed to smoke. But when you go to his house, you've got to have a fag.
All his friends are dead, of course. Never mind. So 58% of vegetarians what?
Don't eat meat.
You're very close, just remove a word.
Do eat meat.
Correct.
Do eat meat.
That is the correct answer. Bizarrely, 58% of people that say they're vegetarian actually eat meat. When I'm having a dinner party, I always make sure there are vegetarian options. They can make do or fuck off. OK, you've got to pick a picture?
OK, it'd be silly not to have Chris Hoy, wouldn't it? Sat here.
We polled the studio audience and asked them, would you rather win an Olympic gold medal or an Oscar?
What do you think?
It depends on the audience, doesn't it? Depends on their kind of...
If they did make a film of your life, who'd you want to play you?
One of my coaches reckons I look like the guy from The Incredibles, the father.
Yeah, you do, actually.
He does that a lot. 2 tickets to the gun show, please. Right, I wouldn't mind. All he's doing with those is holding handlebars. Occasionally you've got to ring a bell when you're passing someone.
Do you, when you're cycling around the streets, do you wear an helmet?
Not the big, long, pointy one, but yeah, I wear a helmet.
Yeah, that one. Because my friend, right, she will not wear the helmet at all, right? She's like, I'm not wearing a helmet. And the reason she's not wearing one is because she says it messes her hair up, right?
Oh, should we go over to Jamelia for hair news? I'm afraid I've got to fuck off. To you, Jason.
Well, I said to her, yeah, but a road traffic accident will mess your hair up more, won't it, than wearing a helmet? Like, you don't want to be lying in A&E and the doctor come over and go, are you all right? You go, just tell me, is my hair all right? Well, you can have a look, it's on this plate.
Why don't we do an appeal to her now?
Wear an helmet, you dick. Chris always says.
Yeah, always says.
I don't wear a helmet. I cycled all the way through. I said it, I cycled all the way through the 70s.
Yeah. 1972, 1973, 1974.
Nobody had a helmet.
My dad says if you don't wear an helmet, you've got nothing to protect.
So your dad, he's a heavy smoker, he says, you're mad if you don't wear a helmet.
OK, so what do you think? Oscar?
It's got to be the medal, surely.
What do you
I
reckon?
don't know, I think Oscars.
I'm going to go with Hoy.
Fair enough. Because he's got his medals. Oscar.
You think Oscars? Well, I can tell you that you're absolutely wrong. 81% of our audience say they'd rather have an Olympic gold than an Oscar. Of course they would. Chris Hoy's bike was very expensive, but you've got to remember it was a joint birthday and Christmas present. At the end of that round, Sean, Biggins and Jamelia have 3 points. Jason, Chris and Mark have 3 points. The next round is Believe It or Not. In this round, I give the panellists a simple statement. All they have to do is tell me whether they think it's true or false. Let's have a look at a clip to illustrate your statistic.
I went to the BBC and someone says, oh, Mike Reed's here. I thought, not my favourite DJ of all times. I was flabbergasted. Just as we were about to go out, I saw this gorgeous-looking guy. I thought, oh, my good God, I thought, he's an absolute cracker. So I turned round and says to him, is your name Mike Reed? Just like that. He said yes, because he was with Ed Stewart. Ed Stewart's breath stinks. But Mike Reed has got beautiful breath. Mike Reed is absolutely gorgeous. He is fantastic. He is tops. He was wearing his beautiful blue corduroy shorts. I playfully tapped Mike's bum. Tenders! Talk about the electricity going through me.
She broke my heart. Here is your related statistic. 19% of people would dump their current partner for a celebrity.
Oh.
What do you think? Is that true or false?
Depends who the celebrity is. I mean, Mugabe's a celebrity.
He's not, really. He's not a celebrity. He's not a celebrity. You don't see him in Heat. Yeah, you don't see him with Mugabe. He's got, you know, like, putting some stuff in the car and his, like, shirt rides up and there's a bit of flag.
I think a lot of people have got that thing in their relationship where they're allowed to, if they meet a certain someone, they're allowed to have a go on that someone. Who would be your choice of celebrity? Who would you go for?
David Beckham.
He's a man.
Have people ever invited you onto a show to get close to you, Jimmy?
No, but there are celebrities. There's loads
You
of
look lovely
like...
tonight.
Anyway, you embarrass me now.
Well, you're just saying you're looking lovely, so no need to be embarrassed because you do, so it's fine.
Even when you're talking, you sound like you're in a chat room.
LOL. Are you in a relationship?
I'm married, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
That actually hurts.
But Jimmy, just press delete and start on someone else.
Biggins, you look great tonight, man. Chris, you've been a celebrity, like you've kind of a newfound level of celebrity the last couple of weeks. Are you using it to get poontang?
Well, my girlfriend's sitting in the audience, so I'm going to say no. One of my friends phoned me up from a pub in Edinburgh.
Right.
And there was a guy who was posing as me in the pub, pretending to be Chris Hoy, and he was chatting up a girl. And he went up and said, "You're not Chris Hoy, because if you were Chris Hoy, you'd recognise me." And he's like, "Oh, I didn't see you there. Sorry, how are you doing?"
Jason, have you ever been caught cheating, you've come up with a brilliant story. Because Chris has.
That's a perfect alibi.
Oh, no, someone pretending to be... What? No, me. So what do you think? 90% of people would dump their current partner for a celebrity, true or false?
True.
True.
You think true?
The way I look at it is this. It's 3-all.
Yeah.
They've gone true. If we go false, the gamble is they'll go a point above us. But if we go true as well, we'll either go 1-all or we'll stay level.
Can I just check in at what the total is? What's in the prize fund? Literally fucking nothing. Maybe you want to...
I don't want to be the guy who's on Chris Hoy's losing team this year.
Exactly, we've got
That's
to win
all I'm
this.
saying. So, Chris Hoy, you're a winner. What do you reckon? True or false?
True.
We're going to go true.
Well, I can tell you the answer is true. Yes, 19% of people would dump their current partner for a celebrity. Of course, girls expect me to make them laugh in bed, and they're never disappointed. So at the end of that round, it's 4 points for Sean's team and 4 points for Jason's team. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here is your first one. Best way to make a woman feel beautiful.
Lying. Lying through your teeth.
I would say tell her, that's the best way.
Very good
myself.
answer, tell her.
Tell her.
I think you should towel her.
That
She's just finished a round in the box, you just towel her. Go on, go out there, you're beautiful, go out there. Beautiful, go out there.
Is it sneaking up to a window at night and trying to get her attention by gently tapping it, and then when she looks at you going, "You're beautiful"?
I'll give you a clue. There is a Glaswegian variety.
Glasgow kiss. Is it just kiss? A kiss?
Head butter.
Kiss is exactly right, yeah. Sport most likely to give you an injury.
Cockfighting. It's got similar rules to fencing. You don't have to wear an helmet.
I know one. Volley anvil.
Oh, the Olympics just got better.
Sorry, it's just because I don't know what the sport is. I know it's not swords, but you know that. What is it that they're throwing?
Javelin.
Javelin, that's it. Is
Not
that
swords.
I don't know.
Sword throwing is dangerous.
Sword throwing. Yeah, what about 3-day eventing?
3-day eventing?
Yeah.
I've thought of a way we can cut the accidents by a third. 2-day eventing. Sport most likely to give you an injury.
Is it football?
You're absolutely right. The answer is football. Joey Barton recently broke a leg and an arm. I'll teach the bloke to look at him funny. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean Biggins and Jamelia have 4 points, but the gold medalists this evening are Jason, Mark and Chris Hoy. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
Toddy, Tara Palmer-Tompkinson. American Dream, Doug Stanhope. And their team captain, Sean Locke. And facing them tonight, Sweden's greatest export, Ulrika Johnson. Funny Boyo, Rod Gilbert. And their team captain, Jason Manford. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 1 in 10 Europeans is now conceived on an IKEA bed? And for similar reasons, I'm no longer welcome at the Croydon branch of DFS. 26% of New Yorkers have herpes. If you can catch it there, you can catch it anywhere. And 62% of people think that being single gives them the chance to be more spontaneous. I've got no plans tonight, so should I sob myself to sleep or comfort eat? Let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. We've teamed up with a leading polling organisation and they've asked the British nation what stories they've been discussing this week. It's our panellists' job to guess the British public's top 5 most popular talking points. Sean, Tara, Doug, what have the nation been talking about?
George Michael. Hooray!
He was on crack.
But that's the thing.
Well, that's fair enough.
Tara, let's not people in glass houses. Do you think he's got a problem?
Yeah, I clearly think he's got a problem. But I like George Michael. I'm a big fan. I like his music, but I do think he does have a problem because he's on crack. He's caught in Hampstead Heath. I mean, how long have you got?
How dare he think he owns his own body and can do whatever he wants with it? How dare he? I don't understand why people that get in positions like that apologize. He's apologizing to his public as though he has any responsibility to...
Why is he apologising? Well, it does seem a bit odd, because most of the best music that's ever been created has been done on drugs.
Yeah, but not on drugs in toilets.
One of his fans has said he's done it because he's been on tour, now he's not on tour, and he's empty, he's got nothing to do. But I thought, when my granddad retired, he didn't start bumming and taking crack in toilets.
I think one of the reasons about the toilets, public toilets, there's a lot of tension in public toilets, especially men's urinals. If you're standing at your urinal with 5 or 6 other men, it's a very tense environment.
Yeah,
all you have to do is just do, like, a little shimmy, and it causes blind panic. People go, Jesus Christ! What's going on? What are you up to? They are very tense places, and there's also that I think he gets ideas. You know that nonchalant whistling they have in toilets? Where if you're in a toilet, you hear someone going...
What does that mean?
And then it's really worrying when it stops. That's where I reckon he got the idea for the sax solo in Careless Whisper.
But they are disgusting as well. Bloke's toilet, basically, somebody went in about 15 years ago, got their cock out, started pissing and spinning round. And then every so often a member of staff goes in, signs the name on a wall and then walks back out again.
My favourite one is there's one on the A1 in the services, and it says on the outside of the toilet sort of thing, it says, these facilities are checked weekly. But if you don't care, don't check them. Yeah, we check weekly. They open the door and go, that's a shithole. Job done.
I
I went to Knutsford Services and it said this toilet will be cleaned again in 26 minutes. There's a big countdown display.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, I like watching the toilets getting cleaned as much as you do, but I'm not waiting 26 minutes. 20 minutes is the absolute cut-off for me. So I know what I'll do. I'll have half a shit here, push on and try and catch the cleaners in Kiel. That's what I thought.
Right, let's have a look and see whether George Michael is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, this is the story that George Michael has been arrested in a public lavatory again. George Michael does practice safe sex. He keeps one foot up against the cubicle door. Jason, Ulrika, Rod, what else have the nation been talking about this week?
I think it's got to be David Blaine. He's supposed to be a magician, and his latest trick is hanging upside down for 60 hours. You're like, that's not a trick, is it? What happened to proper magic? When you see a magician, you want to go, I wonder how he did that. Not, what a prick.
Let's have a look at a picture of the little fella in action. There he is. That's him upside down.
I used to hate David Copperfield till he came along. Now I quite miss the spangly blow-dried ponce. His formula of magic, whatever he does, seems to be really awkward, plus time, plus catheter. They're all about things where he can't really go for a piss.
How does the catheter work going up? Is there a nurse in the house?
Because George Michael's on the other end sucking it.
I met him once, actually.
Oh, go on, what did you think?
Yeah, and I really did believe he was magic in the beginning. And so then he said, can I take your number? And I went, well, that's fine. He goes, I'll remember it, just give it to me. And I went, 0783. He goes, can I just borrow a pen? So he clearly is not magic at all.
But that's what's annoying about his endurance tricks. They've got progressively worse and less impressive.
The first one was good when he stood up on...
You know, so he's done that. He stood on a pole for a long time, right? He was in some ice, right? He was in some ice. That was pretty impressive. And then gradually, you know, now he's like, I'm hanging upside down for a couple of days and every so often I'm going to have a bit of a rest. And I expect his next one's just going to be, for my next trick, I'm going to put some fruit pastels in my mouth and I'm not going to chew.
Jason, have you spent the first 2 minutes of the show writing with a biro? Well, let's have a look and see whether David Blaine is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, this is the story of David Blaine hanging upside down for 60 hours. David Blaine is hanging upside down with only electromagnetic boots holding him up. Let's hope there's not a power cut, or we won't be able to watch him fall to his death. OK, Sean, back over to you. What else do you think the nation should be talking about?
Golf.
Golf? What about golf?
Ryder Cup. Actually, Europe lost the Ryder Cup to America. I think the weird thing about it is the BBC say, and the Ryder Cup is on Radio 5 Live. And you think, no, it's not. It's on Sky Sports, the Ryder Cup. Listening to golf on the radio has got to be the most pointless experience known to man. If you were a mole at the course, you'd have a better idea of what's going on. You'd just say, like, oh, I think it might be in. You listen to it, you go, he's knocked it quite near the hole, and it's a bit nearer, and now it's in. That's it. It's just the most pointless thing. It's better off just listening to central heating. Is it? Use of your time. That's all the BBC's got.
Did you watch any of the golf?
I hate golf. That's not true.
Why'd you say it then?
You are like a mystery wrapped in an enigma.
I know.
I hate golf. Aha, or do I?
The big story in the Ryder Cup was Sandwichgate. They called it Sandwichgate, which was Nick Faldo got in trouble because he was holding the piece of paper with all the names of the golfers on and how they were going to play and how they were going to line up against the Americans. And someone took a picture of it, and afterwards he went, no, that was the sandwich order. That was a sandwich order for dinner. That wasn't anything tactical. It was a sandwich order. Like, Nick Faldo, the millionaire golfer, is also doing the catering for the tour. You're halfway through, but Nick, get us an ham and pickle. All right, mate.
Have you ever played golf?
I have tried to play golf.
You've tried to play it?
Yeah, but I always break windows because I practice at home and it always...
You always break windows? Yeah, you should practice outside, I think, is one of the key things.
No, I play outside, but it
Towards
has a big
the
house.
You golf
Jimmy.
overhand?
The next one's in Wales, isn't it? Next...
Yes, it is, yeah.
Ryder Cup. Newport.
Newport?
Yeah. Beautiful place?
No. Let's have a look and see if the golf was one of the most talked about things this week. I don't know much about golf, Nick Faldo, but if you can't get your players to chip a ball through a windmill and into a clown's mouth, you don't deserve to win. OK, Jason, over to you. What else have the nation been talking about?
Well, the front page of the papers were all about Gordon Brown having a kiss off his wife, and all the headlines in all the papers were kiss of life.
Kiss of wife.
Kiss of wife, of course. And stand by your man, that was another headline. Apart from the Daily Star, which headline was Robbie Williams in gorilla suit.
No, I thought it was quite interesting. It's incredibly well received, his speech today. And I thought there's a danger that Gordon Brown will think everything's going to be fine now, but I don't think that's the case. Because there's nothing that's going to save Gordon Brown. If he was assassinated, it wouldn't help him.
It's kind of like...
He could walk in with, like, Bin Laden on a lead, barking like a dog. Too late, mate. Too late. You haven't done enough.
Ulrika, do you support Labour? Do you like Gordon Brown?
He's like a bridesmaid who's really probably not meant to have ever been a bride.
If you're watching Spinsters, hi!
I did really quite fancy him when I met him.
Yeah. You know.
I did.
Oh, literally, I thought we were going... Oh.
Yeah, but I did screw Sven and Eriksson too, so that is slightly... Allegedly.
What do you mean, allegedly? You just said it. You can only really do that about other people. Let's see if Gordon Brown is one of the most talked about things this week.
It's all out of our mystery.
Yes, it was the Labour Party conference this week. To stabilise the economy, Brown promised tighter financial regulations, and so long as he manages to implement them, by April of last year, we'll all be fine. Ruth Kelly has resigned as Transport Secretary in order to spend more time with her family. It's bad news for Gordon Brown, and terrible news for her family. OK, fingers on buzzers. One more thing to get. What else have the nation been talking about?
Is it this thing about, apparently, 1 in £50 coins is a fake? And you can tell if they're frayed at the edges and it's not very good, you know, not very good quality.
Not very good. Sorry, what are you doing there? Scratch
very good
card?
quality.
I'm not from the north, so I don't do the scratch cards.
Yes, you are. They said you can tell that these pound coins are false is because you can test them in vending machines, that reliable piece of equipment, a vending machine, right? And I thought, when I've done that, you have done that thing, haven't you, when you put £1 in for a can of Coke or something and it's come back out and you do, then the next bit you, like, give it a little, make it wet, lick it a little bit and then put it back in, see if that works. And then I always do this last one where I try and take the vending machine by surprise. Where I just sort of hold it there just for a second and then just sort of go, is that Johnny Depp? Vending machine.
I can tell you that fake pound coins was not one of the most talked about things this week. But yes, this is the story that there are 30 million fake £1 coins in circulation. You can tell they're fake because if you look really closely, the Queen is Helen Mirren. One more thing to get things on buzzers.
Stonehenge?
Stonehenge.
Tara, I don't want to be niggly about the rules, but if someone else says it first, and then you say it directly afterwards...
You said it, Tara, though, like it was a trigger word for an assassin.
So, Ulrika.
They've been spending a long time trying to decipher what actually went on at Stonehenge, and it turns out that it was a place of healing, potentially. It's a bit like a sort of A&E department.
You're right, they said it was a hospital because a lot of the people that they found buried there had died from things like illness.
I want to hear what Tara's got to say, because you did say Stonehenge with such gusto.
I live near Stonehenge. Yeah, it is a place of well-being. Quick split, sunset. I always thought it was quite cool.
OK, let's have a look and see if Stonehenge is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, this is the story that Stonehenge used to be an ancient hospital. We know this because some of the patients from then are still on the waiting list. You can find out more about this story by watching Time Team, if there's absolutely nothing else on. OK, right, at the end of that round, I can tell you Sean's team have 2 points, Jason's team have 3 points. Our next round is called Pick of the Polls. Jason, you're to go first. What do you like the look of?
We're going to go with the monkey.
You've chosen the monkey?
Yeah.
13% of men believe a monkey could what?
Could talk.
13% of people believe a monkey could talk?
Men, not people.
Ulrika, we've all been hurt. You've got to move on. Let it go, let it go.
Is it carry a piano upstairs?
work.
Is kind of to do with work.
Could be a boss.
That's exactly right. You got it exactly right there. 30% of men believe a monkey could do their boss's job. Exactly right. Yes, 13% of men believe a monkey could do their boss's job. I prefer to see monkeys in their natural environment, cowering in metal crates, smoking B&H, with electrodes hanging out of their freshly shampooed eyes. I've just spotted a wizard up there. Hello, wizard. Sorry, we asked a question about Stonehenge and we really should have deferred to you. I love the Harry Potter films. Well done. OK, Tara, Sean, Doug, what do you like the look of?
Yeah, that one I should hammer all day.
He wants to hammer Sarah Palin all day long.
Do you?
No,
Oh.
not in that way. I think she's gross.
Well, you want to go...
When they say that, she's like really hot, and then you go, well, on what planet is she hot? Oh, she's hot for politics. She's hotter than John McCain.
OK, so you've chosen Sarah Palin. America is gripped by an election campaign which could see its first ever female vice president. So we polled the studio audience and asked them, do you want to see Sarah Palin in the White House? What do you think they said?
I think one of the really interesting things about her is that really all she's done is she's told a very good joke. She went out at the Republican thing and she did that joke. She said, what's the difference between a pit bull and a hockey mum? Lipstick. It's a good joke, and everyone goes, oh, that's a really good joke. And the thing I liked about it is it reminded me of the time that I put lipstick on a pit bull. And he was already pretty angry about the suspenders and high heels. So... struggle! We're going to finish the job! So you're not a fan, obviously not a fan at all. You're disgusted.
No, I'm not a fan. I think it's a cheap, transparent ploy to get women to vote for her, and I think the scary part is it could work.
It's working.
'Cause women build their lives on cheap, transparent ploys like romance and all these things.
I love the way you had them all on your side, then you just went, fuck off!
Let's get a guess over here. We asked our studio audience, do you want to see Sarah Palin in the White House? What do you think?
This audience, no way.
I can tell you you're absolutely right. The answer is no. 72% of our audience do not want to see Sarah Palin in the White House. This week, Sarah Palin was introduced to 8 world leaders in 48 hours. It was considered a success by the Republican Party because she only shot 2 of them. Sarah Palin brings beauty, enthusiasm and charm to a job that requires experience, integrity and common sense. So at the end of that round, Sean, Tara and Doug have 3 points, Jason, Ulrika and Rod have 4 points. The next round is Believe It or Not. In this round, I give the panellists a simple statement, and all they have to do is decide whether they think it's true or false. Here's a little clip to illustrate the statistic.
The city of Lincoln plays host to the Miss YTV contest 1980. One of the 15 lovely passengers is on her way to fame and fortune aboard this vintage fire engine. It's a perfect setting to find the girl nearest to perfection. The first prize is £500, a week's tour of Holland, and a year's contract to travel representing YTV at exciting events during the next 12 months.
Hello, Christine. Come and join me. Christine, you're a restaurant manageress.
That's correct, yeah.
Could you tell me how many staff you look after?
There's about 14 in all.
Any males?
Oh, yes, there's about 4 or 5. There's some gays as well.
Are there really? Do you have any problems with supervising males?
No, actually, because you find that they sort of share the same interests as yourself with being gay themselves.
Good luck with the competition, Christine, and thank you for joining me.
Thank you very much.
Like Whitney said, they're looking for the woman closest to perfection. They've sort of ruled out perfection, haven't they?
They also drove her in on a vintage fire engine. I mean, it was pretty crazy generally. 69% of people prefer brains to beauty. True or false?
Can't we have a little bit of each? If it's a choice of extremes, would you have somebody really beautiful, though, if they literally didn't have a brain at all, if they were incapable of any human
activity?
activity?
That's the only chance of me getting somebody like that, to be fair. And also one of those things, I've never heard any of my mates go, "Whoa, you should have seen this girl last night. Well, clever."
What would you go for, brains or beauty?
I always go for brains.
And
No.
Well, you like tactics, don't you? Very defensive tactics, I might add. Lacks ability to use the wing-backs, that's what you go for. Someone who doesn't really use the wingers and bring the play forward. Doesn't connect the midfield to the attacker. It should never have taken Theo Walcott. That was a disgrace.
So you would go for
I go for neither. I like thick, ugly women. It's just a roller coaster ride.
It'd be great if that was your taste.
Depressing, disappointing, worthless, hollow, meaningless relationships. You can flick from... You can do 10 in a day and nothing affects you. You can never get enough. It's like crisps.
Tara, you went out with James Blunt. What were you going for? Brains or beauty or...?
Size.
You're looking for a massive twat. So, 69% of people prefer brains to beauty. What do you think, Sean?
False.
I think it's true. I think it's
I've been
true.
overruled.
You think it's... OK, so your team thinks it's true?
Yeah.
OK, so you're going true. What are you guys going for?
I'm going to go false, then.
So you're going false? Well, I can tell you the answer is true.
Yay!
Yeah, 69% of people do prefer brains to beauty. The thing is, when you strip away the sexy clothes, the makeup and the French cut panties, what are you left with? An erection. So at the end of that round, it's 4 points for Sean's team and 4 points for Jason's team. It is neck and neck as we go into our final round, which is, and the winner is, OK, Britain's least popular present.
I bought my husband a Jimmy Carr live DVD.
You bought your husband a Jimmy Carr live DVD. Thank you very much for the money.
And he bought me one as well.
He bought you one?
Yeah.
What?
So
you
the
bought
two
each
of
other?
us. I know, isn't that weird?
Jimmy, the question was least popular present.
It was really unpopular.
Can't believe my luck. What's the worst thing you've ever been given?
My birthday's the day before Christmas, and my brother gave me a pack of 3 blank cassettes, one for my birthday and the other 2 for Christmas.
A pack of 3 blank cassettes?
Yeah.
Here, you like music, put some on this.
What about one of those adopt a donkey gifts that people do?
Which is really annoying. They give it to a village in Peru.
yeah, exactly.
And you think, I'd really like a donkey.
I've got one. You can have one. I'll give it to you for Christmas, I
Really?
promise. I really will.
Wow.
I had,
Yeah, I've got 2.
Where have you got your donkeys?
At home. I promise you, you're going to get it.
Do I get a donkey outside my house, or I've still
If
got
you
this
want him,
notion
yeah.
of a donkey somewhere? This
these-
might be. They might have shot
Yeah.
it years ago.
If you sponsor a child or a donkey or anything like that, get them to hold up a paper, today's paper with it.
Yeah,
like a
yeah.
hostage situation.
Yeah, I'm going to give it. He's called Charlie.
He's called Charlie. He's literally a drugs mule.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave show business. I'm going to do
I'm going to
donkey
give
rides.
it to you.
probably not the least popular, but it's the worst thing or the most confusing thing I've had. My mother bought me a torch with the power of 1,000,000 candles. Have you seen those? Because I've got no notion of how bright 1,000,000 candles is. Have you? I don't think in candles, to be honest. 100,000's got to be enough for any domestic situation, hasn't it? 1,000,000 candles for $3.99. That's going to spell the end of the That's going to spell the end of the single candle, isn't it? That's for a start. Tesco's do them in packs of 5 for $1.99. You're saving nearly 400 grand there, aren't you?
OK, Britain's least popular present. I'll tell you, it's meant to be kind of a sensual thing.
Chlamydia.
Is it those bath bombs?
I'll give you that, yeah, near enough. That's a great answer.
Bubbles. Really?
Yes, Britain's least popular present is bubble bath. Well, if they're not grateful for their bubble bath, why not throw in a toaster? OK, next question. Top way to annoy people on public transport.
I think it's voting for Boris Johnson is the best way to annoy people on public transport.
I
what a
love
surprise.
Boris.
Looks to me, he looks like somewhere on his body there's a zip. And if you unzip it, you can just get in him and pretend to be him for a few hours.
Is it hanging upside down in electromagnet boots?
Is it talking in the quiet carriage?
I had a woman, it wasn't in the quiet carriage, it was in the regular carriage, and I got a phone call. And I did that thing of, you know, you take a phone call like you take it on the train. So you take it a little bit quietly and quickly. You kind of go, yeah, no, fine, yeah, OK. And she said, in the middle of my phone call, she went, I didn't buy a ticket to listen to your phone call. And I went, it's one of the bravest things I've ever done. I went, I just have to hold for a second because a woman needs to mind her business.
Did you do that?
I'm quite street. Watch yourself.
Actual music, like really tinny, shitty music out the back.
maybe wearing...
That's really annoying. That is the correct answer, yeah. Yeah, Yes, the top way to annoy people on public transport is playing very loud music. I hate hearing that annoying tick, tick, tick from someone's rucksack. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean, Tara and Doug have 4 points, but Jason, Ulrika and Rod are the winners with 6 points. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
Princess of Darkness, Kelly Osbourne. Hair-raising funny man, Andy Zaltzman. And their team captain, Jason Manford. And facing them tonight, a puppet, Alex Zane. Canada Dry, Stuart Francis. And their team captain, John Locke. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, on average in the Northern Hemisphere, January is the coldest month of the year. However, if you were in Australia, you'd be surrounded by twats. 30% of us refuse to sit on a public toilet seat, which is perhaps why there's shit all over the floor. And the longest kiss on record lasted 130 hours. I'd like to see two beautiful women try and beat that. Let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. We've teamed up with a leading polling organisation and they've asked the British nation what stories they've been talking about this week. It's our panellists' job to guess the British public's top 5 most popular talking points. Sean, your team to go first.
I think people have been talking about the story about Starbucks, that they leave a tap running in every single Starbucks all throughout the world. And apparently it's that the Starbucks excuse, because obviously it's caused shock and horror as a waste, Starbucks excuse is that it's for hygiene reasons, because they put the spoons in it. So although it's not very hygienic, a tap running, isn't it? Because it attracts cats to sort of pour it. They love pouring the tap water, don't they? How ill can you get from a teaspoon? Anyway, I've got teaspoons in my house. They're disgusting. They look like they've passed through a Shire horse. I'm fine. Do you think there's a special hospital ward with people who can just blink one eyelid because they had a dirty teaspoon?
I'll tell you how ill you can get. Have you seen Pete Doherty?
Yeah.
That's all from teaspoons.
I had a friend in high school whose mother found out she was doing drugs and she had antique spoons that she'd destroyed, and that was what she was more upset with than the fact that her daughter was doing heroin. That she ruined her antique spoons.
Her daughter was doing heroin. She's gone, you've cooked up in the good spoons. You're a disgrace.
Well, you can make a new daughter, but you'd have to buy a new spoon.
You said that, Andy, like you'd make one in a lab.
You look at Zaltzman, you think he might have made a kid in a lab.
I don't know how you can waste water. We've got the same amount of water as we've ever had. We're mostly water. The problem is it's in the wrong place. It's in Starbucks rather than Africa. That's the problem. The only people wasting water are people going into space when it don't come back. That's the only people wasting water. Damn you, Aldrin!
Did you know that Starbucks is an anagram of burst taps? It's not. It's not. I just like to cheat. Nobody really checks up on anagrams. They just assume you've done the work. They go, oh, really? Nobody goes, hold on a sec.
That is a shocking indictment on our studio audience that they went, yeah!
You go into Starbucks, they do the fair trade question now. They go, do you want that as a fair trade coffee? And who in that situation goes, no, I want the other one. I don't want the fair trade, I want the Exploito. Give me the Exploito. Yeah, I really want to hurt some farmers, make it massive, and put a picture of a crying child on it for me.
Let's see if Starbucks is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, Starbucks have been accused of wasting water by leaving taps constantly running. Starbucks have said the practice exists to exceed health and safety standards, and they're working on an alternative solution as a priority. I've got a solution for you. What's that? And then that. Jason, Kelly, Andy, what else have the nation been talking about this week?
Andy?
Well, I think probably the American election has got the world really excited. Whoever wins on November the 4th, by virtue of following George W. Bush into the White House, they will seem to have been one of the 5 greatest presidents in American history. Following Bush into the White House is a bit like following Mozart in a triple jump competition, because no matter how bad you are, he's been dead since the 18th century.
Palin accused Barack Obama of, palling around with terrorists.
Yeah.
Then, ironically, she excused herself because she had a lunch date with George W. Bush.
It's a funny phrase, though, isn't it, that she was palling around with terrorists. He's got some very loose ties with a bloke who 40 years ago was part of an anti-Vietnam War demonstration.
What's wrong with that?
Well, he did bomb the Pentagon.
Oh.
Barack Obama is an anagram of Bomb America.
There's still a few at the back where it started.
But it might be. You don't know. You've got to check it.
Can I throw you a curveball with Sarah Palin?
Yeah, baby.
She is so evil, she's sexy.
Alex, who are you? Like, what goes on in your brain?
Like, you know, once she's killed all the polar bears, I want her to walk up and down my back in those heels.
Do you have a girlfriend? No wonder.
It's like a chat room on Bebo. One of her main character traits to sell her on is the fact that she shot a bear. When has that been a good thing? Like, vote for me, I threw a brick at a swan. Vote for me, I put mustard on a cat's arse. I'd want to vote for someone who said, vote for me, I opened the window for flies. You know.
I can tell you it's not one of the most talked about things this week. This is the story of mudslinging in the US election. Sarah Palin called Obama an embarrassment, which is the pot calling the kettle black, which thankfully she didn't say. What else have the nation been talking about?
I think O.J. Simpson? Is it O.J. Simpson? He was convicted of kidnapping and...
2 memorabilia dealers.
And it doesn't look good. He was actually convicted, and they've got video. The prosecutors have video evidence against him. They have audio evidence against him. They've got numerous witnesses. I like his chances.
You think we're getting away with... I mean, you think we've been acquitted of murder. I think we got away with that. You would think after that you'd go, I'm going to keep my head down. You know what I mean? For a little bit.
At least wear a balaclava. He goes up to 2 memorabilia dealers, holds them up, and they go, and when the police come, they go, yeah, it's him on that picture there, or any of the shirts that we sell.
Also, you just think about it, don't you? Think, what a country. Kill your wife, that's fine. Steal 2 signed footballs, life imprisonment.
Do people collect any of your bits and pieces, Jimmy? Do you have memorabilia? Did anyone collect anything of yours?
I think you should have a range of tabletop wargaming miniatures that all look like you.
Just use Lego men. Little Lego men.
Yeah, look, they've got his haircut.
Yeah.
You can talk. You're copying my haircut.
Mine's hip. It's a bit Hoxton. There you go.
Literally, that's it. That's all.
50 quid says someone comes on now to sort it out.
I'll do it. It's all right. I'm professional. OK, shall we have a look and see whether OJ is one of the most talked about things this week? Yay! Incredibly, the second most talked about thing this week. This is the story that O.J. Simpson has been convicted of kidnap and armed robbery. On the plus side for O.J., at least the man who killed his wife is finally behind bars. OK, what else have the nation been talking about, Jason? Andy?
It's probably the economic crisis again. I don't know a lot about global economics.
No.
That sounds like the start of a song. I don't know much about global economics. I love you, baby.
They're saying now that they're going to save the banks. £50 billion pounds they're going to save the banks, which is 1,600 quid to each of the taxpayers, right? That's how much it's going to cost us. And I thought to myself, surely they could do it, they could fix it with emergency tax, right? You remember when you, like, get a job, when you first start a job, and you get your paycheck and you go, you've been working your arse off all week, and they go, £12.40. You go, oh, where's the rest of my money? Oh, it's emergency tax, right? You can get it back in a few weeks or in April or something. Do that, but with those bankers who are getting away with £3 million severage pay, get them ringing the tax office next week going, hey, I'm supposed to have £3 million here, but I've only got £15. What's happened? It's emergency tax, knobhead. Deal with it.
It would work, yeah. Well, it would work.
We all knew deep down that this bubble of prosperity we've enjoyed in recent years would burst. And I hope we learned some lessons. I think there's some important lessons to be learned.
What have you learned?
Well, I think I've learnt from the subprime crisis that if you lend a lot of money to people who have no way of paying that money back, they might not pay that money back. It's the kind of thing you can only learn that by trial and error. Yeah. Oh, that's the only way to learn.
The last time where the world experienced this was in 1929. There was a great crash. And the reason people don't really know much about it or the reasons behind it is because when you're at school, you learn about the Tudors. Which is very bleeding useful, isn't it? So you've lost your house or your savings, but if Henry VIII comes up in a pub quiz, watch me go to work.
Let's have a look and see whether the economy is one of the most talked about things this week. Of course it is. Yes, this is the ongoing story of the economic crisis. Pension funds have been hugely affected. Here's a message for people who are retiring in the next few weeks. You're not retiring. Things have got so bad, the property ladder is now a snake. Fingers on buzzers, what else have the nation been talking about?
Is it the cabinet reshuffle and the return of Mandelson? That's how you have to say it. Return of Mandelson.
Listen, I think Gordon Brown's furious. It's a typing error. He asked for Mandela. He thought, he'll make me look good. No way. Mandelson! No!
There's also speculation that Blunkett is going to go back to the cabinet room. He's not supposed to. It's just the dog keeps going there out of habit.
That's the interesting thing about it is that term, reshuffle, suggests a very sort of random way of choosing people in government. Like, you just get to their cars, go, brrr, let's see who's going to be Transport Minister. Brrr. Ooh, Anton de Beck. In Home Office, Pelé. Who wouldn't want Pelé in their government?
OK, let's see if the reshuffle is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, this is the story of the cabinet reshuffle resulting in the return of Peter Mandelson. Peter Mandelson's been brought back because of his expertise. Gordon Brown needs someone to resign. OK, got one more thing to get. Fingers on buzzers. Sean.
Is it Boris Johnson sacked Ian Blair, the head of the Metropolitan Police Commission? Which must be...
Boris's resignation, didn't actually sack.
Well, yeah, pretty much.
But it is the same thing, absolutely, yeah.
Kind of sacked him, which is a very humiliating thing. He's been sacked by Boris Johnson. It's like being sacked by Coco the Clown. And also the fact that Boris has got...
I haven't said anything. I didn't say a word.
Just pick up your game, all right?
It's frightening to think now that Boris has actually got power. It's terrifying, isn't it?
When I came back, I thought it was one of the new characters on Little Britain with all the nonsense. So that's great. I thought to myself.
Yeah. Should we have a look and see whether Sir Ian Blair is one of the most talked about things this week?
You betcha.
Yes, it is. Yes, this is the story. Britain's top policeman, Sir Ian Blair, has resigned. It is claimed Sir Ian was forced out of his job. Well, it could have been worse. He could have been forced to the floor of a tube train and repeatedly shot in the head. I can tell you, at the end of that round, Sean's team have 3 points, Jason's team have 2 points. Our next round is called Pick of the Polls. Jason, Kelly and Andy, your turn first. What do you like the look of?
Ooh. Well, we've got Jesus there. We're going to go with the big JC.
OK, in a poll to find the most famous person of all time, Jesus Christ, of Nazareth fame, came second. But who came first?
The only way this can stop us offending anyone is if number 1 is God. And number 3 is the Holy Spirit. That's the only way this is going to work.
Jimmy, where am I?
You are...
billion
in the world.
I've moved up.
What about Michael Jackson?
Correct.
Am I, is it real?
Wow. Genuinely, that is correct.
I only know that because my roommate's obsessed with Michael Jackson and he's the one that told me that.
Your roommate?
Yes.
You've got a roommate?
Yes, I do.
She's on day release.
No, I'm not on day release.
You on day release?
No, but there is a mental institution near where I live. They let people out on day releases.
There's a mental institution where you live?
Near where I live. And they let people out on day releases.
How's your dad?
Fine. Shut up.
Yeah, the most famous person of all time is Michael Jackson. Of course, Michael Jackson was most famous in the 1980s. Kids today might not know his music, but they could pick him out of a lineup. Because he's very recognisable. I used to love Michael Jackson, but now I just think he's a pale imitation of the man he used to be. What do you like the look of, Sean?
I like the Doctor.
OK, who would Brits prefer to live next door to, a doctor or a celebrity? What do you think?
Celebrity. We're all nosy bastards. I wouldn't know what they're doing.
You are a celebrity.
I'm a celebrity's daughter. It's different.
You're a celebrity in your own right now.
Why? Because I've had too many tantrums.
No, because you've had your own TV show. You're on TV right now.
You sound like her agent. You're a celebrity in your own right now. You really are.
No, really.
Believe. Now go and fly.
It depends, really, doesn't it, what celebrity and what doctor? Because if it was like a celebrity, it was like Andy, that'd be quite useful, wouldn't it, every time you need a shelf or a door putting up or your radiator's bleeding, he'd be there for you. But if it's a doctor like Shipman, I might leave it.
I bet Handy Andy sitting home going, I can't believe I got mentioned. Who would Brits prefer to live next door to, a doctor or a celebrity?
I wouldn't want to live next door to a doctor for reasons, because I don't like doctors. Fair enough, they save your life. I'll give them that. But they have that contemptuous look in their face, don't they? Like, I'm a doctor. What have you done with your life? And now you're ill. You know, I don't like doctors. I think they're scum.
Sometimes they have to take your temperature like that, Sean. Get over it.
I've had the worst one. I've had the camera down the penis. I've had the
camera down the penis too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why did you need a camera up your willy?
Look, I'll show you. I'll show you guys.
I actually looked then. I couldn't stop looking.
Why does no one want to film the inside of my penis?
I know it sounds painful having a camera put in. This was all unpleasant, but this move...
What, with mine, they didn't do that with mine. They tied the end of it to an ambulance and waited for an emergency call. I pee now, it takes about half a second. It's just a big... It's like tipping a bucket of water out.
So, would you rather live next door to a doctor or a celebrity?
I think it's probably doctor. People would rather live next door.
I can tell you that 31% of homeowners would prefer to live next door to a doctor and just 5% wanted a celebrity. So if your neighbour was Gillian McKeith, then you'd be living next door to neither. Of course, Gillian McKeith isn't a real doctor. She's from You Are What You Eat. She ate a doctor. She thinks that's how it works. So at the end of that round, Sean, Alex and Stuart have 4 points. Jason, Kelly and Andy have 3 points. The next round is Believe It or Not. Let's have a look at a clip to illustrate your statistic.
This weekend in Sutton Coldfield, there is the World Lola Balling Championship. The what? Well, I'll show you, because we've got, on the Wider Weight Club, the current world champion, American Tim Darlington.
Got to bear in mind, he's the world champion. He is the best at that.
I wonder if before the shoot he wondered if, do these shorts make me look stupid?
OK, so your related question is, more people would like to time travel to the 80s than the 60s. Is that true or false?
You could go back to Liverpool in the 60s, right? Go to the Cavern Club, dress as a gypsy, right? And then go up to Paul McCartney and go, beware of one-legged women. I think the thing about the 60s is everyone talks about you going back to the 60s. It's all, you know, it's either really cool and trendy or it's like Heartbeat. You know, the 60s is very sort of fluffy and lovely. And the 60s, you know, nothing really bad. They reversed into a lamb or a district nurse lost her bicycle pump. I'd go back to 1936, Nuremberg, right? And I put a banana skin on the stage. So, totally changed the course of human history. Hitler walks up to give his speech. Millions of Germans going, he's an idiot.
There's other people who would have taken over Hitler's job, though. If to get rid of Hitler, you know, Goebbels would have come in.
Not taking one banana back to 36. when Hitler goes, whoa! And then they go, right, Goebbels, I'll put another one down.
Maybe in the future, a time machine gets invented and you already have done that, and that's how they got the Nazi walk originally, right? Oh! Look at this! They go, oh!
Oh, yeah, no, I remember.
One time I came home from school, my dad was drunk in a Nazi outfit in the living room. So I was like, OK, see you later.
I was going to say, my dad read the paper and took the dog out last week. Just a less exciting life I've got.
Alex Zane, what would you choose, 60s or 80s?
Is it? Are we actually definitely talking about?
We're not definitely doing it. It's just a question.
Right. Is it the?
I know what you're thinking. Would my trousers be cool?
Oh, it's a lot to think about. I want to impress wherever I go.
I go back and I tell a school child me, right, and I tell him, listen, nobody knows you had that fight with Kevin Sanderson. Nobody cares.
Did you have a fight with Kevin Sanderson?
I battered him.
You're off this show. Get off. OK, so the question again, more people would rather go back to the 80s than the 60s.
True. We're going to go true.
You're going true?
Different.
You're going false? I can tell you the answer is false. Yeah, more people wanted to go back to the 60s. If I could time travel, I'd go back to 2008, when I was a humble TV presenter, before the war, before the machines, before I got it together with Sarah Connor. So at the end of that round, it's 5 points for Sean's team and 3 points to Jason's team. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here is your first one. Most embarrassing thing about parents.
Having them.
What's the most embarrassing thing they've done?
I think it was like my 5th birthday. My dad locked all of us into a garden shed and then put the werewolf outfit from Bark at the Moon on and ran around the shed, and all the kids cried and went home.
My dad makes tea every night.
It's another vintage anecdote from the Zoltzman household.
The most embarrassing thing my dad does is in restaurants with that chip and pin machine. What he does when it comes over, he likes to go, oh, yeah, all right. Hello?
Hello? It's hearing them have sex and seeing a group of strangers standing around the car.
I recognise that car. Hang on.
My dad's not very embarrassing. The only thing he does is he likes arguing with people. He really likes arguing with people in shops or restaurants. I once had an argument when I was a kid in a fruit and veg shop because the way the bloke put the celery into the bag. And he shoved it in. You know, you'd shove it in from the bottom, from like the root of the celery, put it in like that. The bloke put it in that way. My dad said, well, it's ruined now, isn't it? He said, you've ruined it. You've probably bruised some of the apples and things. He said, I'll tell you what you do with your bag of fruit and veg. He just tipped it all out over the floor. I went, there you go. What do you think of that? And just walked out. And then, of course, we all got scurvy.
Is it your mum getting angry about the amount of times you use a door in a day? There's like a cut-off point with mums where there's like, you're not allowed to use the door. They don't tell you how many times you're allowed to use the door. But at some point in the day, you'll have used it too many times. You'll just hear, right, that's it now. You're either in or you're out.
Is it taste in music?
That is the correct answer. The most embarrassing thing about parents is their taste in music. My mum's got a finger on the pulse. Dad keeps on having heart attacks. OK, Britain's top fear.
Is it the internet breaking and us all after doing a bit of work? There'll be no Wikipedia, no Facebook, no sexymilfs.com.
Is it
finding yourself sitting in a comfy armchair, your partner to one side of you, and then suddenly Jeremy Kyle's there asking you a question.
I think people are most afraid of spiders.
Is the correct answer.
Is it? Yeah.
Yes, correct answer. Yes, Britain's top fear is spiders. Don't worry about spiders. What's the worst that could happen? You could swallow one. Not a problem. Swallow a bird. I know it sounds absurd, but then you could swallow a cat. Fancy that? Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean, Alex and Stuart have 6 points, Jason, Kelly and Andy have 4 points. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
Queen of comedy, Sarah Silverman. Welsh boy wonder, Steve Jones. And their team captain, Jason Manford. And facing them tonight, King of the Red Tops, Kelvin McKenzie. Northern Light, Alan Cochran. And their team captain, Sean Locke. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy
Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 37% of bingo winners don't tell their other halves about their windfall? And that's because their husbands are dead. 57% of British school kids think that Germany is the most boring country in Europe, which is a good thing. We had interesting Germany. And humans and dolphins are the only mammals that have sex for pleasure. But a dog will do it for a biscuit. Let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. We've teamed up with a leading polling organisation and they've asked the British nation what stories they've been discussing this week. It's our panellists' job to guess the British public's top 5 most talked about talking points. Jason, Steve, Sarah.
Super Gordon Brown. Flash Gordon. Yeah.
A one-eyed genius.
One-eyed genius. He sorted the country out. He sorted the world out.
You know that there's this thing about a baby boom going on. That during the credit crunch, people are staying in more and having kids. And me and my wife, well, we're not married, but I call her wife because girlfriend sounds too insignificant. Partner I don't like, and lodger she hates. So... We're having a baby. We're having another baby. And on Thursday, when the sort of financial system was really going into meltdown, we had a scan. We had a 20-week scan, and the sonographer was scanning her stomach, and she turned to me and she said, "Do you want to know whether it's a boy or a girl?" And the first thought that came to my head was, "I'd rather know if my money's safe at Lloyd's."
You know this £50 billion that we've paid the banks? Is it still going to take 5 days to clear? Or will it amazingly clear straight away?
But one of the problems has been that people are spending more than they've got, just as society. It's become visible, even. I knew it. I spotted it months ago. I saw a Bentley car in Dewsbury. Now, that's a £200,000 car, and Dewsbury itself is only worth £180,000.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I don't know that much about it. I know Iceland are involved somewhere. Does that mean there's any chance of Kerry Katona losing her Iceland contract? Because she is the reason I and druggy mums go to Iceland. Can anyone answer that?
The confusing thing about it is Iceland, the country, do actually own Iceland, the business.
No way.
They definitely do.
I'd like to see the new strapline, like, Mum's gone to Iceland to get our money back.
In the 70s, there was a war over cod.
In the 70s, there was a war over... All right, tell us more about this, Grandad. Oh, it's going to be one of these war stories.
Come here to learn, you didn't know that, right? So there's a war over cod, right? So if there was a war over cod, what What kind of war is there going to be over billions being stolen by the Icelanders?
We've got nuclear weapons and they haven't. So we should say to them, look, give us the money back or we'll turn you into dust land.
Let's have a look and see whether the economy is one of the most talked about things this week.
Of course it is.
Of course. Yes, this is the ongoing economic crisis. Critics say the government's rescue plan is too little, too late. I disagree. I think it's just enough. Too late. Sean, Alan and Kelvin, what else have the nation been talking about?
Is it the government's plan to sort of curb excessive drinking? Like bars, I didn't realise this, bars give free drinks to women. I didn't know that. So it's sort of like a trap. So they're going to stop them giving free drinks. In a bar, women will accept free drinks. If I stand on my front step with a can of Kestrel and a woman goes past and goes, do you want a swig? They run off.
There's something different between being at a bar and people giving you drinks and having your spit on a bottle outside your house.
What I do, Sarah, is I pour it into my shoe so they don't have to take it from the house.
My mistake.
Do you get bought drinks in bars?
I don't drink. I wish I did. I have like a Jewish stomach.
You might have to explain that because we don't have Jews here. Do Americans drink a lot?
Americans, they get kind of, when they drink, I don't know how it is here, but it gets kind of like a date rapey feel.
No, it's a pretty similar vibe, yeah.
Except a date rapey.
I'm so wasted. What do you guys want to do?
Because they were going to put, like, stickers on the side of drinks, aren't they? Like, pictures of, like, diseased livers and stuff like that. And I think that is not going to put people off. What they want to do is, like, have a picture of just, like, a fat woman in a bed, just like, and then underneath just saying, see you later, lover boy.
OK, I can tell you binge drinking is not one of the most talked about things this week. Jason's team, what else have the nation been talking about?
The election in the United States, it's really do or die because it's Barack Obama, who's awesome, and John McCain, who's horrifying, and even more horrifying, his running mate, Sarah Palin. She is everything gross about a pageant contestant, but without the desire for, like, world peace. Really?
Yeah.
I went to a fundraiser for Barack Obama, and it was really exciting because it was in Los Angeles, and it was really like a who's who, and I could walk right up to him. You know, this was like a year ago, and I wanted to think of a smart question, you know, so I go up to him, and I'm like, Senator Obama, when you were a student in Boston, did you encounter any racism? And he said something really interesting. He said, I'm Kanye West.
You did that amazing YouTube thing for Barack Obama in Florida.
Monkey's Point.
Oh, I'm just so...
I'm sorry, what? You were complimenting me.
That's all right. So I point and I get that. Cool.
No, I'm sorry. Amazing video.
Steve! Steve! Come on, Steve, come on. You did the long schlep. What's that?
The Great Schlep is a video I made, and basically all it is getting young Jewish kids to go to Florida and convince their grandparents to vote Obama. To be totally honest, it was really just to get all the Jews in one place. You have to keep an eye on them.
Yeah. I suppose grandparents are always desperate for a visit, aren't they?
Exactly, that's the thinking
Most
behind
old people are so lonely, if you told them Harold Shipman was coming for tea, they'd put the kettle on. Well, there you go. I don't mind. He might kill me, but I'll keep my wits about me.
There seems to be a constant theme of old.
Don't worry, by the time you think about complaining, you'll have forgot. So... You'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
Who do you think's going to win, sir?
I pray to the God I can't imagine exists that it's Obama, but honestly, if McCain wins, I'm going to move. I guess I'll have to go to Jewsbury.
And do you know what? I think the local community would make you feel very welcome in Dewsbury.
Or burn you as a witch. It'd be one or the other. Let's have a look and see whether the US election is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, it is. Yes, yet again. Yes, this is the US election campaign. I would definitely choose Sarah Palin for the job, if the job was skinning a moose while shooting an abortion doctor. Sean, Kelvin and Alan, what else have the nation been talking about?
McDonough and Guy Ritchie have finally chucked in their hand and said, bollocks to the lot of you, we're getting divorced, where's my 150 million quid?
Yeah, well, apparently there's no prenup. Guy didn't sign a prenup, so he might get £50 million off Madonna. Wow. Ka-ching.
I just think that Guy's very lucky he's got a kid with her because I can't help but feel that Madonna would have him killed otherwise. She's done it before. She's done it before.
With who?
What's Steve Irwin? Stingray, please, convenient. Very convenient.
Why did she kill him?
I don't want to go into it, Sean. I'm not going to go into it on TV.
No, I think McCartney's single, Madonna together.
Are you trying to create the perfect divorce?
Yeah.
That's too many legs.
And Guy I feel sorry for, because he's been spending nights at Sting's and Trudy's house. You think, how depressing is that? You're splitting up with your missus and they're going at it for 12 hours a day in the next room. Every so often, Sting pops in to talk about the Chinese economy or how trees cry when you punch them, or whatever.
Let's see if Madonna and Guy Ritchie are one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, this is the news that Madonna and Guy Ritchie are to divorce. The only surprise is that the marriage between the world's worst actress and Britain's least talented director didn't spawn more hit movies. Madonna is actually 50, but she's got the body of a man half her age.
So hard.
Fingers on buzzers, 2 more things to get. What else have the nation been talking about?
Is it the House of Lords rejecting the 42-day detention situation for terrorist suspects? I think if they're terrorists, then 42 days is all right, but if they're not, then it's a bit out of order.
Wise words.
That's my opinion.
You need 42 days to torture someone? My mother can do it in 8 minutes.
Maybe she should have a little wander down to Guantanamo.
It doesn't take 42 days. If I was in there, I'd go, right, are you a terrorist? No. Are you sure? Yeah, all right, forget it then, forget it. God, I hate the West, don't you? Yeah. Ah, got ya!
Okay, well, let's have a look and see whether the 42-day detention plan is one of the most talked about things this week. Of course it is. OK, one more thing to get. Fingers on buzzers. Jason.
Is it the Beckhams' housekeepers? They've been arrested on suspicion of stealing some of the Beckham stuff and whacking it on eBay.
They have denied it.
And I thought, who's buying Posh's clothes? The only people they're going to fit is people who haven't even got water in their village, never mind Wi-Fi.
It's famine victims with PayPal.
When you think in the moment of this credit crunch, whatever, people are losing their homes and their savings and their jobs, and he's lost a boot. Fuck off. I just said that. Yeah. Apparently, she was totally devastated. She was totally devastated, which can't help feeling she's got her sort of emotions set to sort of like oversensitive. I wonder how she copes with things like tsunami. Where does she go after
Who
that?
doesn't know that label? Is it new?
Should we have a look and see whether Posh and Becks are one of the most talked about things this week? Yes, this is the story that the Beckhams' British housekeepers have been accused of selling their stuff on eBay. Beckham has increased security so he doesn't lose anything else. He's put an extra strong piece of elastic on his mittens. At the end of that round, Sean's team has 1 point, Jason's team have 4 points. Wow. So next round is pick of the polls. Sean, Kelvin and Alan, you're first. What do you like the look of?
Yeah, let's go for the Queen.
Let's go for the Queen.
OK. 37% of people think the Queen has what?
A lot of sponging relatives, how about that? Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Go on.
Died.
I know what it is. The Queen has white finger. You know that sort of problem you get from too much drilling? You get white finger, your finger shakes, it's like that, it's always shaking. It can really hurt after a few years. She's been on the Kango in her spare time. She has a big concrete wall built, she just...
Another sun. Hidden.
A secret son, yeah.
Is it has regular sex with Philip?
I'm going to give you that. That is near enough. But in fact, 37% of British people think the Queen has the odd quickie. The Queen recently asked Prince Philip to show her the crown jewels and was very disappointed to receive a 3-hour tour of the Tower of London. Talking about the Queen having sex is actually a bit of a grey area.
That is not funny. Fuck off. Right. Right, now you fuck off. Right, OK, the game's changed now, right? Vile comes out, right? Fuck off. Right, here we go. I'm the captain. Right. Here we go.
OK, Sarah, Steve, Jason, what picture do you like the look of?
Let's go with a woman who's got these American flags for ears.
It's Nana Silverman.
Oh, look at her.
Did you say Nana Silverman?
Yeah.
Oh.
Adorable.
She's dead.
Is she? Well, they've done a lovely job stuffing her. OK, 31% of Americans believe they're under threat from what?
Oh, I know, losing the space race. Booyah. Is that right?
No.
Alien. Is the answer salad?
31% of Americans believe they're under threat from salad.
Or the elastic shortage.
Why aren't kids, or maybe they are, fat here? Kids...
Oh, no, we've got some fat kids, don't worry about that.
It's not their fault because it's fast food we shove down their throats and computers and video games and...
They eat anything.
Fear of molesters and stuff.
Fear of molesters, though, it's terrible because you keep them in the house, feeding them like that, they get fat, and then they can't run away when someone does try and molest them.
That's why they've all got them trainers with wheels on. Quick, a pervert!
Oh, the sneakers.
Yeah, that's the one. Sorry, yeah, sneakers.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay,
I
so-
should understand. Trainers are sneakers. Remember when you came to New York and you said a joke with trainers and you were like, and it didn't go over at all? And then we were like, yeah, sneakers.
I remember.
Remember when you were the fish out of water?
Yeah, OK.
Jim?
Now, you're over on tour, aren't you?
I'm doing a show on Sunday, the Hammersmith Apollo.
Do you think we'll get it?
You think we'll get it?
I've got the answer.
Yep.
31% of Americans believe they're under threat from Hamburglar.
Salem is the only clue I'll give you.
Witches?
Correct. The right answer. 31% of Americans believe they're under threat from witches. I'd like to reassure Americans that that's not a witch, it's Amy Winehouse. So at the end of that round, I can tell you that Sean, Kelvin and Alan have 1 point. Jason, Sarah and Steve have 6 points.
Oh, my God.
The next round is Believe It or Not. Let's have a look at the clip to illustrate the fact.
This is possibly the most familiar movement that most couples know, right? Of course. It is a forward and backward tilting of the pelvis. Just start out by doing just that. With practice, you can begin improvising, changing the amount of bend in the knees and letting the arms roam about on each other as you like, or she allows. You can use cheek to cheek at this point and full body contact. And remember, relax and have fun.
Is that the Heimlich manoeuvre?
There's no evidence that that woman's alive.
You should have seen my grandparents at my bat mitzvah. Very similar.
My girlfriend wanted me to reenact that scene from Dirty Dancing, so I went to a holiday camp and slept with a 17-year-old. Your related question. 8% of men have secretly used dancer-sized videos to keep themselves in shape. True or false?
I don't think they're using them to stay in shape, to be honest. I think they're popping them on and going, yeah, I'm just staying in shape, love, that's all I'm doing.
Sarah, are you attracted to a man that can dance?
I like a manly man, but I like a man who will let himself be vulnerable enough to try dancing.
There's 6 blokes here. Let's see, chair dancing, right? Who's got the best moves for Sarah and see which one turns her on.
Yeah, let's definitely start with you.
Let's start with... OK.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good start.
Oh, got a little bit dizzy now. Steve?
Oh, God.
Come on.
I'm going to take a old school...
Oh, no. Sarah's close. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were rubbing a cat.
Is this...
Your turn. There he goes.
Quite high in the air.
I've actually been dancing for the whole show, but I've been doing the river dance, so there's no upper body movement whatsoever. The whole show I've been dancing away happily. While you lot have been playing your panel game, I've been throwing fucking shapes under here.
There is a version of this show that goes out in Ireland, which is just Alan's feet.
Very popular it is too, but if you want some upper body stuff, what about that?
You realise whoever wins this, you have to fart.
Yeah, here we go.
Now the high point, ladies and gentlemen, what you've all been waiting for.
It's just a bit of that.
Oh, nice.
Not too much, you know. Oh, keep those orderlies away, they're stealing my stuff.
Well, I like to take things slowly, so usually what I do is I start off with...
Sarah, what do you think? Who was the best dancer?
Who was the sexiest?
I wish I could say all of you. I love Jason personally, but I would have to say Sean because he kind of just broke through and it was funny.
Well done, Sean.
Thank you.
Well done, mate.
Go on, Sean. Go on. Do you want to wait till after?
Can I have it later?
OK, so let's get some guesses. 8% of men have secretly used dancer-sized videos to keep them in shape. What do you think, Sean? Yes or no?
Yeah.
True or false? True? True? Do you think true?
Yeah.
Guess properly.
True.
Fine, near enough. Jason?
I think we're going to go true, actually.
OK, you're going true. I can tell you the answer is true. Yes. Incredibly, 8% of men have used a dancer-sized video. I tried to lose weight with salsa, but I put on 4 stone, mainly because of the Doritos. So at the end of that round, it's 2 points for Sean's team and 7 points to Jason's team. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here's your first one. Most desirable superpower.
I'd like to be really smart all the time and have one hand is an iron. I'm always really smart. And everywhere I go, people go, isn't he smart?
Welcome to my world.
My superpower fantasy is invisibility. I would find somebody I hate and take a massive shit over them. No, but think about it. They're sitting there having lunch with their parents. Bang, you're covered in shit. And I'm gone.
This is turning into a real think tank.
Yeah. In Harry Potter, they've got that invisibility cloak, haven't they? But Ron never uses it for evil, does he? It's always for good, isn't it? You never see at any point him sneaking into Hermione's room and having a little look at a Gryffindor.
Sarah, if you could have a superpower, what do you think you'd go with?
I would want the power to eat anything I want, and then it takes the nutrients out, and then I vomit in like a perfect ball, everything else, but it's mint flavored. Or no, just to fly, I think.
I'll put you down for both.
Okay.
Excellent. If you had a superpower?
I'd like to be able to run faster than the speed of sound.
You should just wish to walk at the speed of us. I'm sorry.
You kind of got it earlier. What did you say earlier?
Invisibility.
Correct answer.
Oh, I'll do.
Next question. Best way to break up with someone?
You're amazing, but I'm turned off by that.
I remember an ex-girlfriend of mine that I broke up with. She was moaning because she says some shops, there's a conspiracy. And she said to me at one point, she went, why am I a size 10 in that shop, but I'm a size 12 in that shop? I said, well, because there's a McDonald's in the middle, wasn't there?
And you broke up because of
that? And we broke up over the Big Mac. Not over it, like, give it me, you fat bitch.
You could probably get a pretty clean slate just from, like, a well-faked death.
what would happen if you bumped into them again.
I didn't think about it that far, Jason.
She just told you she was dead. Move on.
A friend of mine, when his relationships were getting too serious, used to leave his herpes medication lying around.
Friend of yours, was it?
Yeah, friend of mine.
Yeah, you can laugh. I fucked him earlier.
Not you, it's me, or... It's
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
OK, I'll take it then.
Yes, the best way to break up with someone is to blame yourself. I couldn't find the words to break up with my last girlfriend. There was nothing in the phrase book. In the end, I went with me not love you long time. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean, Kelvin and Alan have 2 points. Jason, Sarah and Steve are the winners with 9 points. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and all of you watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
It's not Gavin or Stacy, it's James Corden. He's big down under, Jim Jeffries, and their team captain, Sean Locke. And facing them tonight, TV's most dangerous critic, Charlie Brooker. She's got balls of steel, Olivia Lee, and their team captain, Jason Manford. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, there are 759 pubs in Britain called the Red Lion? My favourite is the Red Lion. An eighth of all liposuction patients are now in a bin round the back of the hospital. And in Sweden, an average of 10 car crashes a day involve the death of a moose, which is why the Swedes are such a good-looking race. Let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. We've teamed up with a leading polling organisation and they've asked the British nation what stories they've been discussing this week. Sean, Jim, James, what have the nation been talking about?
Is it the tragic tale of the Madonna and Guy Ritchie divorce?
Were you just wiping away a tear?
Yeah,
Sean?
I had a tear. It's turned out to be quite acrimonious.
She said she came out and said that he always belittle her in front of people. Last night, she played to 28,000 people in Vancouver and called him a retard.
No, emotionally retarded.
An emotional retard. Right, that's 28,000 people and like a few mates down the pub, just because she probably said, I'm an actress, and they all just pissed themselves laughing.
Part of the problem is her cabal of faith. Like, in their house, she's banned Christmas. I was thinking, she's called Madonna, right? That's like Captain Birdseye banning fish.
I don't understand the bitterness that people were displaying. Like, everybody's rubbing their hands together with glee because they're splitting up. Oh, look at them, they enjoyed 7 years of marriage, the failures. All the relationships I've had only last as long as it takes us to pass a reasonable-looking or even just clean man on the street, and then they're off clawing desperately at his back. So I just find it kind of sad.
Well, don't go out with cats. You perverts.
Are you a fan of his work, the Guy Ritchie?
Yeah, I just find it odd that every Guy Ritchie film that comes out has on the poster, Ritchie back to his best, which, you know, was just sort of above average. In the new film, it's all like, what is it about to be a rock and roller? I don't shiver git.
It bothers me that she's a mum, and if you look at all her recent videos, she's always in knickers, and we get it. OK, you work out, you've got a good body. Pants, put a little skirt on, perhaps, a pair of shorts.
I think for her age, she still looks quite fit. She is 80, isn't she?
I think she should come on in an orange. just her little hands and arms, like a promotion. You know, like when they promote a new drink, and someone dresses up as an orange. Yeah. Why doesn't she have a bit of fun, have a laugh at it now? Yeah. Madonna's orange tour, she just comes out in an orange. Rolls around.
The encore, she comes out as like a hot dog.
Yeah.
Voguing in it.
Yeah. A banana, face in a banana.
OK, let's see if Madonna and Guy Ritchie are one of the most talked about things this week. This is the continuing story of Madonna and Guy Ritchie's divorce. They used to have great nights out down the pub. Old, peculiar, bitter. Just 3 reasons why he chose to divorce her. OK, Jason, Olivia and Charlie, what else have the nation been talking about this week?
Is it the government releasing these UFO files or Operation Keep Everyone's Mind Off the Economy? Apparently, we're being visited by 11,000 UFOs or something. Only 5% are actually unidentified flying objects. The rest are like planes and stuff like that. And I think they can be sort of whittled down to 5% of people are mental. Yeah. There was one bloke who spotted a UFO land on a bypass in Somerset, right? It landed. 2 figures got out, dressed in black, and one of them checked the engine. Who is flying at light speeds to get here? One of them's gone, oh, cam belt's gone.
People never spot these things in, like, London.
Yeah.
Or Paris or anywhere where people are generally looking up at great things. Like, there's always someone looking up at the Eiffel Tower. And there's never been a single thing. It's always like Norwich. The only people they seem to target are people that are a bit weird with really shit camera equipment.
I've been abducted by aliens.
Yeah. We all
Loads of times. I had to take out a restraining order. I put it up on my bedroom door. I heard them come upstairs and go...
What happened when you were abducted?
They said, do you know, where's Jimmy Carr live? We want to bring him home.
Let's have a look and see if UFOs are one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, this week the Ministry of Defence have released files about past UFO sightings. I didn't want to admit I'd seen a UFO in case I was branded a nutter, said one nutter. Sean? Jim, James, what else have the nation been talking about?
The American election?
This week, Colin Powell came out in support of Barack Obama, didn't he? Which was quite unusual because Barack's a Democrat and Colin's a Republican. So...
Sarah Palin, isn't it? That's her name,
yeah,
the woman.
Yeah.
The more right-wing she gets, the more attractive I'm starting to find her. Is that wrong? Like a sexy Hitler.
Isn't a sexy Hitler you, Jimmy?
I do not really get the joke.
Do you really find her attractive, though?
No, truly.
People say they find her attractive, but I think it would be like sticking your dick into a swirling vortex of hate.
That's what I want in a wife.
Last time you came on, you were sexually aroused by Barack Obama.
The whole... I am so into the election, I'm Sky Plus in the debates.
Yeah. I think a lot of the politics, James, is going over your head, though.
Charlie, you presumably watch an unimaginable amount of TV. Have you watched the debates?
I did watch the debates. I watched the debates on CNN, which was mesmerising, because they had a little voter approval graph at the bottom, which was like a wobbly line, hooked up to some Ohio voters, and they'd twist a dial. If one of them said something they'd like, they'd twist a dial up, and if they didn't like it, they'd twist it down. So there's this wobbly line going. And all you did was end up staring at the line. And then I was kind of thinking it would be nice if people had those approval graphs on their heads when you were talking to them, so you could tell if they were interested in what you were saying or not. And then I realised that's basically facial expressions.
Okay, well, incredibly, it's not one of the most talked about things this week. It's been in the news a lot, but not one of the most talked about. The US election campaign continues. John McCain has a purple heart from his days in the army. He also has a purple face and shooting pains up his left arm. If McCain wins, he says he'll start with a clean sheet, which he'll cut 2 eye holes in and then pop over his head. OK, Jason, back over to you. What else have the nation been talking about?
Well, we think it might be Omar Bakri slagging off the X Factor. He says it's against Islam.
That's because the auditions are held at Mecca, but he thinks it's the city, not the bingo hall. He's got a bit mixed up. I think he should approve of Danny Minogue, because she, in a way, is kind of wearing a burqa, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you look at her face, the only thing that moves is her eyes. It's like she's wearing a flesh burqa.
Flesh burqa.
She does, she just sits there and goes... Nothing moves. Even when she talks, her lips don't move. The thing I really don't like about the X Factor is when they do... You know, they do the same songs over and over again, so people do, like, unique interpretations of songs, don't they? So someone will go, I believe children of future, and they believe... You know, they do stuff like that with the song, and I think...
Oh, stop it, Sean.
Stop it. I don't like the song anyway. You're taking something I hate and making it worse.
I don't like the little 4-year-old boy who's wandered on by mistake. The one who looks like... he looks like a fetus. He looks like a fetus of Jamie Oliver. They've been growing in a bag and they've accidentally let him out and now he's singing about his bloody problems.
That's what they should do with the X Factor now, because he's put a fatwa on the show, right? So I just say, execute the next person that's voted off, and then we'll just call it quits. Because when they're gone, they're dead to us anyway. If JLS go this Saturday, I won't mind if they're shot.
You could have a record contract. You, not great news.
Maybe Al-Qaeda have just caught on to the fact that to get any publicity in this country, you have to attach yourself to celebrity. They've realised, they've thought to themselves, well, obviously, that's the only way we're going to get any attention if we have a go at celebrities. I wouldn't be surprised if soon Osama bin Laden is releasing his own fragrance in time for Christmas. It's called, like, Infidel. Infidel. It only comes in 50ml bottles, so you can take it on a plane.
Let's have a look and see if Bakri's attack on the X Factor is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, well, this is the story that fundamentalist Omar Bakri has attacked X Factor for being anti-Muslim. Talent shows have already had a fatwa. Rick Waller, he was a right fatwa. OK, fingers on buzzers. What else have the nation been talking about? Sure.
George Osborne he's got himself into trouble because when Peter Mandelson was brought back into the government, he released some sort of comments that Peter Mandelson made, private comments.
He said he's been dripping poison, I believe, about Gordon Brown.
In response, Nat Rothschild has said that he was trying to solicit donations from a Russian billionaire, the richest man in Russia, which every Russian seems to be.
He said he met him twice and on this fella's yacht, but he never asked him for money, he said, which I think is fair enough, isn't it? I mean, you've met somebody twice and you're on their yacht. How do you even slip it like, oh, what's its top speed? Oh, brilliant. How many does it sleep like? Can I have 50 grand? Like, where do you slip that in?
I feel sorry for the Russian. He's a billionaire. He's got a beautiful yacht moored in a beautiful harbour. He wakes up in the morning, turns to his butler, he goes, well, what's on the itinerary today? He goes, well, we've got Peter Mandelson and George Osborne coming on board. Are you serious? I want supermodels. Yeah. Scarlett Johansson and some floss.
And maybe a little dab of MDMA.
I didn't even know what an oligarch was. I thought it was a sort of sea cow.
What is it?
I still don't.
It's like the body of a lion with a horse's head. Let's see if it's up there. Yes, the most talked about story of the week. Fingers on buzzers, one more to get. What else have the nation been talking about? Jason.
Is it the pilot who's been accused of being drunk on the passenger jet and he was taken off by police? I thought I'd love to have been there, because police are always a little bit smart-arsed, aren't they? You know, and they're arresting someone like, step out of the plane, sir. It's your plane, is it? What speed you were doing? 600 mile an hour. Yeah, I know.
They're all making a hoo-ha out of it. It's automatic. All he's got to do is press a button. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. It's trickier than that.
You can't even work straighteners.
I did this with straighteners, actually.
GHD?
Yeah.
Yeah, did you get the new ones?
The pink ones.
The new pink ones are amazing, aren't they?
All right, got one. Come on,
Jimmy. I think this is a sad story, because you just think to yourself, is there nothing you can drive when you're pissed? Is this what it's come to? You can't drive a car, you can't fly a plane, a boat, a bicycle. I mean, what is there left for us?
Well, let's have a look and see whether this pilot is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, this is the story. United Airlines pilot was arrested on suspicion of being drunk Despite the pilot being arrested and taken off the aircraft, the flight still ended in disaster as they landed on schedule in Faliraki. At the end of that round, Sean's team have 2 points, Jason's team have 3 points. Our next round is called Pick of the Polls, Sean. Jim, James, what do you like the look of?
What do you like the look of?
I like the man that's had 2 arms put on.
The man with the arms.
It's been announced that the world's first double arm transplant is recovering well, so we polled our studio audience and asked them, if you lost an arm, would you rather have a robotic arm or someone else's as a replacement?
This is the guy he had in Germany, didn't he? He had an arm 2 arms transplanted on.
But didn't he lose his arms in a shredder?
Yeah, he's a farmer.
Yeah, how do you lose 2 arms? Like, did one arm go in and you go, oh, I better get that back. Oh, now look what I've done.
Wouldn't it be a bit like sawing a leg off a chair? Like, he lost a few fingers and then he thought that doesn't even out, so I'll just shove a bit more of this arm in.
Guy, when he recovers, he can do things like he can just go bang, hit someone in the face.
Not
go,
me.
Not me. Wasn't my arm. Bang, the guy was a nutter.
God, I find it so strange if I was going out with a guy and he was, you know, getting a bit busy, romancing, and he just said, you know, these aren't my hands.
What if, though, Olivia, he was getting busy in the bedroom, you're getting a bit amorous, things are getting heated, he pulls away, the arm stays. The alternative for this guy, as opposed to getting someone else's arms, robotic arms.
If I did get a robot arm, I'd want it not to be just like a claw, like an Abu Hansa. I'd want it to have, like, Swiss Army knife functions. I'd like a bottle opener, a corkscrew.
He wants a frying pan there and a whisk.
So, we polled the audience, we asked them, would you rather have someone else's arm or a robotic arm? What do you think they said? What are you going to go with?
I think people would like a real arm.
You think real?
Yeah.
No, because robotic works right away, but I'll take real if that's what you two want.
Real.
You're overruling your team.
Yeah.
OK, I can tell you 75% of our audience said they wanted a robotic arm. If I lost both my arms, I'd probably just shrug it off. Jason, Charlie and Olivia, what do you like the look of?
We'll go with the Scouts.
OK, you're going with the Scouts? This week it was announced that the Scouts are to be given sex education, so we polled the studio audience and asked them, should they be given sex education?
Maybe it's being taught ironically, like, if you weren't in the Scouts, this is what you'd be having, you know what I mean? This is what the kids your age are doing while you're, you know, making fires and crying yourself to sleep in a tent.
This is what you could have won.
We're looking forward to seeing the first Scout with a fingering badge.
I used to be in the Scouts. In the handbook, they used to say, because Baden-Powell didn't approve of sex, that wasn't what... Baden-Powell's the guy who invented Scouts, in case you're missing it. And he said, if you feel like having sex, put your genitals in cold water and walk it off.
And then come to my room?
Yeah.
OK. We polled the studio audience and asked them, should the Scouts be given sex education?
Yes.
I think they look like a modern bunch.
OK, well, I can tell you that you're absolutely right. 81% of our audience think that the Scouts should be given sexual education. So, Scouts, in summary, a man has a gingang goody watcher and it produces gingang goo. So at the end of that round, Sean, James and Jim have 2 points, Jason, Charlie and Olivia have 4 points. The next round is Believe It or Not. Let's have a look at a clip to illustrate the statistic.
Nobody can tell me anything. I don't read Daily Mirror and so on. I go and have a look. And I've lived in the forests of North America, I've lived in the outback of the Ivory Coast, I've lived in India and Russia. I had my breakfast in Moscow and my tea in Wood Street, Nick. Yeah, I've been about a bit. I'm the only man in the history of mankind that has swum across the Straits of Johor. Nobody's ever done it before, not because of the currents or anything like that, nothing like that. It's sharks. It's not shark infested. But none of the locals go paddling. Yeah, I swum in. I know about sharks, yeah. I'm 6'3" and 16 stone, 200 weight, yeah. I know how to do them. You punch them right in the fucking ear hole and they swim out.
That was my dad. So don't mess with me, he's pretty hard. That was former boxer Paul Sykes there, talking about his life.
He's never left the north, that bloke, has he? No way. He punched a shark in the ear. He said, "Are sharks famous for their ears? Have they got massive ears?" I don't recall seeing a shark. Ooh, all right.
Sometimes those amazing stories are true. Like, the time I was at a fun fair, I was on a roller coaster, and it was going down towards a tunnel. A guy stood up, right? His head was sliced off, right? And his eyes came off and landed on my ice cream. And that is... There's no exaggeration.
The related question is, 40% of people admit they regularly exaggerate to make their lives seem more interesting. True or false?
No,
True. Not that I'm suggesting for a moment Paul Sykes was exaggerating.
What I do, if someone tells me a story, I apply something called the exaggeration rate. So if someone said to me, like, I was on a speedboat and I had sex with Beyonce, I'd look at them, you know, for example, it was Charlie told me that story, I'd say probably what happened to Charlie was he was on a bus and he waved at Maura Stewart. So there would be...
That's my best anecdote.
60%.
You think that's 60% true?
See, for example, I have a Nobel Prize in scaffolding. Now, apply the exaggeration rate, you get the truth. I've got a spanner.
Do you exaggerate?
No, I'm a terrible, terrible liar. I was once going out with a girl, and after 2 weeks, she was talking to me about something, and I wasn't listening. And
of course you weren't listening. Some bird talking at you.
Well, and she got upset. So I told her that I was deaf in one ear. It was a lie, and it's true. And I ended up going out with her for 7 years. And I could never find the right moment to explain to her that I wasn't deaf in one ear.
You should have waited for her to, like, slam the door and then go, oh, God, you fixed it! Just one day.
Where were you?
Sometimes you have to exaggerate, right? When I was at school, I had a bet with this guy at school called Andy that I could get on Richard and Judy's phone-in, right, on This Morning. Never happened until the golden day, which was one of them brilliant days where we couldn't go into school because it had been snowing. The phone-in was on bullying. So I rang in, spoke to the first woman, and I said, oh, I'm being bullied. And she said, oh, should you be at school now? And I went, yeah, I'm playing truant. I just can't bear to go in. OK, someone will call me back. Then Denise, you remember Denise? Yeah. She called me back, and she spoke to me on the phone. Stay on the line, you're the first caller on the show. And ended up talking to Richard and Judy all about how much I was being bullied. Right? And by the time I'm on air, I'm laying it on so thick, I start to almost cry on the phone. The thing is, Richard, all I want to do is a school play, but I haven't got the confidence. And he said, let me tell you something, James. You ringing in today is braver than any of them bullies do, and we, for one, are proud of you. I said, that means the world to me. Biggest lie I ever told.
40% of people admit regularly exaggerating to make their lives seem more interesting. True or false?
True. We think it's true.
You're going to go true. What are you going to go with?
False.
You're going to go false. OK. I can tell you the answer is false. Only 16% of people exaggerate to make their lives seem more interesting.
Yeah, that's right.
I'd never exaggerate to make my life seem more interesting, as I was telling my dinner guests last night. Sue Pollard and Rusty Lee. So at the end of that round, it's 2 points for Sean's team and 5 points to Jason's team. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here's your first one. Britain's biggest annoyance.
Is it... well, it's either Jeremy Carl's face or Jeremy Carl's voice. The man, the voice, the face, the prick. That's what I call him.
What my mum does, which is this, so you talk to me, just say anything, and this is what my mum does.
Oh, hello, James, how are you doing? You all right, No, he's incredibly annoying. Could not be more.
That's my biggest annoyance, is my mum doing that. So I imagine that's probably Britain's.
I'll tell you what's annoying. That little paperclip bastard who comes up on Microsoft Word. You look like you're writing a letter.
Is it Australian immigrants? Well, I'm just hated everywhere I go.
That might be more to do with you.
Yeah. I think I know the answer. Is it when you're in the bath and the phone goes and you get out of the bath and when you get down there, there's always a little pause, and then it starts, good afternoon. You have won a prize.
You're absolutely right. That's the right answer. Yes, Britain's biggest annoyance is cold callers. I got a cold caller yesterday. It was my nan begging me to pay her heating bill. Next question. Most offensive thing on TV.
Is it Country File?
Is it Super Nanny? Because she can't fly, she hasn't got a cape. If all Superman had was bad diction and a naughty step, I don't think it'd be such a big deal, would it?
Acceptable. Acceptable. Oh.
I know what you find offensive on TV, because you've told me it's those Nazi documentaries when they show all the camps, because you were telling me about how it's all faked. And you had all those pamphlets you were giving me and all those links to websites where like-minded individuals discuss it.
Yeah.
He's always on about it, isn't he?
Yeah. Fighting and punching.
I'll give you that. It's violence on TV. It's the most offensive thing. Third on the list was sex. Well, if you don't like sex on TV, you could always turn over, do it on the minibar. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean, James and Jim have 3 points. Jason, Charlie and Olivia are the winners with 6 points. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
News guru Krishnan Guru Murthy and their team captain Jason Manford. And facing them tonight, in the thick of it, Chris Addison. She's 10 years younger, it's Nikki Hamilton-Jones. And their team captain, Sean Locke. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 46% of women spend over an hour a day gossiping? At least that's what Judy at the Royal Association of Statisticians told Marlene at the National Audit Office. Cheerleading accounts for 54% of all injuries in American high schools. Oh dear, I seem to have broken your hymen. And the average person loses 50% of their taste buds by the time they're 60. So it is okay for your nana to live on cat food. Let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. We've teamed up with a leading polling organisation, and they've asked the British nation what stories they've been discussing this week. Jason, Johnny and Krishnan, what have the nation been talking about this week?
Reckon, boys?
This must be those appalling phone calls from Jonathan Ross and Russell Brand.
Have they been calling you again, Krishnan?
Yeah.
What are you wearing, Krishnan?
To that
Manuel.
Fawlty Towers actor. Yeah.
It's not like Andrew Sachs could have been terribly surprised to hear this news. If you have a granddaughter who is between 20 and 25, it is statistically more likely than not that Russell Brand has fucked her.
One of the reasons people are offended is also the granddaughter, you know, and regardless of the fact that she was in the Satanic Sluts, whatever, it's his image of his granddaughter.
That's the lady in question.
I wonder if she's actually wearing a T-shirt and it's a mirror and she's about to get attacked by Frankenstein.
I would, but I'd do a bit of foreplay. I'd get to take my bins out first.
What I found quite interesting about it was how did he know that she was Andrew Sachs's granddaughter? I've never had sex with anybody and during the act have gone, so what's your granddad do for a living? Oh, hey. Oh, bloody hell, because you don't look like him. And nobody's brought up, right, in the old days, Andrew Sachs was abused. Look at the way he used to get treated by John Cleese. He used to knock 7 bells of shit out of the poor little fella. And we just went, ha, 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 ha. Poke him in the eye, call him an idiot.
Hit him with a spoon, it was awful.
Because so much of our comedy is about humiliating people, would you instantly think that was outrageous and offensive and should lead to resignation?
Oh, shut up, you twat.
Or would you?
It's because it's Andrew Sachs. It's because it's a well-loved character.
It's a weird thing. You could name any celebrity from the 70s and we could say whether that'd be OK or not, based on how loved they are.
It's a new drinking game.
Cast of a lower low, not a problem. Fucked them all.
I've been thinking of phoning up David Attenborough saying, I've done one of your gorillas. It was nice.
I think it's odd that those two are celebrity friends. So Russell Brand and Jonathan Ross. One can't pronounce his R's, and the other one over-elaborates his R's, doesn't he? He's always Russell Brand on the radio. And I think that's weird. It's like having a mate with no legs is best mates with Michael Flatley. You know? All right, stop rubbing it in, mate.
I think maybe what they should do is say sorry and both of them get the haircut. Go on, get your haircuts. Yeah, smart yourself up. You long-haired layabouts.
Let's see if these prank phone calls are one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, the most talked about thing this week. This is the story of Jonathan Ross and Russell Brand's prank calls to Andrew Sachs. It's really difficult for Jonathan Ross to say sorry. It's also difficult for him to say around the rugged rascal brand. OK, Sean, Nikki, Chris, what else have the nation been talking about this week?
They've been talking about Prince Harry and his desire to fly a helicopter.
Yes. He's sort of chosen he wants to fly helicopters. In a way, the royals, they just do what they want. In a way, their life is like just one long episode of Jim Will Fix It.
It's a £46 million helicopter.
Yeah, the Apaches,
right? It loses about $6 million once you fly it off the forecourt. But it's a £46 million, and they're going to train a boy who had to cheat to get a C in GCSE art to fly it.
Yeah.
He probably couldn't draw one, could he? I think you should do something less predictable, though, right? And that's always the armed forces. I think you should do something like become a fireman or like a clamper. £60 fine, but I was clamped by Prince Harry.
I can tell you that Prince Harry is not one of the most talked about things this week.
Really?
Yeah, no, it has been in the news. This is the story that Prince Harry wants to train as an Apache helicopter pilot. Prince William was at the centre of a controversy earlier this year when he parked his chopper in Kate Middleton's back garden. Ah, young love. Right. Jason, Christian, Johnny, what else have the nation been talking about this week?
Is it these extreme marathon people who suffered extreme weather? You know?
What was that, Christian?
I can't bear this story. I had to do it on Sunday night. You know.
Yeah.
Well, it's your job reading the news. We all read the papers because we enjoy them. I can't bear this story. I had to read out what happened. Oh, they're running and then it rained. I hate it. Jon Snow gets all the good stories. I hate it.
You hear mountain marathon and you think, oh, you know, it's a bunch of athletes running up a hill. It's a bunch of old people hobbling up mountains. And then when we did the stories about how they were all washed away and didn't know what they were doing and got lost, they then got angry with us and saying, oh, no, you were making it up and we were all fine. And these stupid people, I just want to say to them, don't waste my time. I have had it with your stupid antics. The next time there's a weather storm, just don't call us.
Fair enough, yeah. That seems reasonable.
Can I just take a quick opportunity? I'd like to apologise on behalf of Channel 4 for any offence caused. I could give you this opportunity to resign. Would you like to resign? It's all the rage in the media. Go on, resign.
A bunch of very healthy people who can have whatever operation they want from the NHS, right, decide to go out and fucking try and kill themselves and cost us thousands of pounds in helicopter rescues and everything. I've had to drop 4 stone to get a new hip. Not by going up a mountain, I do now. Just by cutting out pastry.
You managed to drop 4 stone by cutting out pastry. How much pastry were you eating?
I slept on a pastry bed.
And ate...
And I ate it every night. I went to bed in a big pie. I woke up in tears. Yeah, I wept gravy. You know.
I know the petty.
It doesn't sound that far-fetched. I can see your head poking out of a pie.
Yeah. Like you're in a jacuzzi.
Nicky, do you think he looks 10 years younger?
Oh, look at Nicky. Nicky has no interest in me.
Looking good, Johnny. Your arms are really thin.
I've got a question for you, Nicky. I've been trying to get my wife to take part in your show, right, 10 years younger. Is it wrong that she's 22?
Yeah. You wanted to look too. Is that what you say?
No, she's 20 years younger. 12.
That'd be sick. I tell you what, that's sick. I'm just curious. I think...
Unfortunately, if the Channel 4 bosses are watching, I don't think we found Carol Vorderman's replacement.
Just to go back to this original mountain marathon, I think that mountain rescue sort of enjoy it, to be honest, because they're not a proper emergency service, are they? Like I will, you know, I'm to say it. I will never need mountain rescue. I will never need them, I promise you.
Ladbrokes, if you're watching, 40 quid. I'm only saying it because I'm a friend.
I'll never need them. I'll never need the Coast Guard either. I'll never need the Coast... My emergency service, police, ambulance, fire engine, AA, Domino's. They're not proper.
I would like to apologise on behalf of Channel 4 for any offence caused to Mountain Rescue. Jason would like to resign. OK, let's see whether this extreme marathon is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, this is the story. Organisers of an extreme marathon face criticism for going ahead despite bad weather. With 100-mile-an-hour winds, horizontal rain and competitors suffering broken bones and hypothermia, it's thought that this year's event was the funniest there's ever been. OK, back over to you. Sean, what else are the nation be talking about?
I imagine it's the US elections which are coming...
It's next week, isn't it? It's exciting.
Yeah, on Tuesday, and the polls have generally put Obama ahead, but, you know, they say the polls, they're not sure about the polls. John McCain has said he's gathering up. I'm not sure if he really wants to win, to be honest. You know, he's 72, right? You don't want to move house when you're 72. Yeah. I don't like moving the furniture to Hoover.
He did, in an effort to show that he's physically fit for this, he released 1,173 pages of medical records. If you've got 1,173 pages of medical records, you need to sit down.
We've got a clip of some ordinary Americans. Do you want to see what ordinary Americans think about the election? Have a look.
Yeah.
Al-Qaeda is dangerous. They're trying to kill us. And John McCain is the only guy that's even close to having the experience that's required to deal with them.
We don't vote for baby killers in this family, and Obama is a baby killer.
I'd hate to be that kid and have bedtime stories like that. The Al-Qaeda are trying to kill us. Night, night.
What do you think about the American election?
If Obama wins, we're going to flush out all the mad, stupid neo-Nazi skinheads who think you can kill a president by driving at him.
They were going to shoot him wearing white top hats.
Yeah.
What part of the plan? What part of the plan did that get involved in?
Well, you know what the problem was? They got a stylist.
What should we wear?
White top hat.
Put it on the Ritz, motherfucker!
Whenever you see white supremacists, they're always in their kind of late teens, early 20s. They've always got a Nazi tattoo on them, and that has really put me off getting a Nazi tattoo.
OK, let's see if the US election is one of the most talked about things this week.
I think it is.
Yes, the US election campaign enters its final week. The election takes place on November the 4th, so expect some fireworks on November the 5th. Right, fingers on buzzers, what else will the nation be talking about?
Is it the James Bond film that's premiered today or tomorrow or yesterday?
Friday.
Let's not fall out over it. We're not invited. There's no gadgets in this one, is there?
No,
There's not many gadgets.
They're ripping off the Bourne Identity.
Yeah.
The Bourne Identity did it! It's James Bond. He should have an umbrella coming out of his ass. Sickening.
Nikki, are you looking forward to the Bond movie?
Yeah, I am. I mean, I'm not a big Daniel Craig fan.
You're not?
No, I just Bonds just shouldn't be blonde.
He shouldn't be blonde?
I see Bonds as being a bit more dark-haired and a bit more rugged.
A bit more dark-haired, a bit more rugged?
Yeah.
But Daniel Craig's from Liverpool. Well, he grew up on the Wirral, didn't he? I think, and he's lost that accent. Don't you think that would make a better Bond? The name's Bond, James Bond. Fucking Smirnoff Ice, you prick.
Let's have a look and see whether the new James Bond movie is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, the new James Bond film is out this week. Every woman wants him, every man wants to be him, with his steely eyes, incredible physique, and his chisel features. It's impossible not to look at Sean Locke and think, this guy should be Bond.
You're probably right.
Daniel Craig got a gash on his face whilst filming. I suppose that's one of the perks of being Bond, isn't it? One more thing to get. Something happening this week. Go on.
Ooh. Asthma. Is it? Is it the asthma? It's gone rocketed up.
Halloween.
Halloween. Halloween. Come on, say it with me.
Halloween.
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 Go on.
It's Halloween. And...
That's all you can say, really.
Yeah, basically, it's happening. And all the kids come and knock on your door every 5 minutes asking for sweets, which is like a takeaway service for paedophiles. It's a bit weird.
I think what they did was they sat down with all the paedophiles and they agreed that on Halloween they'd have a kind of ceasefire. Say, OK, for one day of the year, can you stop your tampering ways? Let the kids go have a bit of fun, we can all relax.
When I was a kid with trick-or-treating, right, if someone said trick or they didn't answer the door but you knew they were in, right, you would maybe egg their house or, you know, throw a bit of toilet roll through the trees or whatever. But I read the other day that one of the tricks this year is burning people's cars. that's not a trick, that's a crime, isn't it? It's not a trick or military coup.
Let's have a look and see whether Halloween is one of the most talked about things this week.
Got away with that.
Yes, it's Halloween. What a lot of the local kids don't realise is I was planning on covering my house with toilet paper anyway, so the joke's on them. So, those are the 5 most talked about things this week. In other news, they're saying the credit crunch spells a return to the 1970s. Shit, I haven't done my French homework. In sporting news, Harry Redknapp has taken over as manager of Spurs, Tony Adams has been made manager of Portsmouth, and Diego Maradona has been made manager of Nando's. So at the end of that round, Sean, Chris and Nikki have 2 points. Jason, Johnny and Christian have 3 points. So our next round is called Pick of the Polls. Sean, Chris and Nikki, you're to choose first. What would you like the look of?
We'll go for the dog.
OK. Let's have a look at a clip to illustrate your statistic.
First, Elaine enters her special psychic zone, and Ben enters his.
OK. Right, so go. Ben, are you happy with what we're doing for you now, sweetheart, to help you? Would you still like me to continue with the Reiki?
Yes, I like Reiki. It's really good what you're doing. I'm very grateful. But do you think you could make time to just have it for me?
And what signal will you give me?
I'll bark and bang your leg with my paw.
Right, I think you're going to have to show me that, Ben, so that I know it's the right signal.
I'm just nice and relaxed at the moment. I'll show it you later. Oh, and by the way, I love you.
Oh, thanks, Ben. You've done it again.
Amazing. Easiest job in the world, isn't it? Pretending to pretend to be able to be a dog. Yeah, like with its owner asking you questions like, what do you like? I like going for a walk and licking my own bollocks.
OK. 25% of dogs have had alternative therapies, true or false?
What was that? Was Reiki she was doing, was
that
it?
was Reiki, yeah.
She's telling the owner what the dog needs.
The owner is telling her through the incredible power of being mental. What the dog is thinking. I mean mental as in she's got a mental connection with it. I'm not suggesting the woman is mental.
When you get a dog outfit and you just come in and sit there and read a paper in front of your dog, it freaks them out. You do all the like human things, but just dressed as a dog and go, well, just do really very banal human things in front of the dog dressed as a dog, and it drives him mad.
I think, Johnny, though, I think you'll start a craze. Invest in dog suits.
I zip off the dog suit and do like 500,000 years of evolution and become a man. Like
Men
that.
didn't actually evolve from dogs. That's not a thing.
We're evolving to...
Do you know what? 5 stages of evolution, and the one thing they're missing off the beginning is a poodle.
It's dog, Neanderthal man, sort of Cro-Magnon man.
Where did
then there's
dogs
like a
come
chicken, and then it goes up into human. Johnny's map of evolution. For about 6 months, we were a chicken.
So 25% of dogs have had alternative therapies, true or false? What do you think, Sean?
I don't think anyone would do that. I think it's false.
But dog whispering's alternative, right? So I think it could be true.
Do you know, I do a bit of dog whispering. I do a bit of dog whispering. Sit down! Sit!
That's spitting, darling.
Oh, sorry.
What do you think, true or false?
False.
You're going
say
false?
true.
All right, you guys, what do you think, true or false?
I just think, what are you stressed about? I've never seen a dog that stresses. Every day is the happiest day of its life, isn't it? It just wakes up like, oh, I'm awake! Woo! It's true. You think true? Well, we're going to go with Johnny Vegas.
OK, so you're going true. I can tell you the answer is true. Yes. 25% of dogs have had alternative therapies. OK, Jason, your team to choose. What do you want to go for?
We've got this fat person.
I prefer the term colleague.
Let's go with fat. We know fat. If there's one thing this team knows, it's fat.
OK. You've chosen the fat man. That is a picture of the world's largest man who got married this week, OK? We polled the audience and asked them, if your partner became morbidly obese, would you leave them?
Well, they couldn't follow you, could they? I mean, you could basically pack your bag while they sat there. You couldn't wait until they go out. You just walk around going, go on, try and grab my leg as I go past you.
I think if you've married this bloke, and, you know, obviously stage one is when you had to have your wedding photos done on Google Earth. You know, I think we've got a problem here, love.
He lost 39 stone to get married. That's a lot of weight to lose, I think.
That's a lot of love.
You'd be annoyed if you were in the same Weight Watchers group as him. Would you leave your partner if they became
Totally,
morbidly
that's
obese?
the rule. You get
That's the
fat, you're
rule.
out.
The best way to do it is to, in your front door, you've got your front door, open the front door, and then have, like, a cutout of a shape that you feel is satisfactory for them to enter the property. And if they can't get through it, I'm sorry, it's the highway.
OK, Jason, I'm going to push you for an answer.
I'm going to go yes.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I would.
Can I join your team?
Go on, take your chair with you.
Come on.
No, I'm afraid we can't do it. No, not for ballast. I'm afraid we can't.
Hello, how are you, Johnny?
It's good over
So you're saying people would leave their partner if they were morbidly obese?
I think so, yeah.
OK, and you're saying, Sean?
No, I think people wouldn't.
OK, well, I can tell you, Sean, you're absolutely right. Our studio audience said no, they wouldn't leave their partner if they became morbidly obese. So an incredibly fat man has tied the knot. He's the world's fattest bridegroom, and she's the world's flattest bride. So at the end of that round, I can tell you it's 3 points for Sean's new team and 4 points for Jason's new team. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here's your first one. Top topic of conversation while getting drunk.
Oh, now we've lost Johnny Vegas.
I signed him in the transfer window.
Johnny, what do you normally talk about when you're drunk?
Dog suits. And occasionally, the worst funeral you've ever been to.
Have some.
Yeah, I'd have some, yeah.
Wrap it up, you fat bitch.
Yeah, I don't
That's
know.
the widget.
Got the widget.
Get out.
No, it's a diseased testicle. I operated on myself during the show.
Is the conversation I'm all right to go on this morning?
I can't stand... I've tasted it a couple of times, but lager. I remember my mates going, no, of course you don't like it. Nobody likes it first. You've got to learn to like it. And I'm like, no, I don't.
yeah,
I didn't have
never.
to learn to like anything else that I like. Like Jaffa cakes, bang, first time. I saw the packet and knew I was going to like them.
It's probably sport, isn't it? Something like sport.
That is the right answer.
Oh, well done.
Is it?
Yes, the top topic of conversation whilst drunk is sport. When I stumble in drunk and leering after a night on the town, my girlfriend knows there's only one thing I want, my second Bacardi Breezer. OK, most popular gadget for women.
Etch-a-sketch. Everyone loves an Etch-a-sketch.
Is it a Sky Plus box that doesn't record any of the Brucey bits in Strictly Come Dancing?
Brucey on that. I'd like to think... Because at some stage he's going to die live on a Saturday night. I like that.
Resign.
I'd like to resign. I'm an admirer of Bruce Forsyth. He's a beloved character, and I'd like to resign.
I know what it would be. It'd be a toaster. You put in bread, shoes come up.
Oh,
That's a great idea. Yeah.
What about
know what I think it is? I think it's an iron with a telly in it.
I'd like to apologise to any women not watching this in the 1970s.
You'd love that. And I'd like that.
Yeah. And a phone as well. Oh, shit!
Even worse. Bloody got a phone abroad.
I think I know what it is. Hair straighteners.
That is the correct answer from Johnny Vega. Yes, the most popular gadget for women is hair straighteners. Ironically, hairdressers can make anything straight, apart from themselves. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Jason, Nikki and Christian have 4 points, Sean, Chris and Johnny have 5 points. They've won. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
Dancing Queen, Jodie Kidd. Return of the Mac, Michael McIntyre. And their team captain, Jason Manford. And facing them tonight, West Country Bumpkin, Russell Howard. Oh, say can you see, Rich Hall. And their team captain, John Locke. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, a newborn kangaroo is just 1 inch in length? So if you're having them as a starter, I'd order a dozen. 13% of Brits exercise with a work colleague once a week. And I think you know what I mean by exercise. Things like aerobics, weight training, swimming, that sort of thing. 32% of women think they'll be left on the shelf once all their friends settle down. Yes, that's right. And on average, £150 million worth of books are stolen from libraries every year. But librarians are trying to keep it quiet. Let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. We've teamed up with a leading polling organisation and they've asked the British nation what stories they've been discussing this week. Sean's team, what do you think people have been talking about this week?
It's probably the momentous and historic victory by...
Oh, don't tell me. I've taped it.
No, Obama has won a historic victory and he's the president-elect of America.
I think it was such a historic victory that I actually start to feel a little sorry for Bush because he is what they call a lame duck now, which means that Dick Cheney gets to shoot him in the face.
I'm very happy about Obama's victory. Change we need was their slogan. It's quite vague. I can't help but think they stole that from the homeless. Don't you agree? There are homeless people thinking, I wrote that, the thieving bastard. I knew John McCain wouldn't win when he kept doing that. Who does the halfway thumbs? No. Even he doesn't believe in himself. We can do it. Well, it was... I don't believe we can do it.
If I thought he'd lost the election was when he got Arnold Schwarzenegger up to sort of support him. And the only criticism that Schwarzenegger could come up with for Obama was he said he's got spindly legs and he's really scrawny. Do you think... Hold on a sec, Arnie. You know, take a look in the mirror. Obama's not scrawny, you're a freak.
We need to keep Obama thin so it gives snipers less to aim at, surely. You know what I mean? Just keep him like that. But he also said that McCain was ripped and that he looked like a rock. And you're like, no, he doesn't. He looks like someone sprinkled icing sugar over a ball bag. That's what he looks like. That's exactly what he looks like.
Russell, can I stop you there? Can I ask how you know that?
Jimmy.
That's how he lost his job at Greg's.
Absolutely.
There's one last barrier, though. I mean, the first African-American president, right, the next barrier to go through is obviously the first Native American president, isn't it? Like a proper, you know, Cherokee or something, have a president who becomes the president and then says, right, a lot of you out. I want my country back.
Jodie, did you stay up and watch it?
I didn't, no, unfortunately. I need every hour that I was great, actually. I'm just catching up on the news because all I'm surrounded with is sequins and glitter.
So when we were talking about elections and voting, you were thinking it's Strictly Come Dancing.
Do you think Sarah Palin was responsible for his failure, McCain's failure?
No, I think she probably helped him.
She couldn't be any more right-wing unless she had a gun in one hand, a baby in another, and was stood on a mound of dead gays. Do you know what I mean?
Do you think anything's going to change in America?
I hope so. That seems to be the big message. That's what everybody's clinging to, this symbolism. But in fact, the man has inherited a shit situation. And in the sense of where America is, it's a shit sandwich. But it's our choice of brown or white bread this time, and we chose brown.
Is it wrong that I keep running up to black people and going, what a day?
That's wrong, but it comes from a lovely place. Let's have a look and see if the US election is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, it is. 74% of people. Yes, Barack Obama is the new US president. With his conviction politics, charisma and good looks, they're already calling him the Black John Major. Sarah Palin now faces perhaps the most difficult choice of her political career. Just how far can she fuck off? OK, Jason Steen, what else have the nation been talking about?
What do you fancy? Oh, I know! Lewis Hamilton won the Formula One World Championships. It was a thrilling last lap. There was weather, there was rain, there was someone called Glock, and then... it was amazing, and Ferrari thought they won, and then Lewis won, and it's a momentous day. He's the first black winner of Formula One. Is it wrong that I keep rushing up to black people in cars going, what a week!
It is a very good week for slightly black people.
Do you think that...
It is, isn't it? Go on, so tell me more about Lewis Hamilton.
I felt a bit cheated.
You felt cheated? You weren't in the race?
No, yeah.
What, because there was no dancing? How were you cheated?
No, I just thought that he was in sixth and he wasn't fast enough. But suddenly Glock, who is actually a buddy of his...
Because he slowed down and then he overtook him to get in the fifth place. I think F1 is piss boring. The last 30 seconds is brilliant. The first 30 seconds is brilliant.
It's like sex. Well.
And then it's an hour and a half.
The last 30 seconds, first 30 seconds, absolutely marvellous. The bit in the middle,
Yeah.
oh. Although with me, that's only 10 seconds.
But does one of your mates slow down so you can catch up?
I'm one of those people, I don't really like Formula One, and I tend not to really like people who like Formula One. If I meet someone they like Formula One, I don't know, we just don't seem to get on. You know? In fact, what I do now, if I meet someone, I just go, meow. And if their eyes light up, I'll go, I'll see you later, mate. We just don't connect. I don't connect with people who like Formula One. I don't really get it. I get as much pleasure if you put two washing machines side by side, put them on the same cycle, see which one finished first.
Let's have a look and see if Lewis Hamilton is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, Lewis Hamilton has become the youngest ever winner of the Formula One Championship. He won the title in true British style by coming fifth. With his good looks and sporting success, Lewis Hamilton is just like David Beckham, except Lewis Hamilton has got a sexy pop star girlfriend. Sean, Rich, Russell, what else have the nation been talking about?
Jeremy Clarkson's come through with a cracking truckers murdering prostitute joke. He's done a joke about the fact that lorry drivers spend any spare moment they've got murdering prostitutes. But the thing is, it's gone out before the watershed. It's gone out at 8:30 at night, and The BBC had loads more complaints in the wake of the Jonathan Russell Bland thing. This is the last thing the BBC needs. God, blimey. I think what they should do, right, scrap the licence fee. The way they should fund the BBC is their complaints number should be a premium rate phone line. Just absolute filth on the BBC all day long. And they just get so many complaints, we don't need a licence fee. John Cotton just, like, stabbing someone in the eye.
It's not just truck drivers that have been offended by it. There's, I mean, I didn't see the original recording. I still put a complaint in. But...
Tradition now, yeah. Jodie, you know Clarkson.
Yeah, I do.
It's kind of
I think it's a bit, you know, people are jumping on the bandwagon after...
Jumping on the bandwagon? What, and all trying to kill a prostitute?
Well, no.
Top Gear. It's such a macho show. It does need some feminine input. This time of year in autumn, it's surprised they don't grow antlers and start rutting each other. It's so competitive. Why don't they have a lady in Top Gear? Why do they? Is it just so blokey?
Jodie's been on Top Gear.
I've been on as a guest.
Yeah,
well, not as a car.
Not as a car.
How did you do on the old circuit?
I was top, and I think you beat me, didn't you?
Oh.
Yep. I have the record for doing the whole thing in third gear. Just put it in third and rip the shit out of it.
I did it in a shopping trolley with loads of cans. It was quite late at night. They'd all gone home.
OK, let's see if Jeremy Clarkson's one of the most talked about things this week.
We're in order here.
Yes, this is the story. Jeremy Clarkson got into trouble for suggesting all lorry drivers murder prostitutes. I tell you what, 99% of lorry drivers give the other 1% a bad name. OK, Jason, Michael and Jodie, what else of the nation are we talking about?
Is it Donald Trump and his £1 billion golf resort up in swanky Scotland? Yeah. He's decided right over an area of...
Why would you say swanky Scotland?
just
Swanky Scotland.
Like you're in a game show. You and a friend can go to swanky Scotland.
I don't think you should try to ruin the uniform greyness of Aberdeen with a green fairway.
It is. It's a granite city.
Grey.
It is grey, yeah.
I met a colourblind man once, Aberdeen. Took him out of town and cured him.
I don't think that he should build this golf course, and he should go away.
Yeah. Rich, what do you think?
I don't like him. I don't like him. I don't like the cut of his jib. I don't like anything about him. I don't like the way he walks. I don't like the way he talks. I particularly don't like whatever the hell he's got on top of his head. It looks like someone's dropped a jumper on it.
But that's what
it looks like someone's just dropped a jumper's just gone plop on his head, and he's gone, I'll take anything I can get.
Mark Twain said, golf is a good walk spoiled, right, which I think shows how far we've come, doesn't it? Because now a good walk spoiled is being stabbed by a hoodie, isn't it? Oh.
Right, let's have a look and see whether this is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, Donald Trump's Scottish golf resort has been approved. Trump has had a hand in designing the golf course. It's quite unusual. The long grass at the side is combed over the fairway. Fingers on buzzers, one more thing to get. What else should we be talking about? Jason.
Is it this old fella, this 84-year-old pensioner who attacked these armed robbers? There's an amazing picture of him just attacking... They were trying to get into an Ernest Jones.
Yeah, I've got the picture. There he is. You can see the guy there on the left.
What, the Jedi?
I think you'll find that's a Sith Lord. I think he's just telling that bloke, if you strike me down, I'll become more powerful than you can possibly imagine.
I think what he did is he took the balaclava off, didn't he? So that, you know, they could see his faces, and I think they were so shocked that this old dude came running up to him and ripped off their balaclavas that they kind of just went and just legged it.
I would imagine the only reason he's ripped the balaclava off is because he can't afford to pay his heating bill. Thinking I'll have that.
Can I just ask a question?
Yes.
Why are they breaking the window when the door is open?
Right, let's have a look and see whether this Have a Go hero is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, this is the story of pensioner William Grove, who foiled a robbery. The pensioner gave the robber a taste of his own medicine, some ointment for his ulcer and painkillers for his hip. That's our top 5 for this week. In other news, Welsh opera singer Catherine Jenkins has admitted taking drugs. She used to get high, and then low, and then high again, and really loud at the end. Gordon Brown visited Saudi Arabia this week to ask for economic aid. Unfortunately, Gordon Brown only has one eye, which over there means he stole a dog. In sporting news, England lost the Stanford 2020 cricket match. I love cricket, but I wouldn't want to play it, or watch it, or ever hear it mentioned again. So at the end of that round, Sean, Russell and Rich have 2 points. Jason, Jodie and Michael have 3 points. Our next round is called Pick of the Polls. Jason, Jodie and Michael, your turn to choose first. What do you like the look of?
Should we go with the vicar?
You've chosen the vicar. Let's have a look at a clip to illustrate the statistic.
I command, in the name of the Father, and of the Son...
Ken Mallin is 23. He's done many jobs and is convinced his failure to make money out of any of them was due to the malign influences of the devil rather than his own shortcomings.
Beat down Satan under our feet and call these evil forces to depart.
'Ken Mallin has been exorcised twice now. He hopes this will be the last time.
The weird thing is, they said they weren't going to make any more Vicar of Dibley.
It's amazing what you have to do to get your kids into a Catholic school these days.
OK, your related question. Most people believe in the paranormal. True or false?
This is definitely true, isn't it? And it's normally old ladies who let their pets lick the inside of their mouth. Do you know what I mean? It lost me and a friend. My mum was a diabetic. I come downstairs, jam on the table. She's still with me, you know.
Do you think people believe in the paranormal?
No. I think it's true. I'll tell you who really winds me up is those psychic mediums. Supposedly the dead are giving them messages, but they give them the first letter of their name. If you were talking through a medium, you'd have more to say than, my name begins with B. Why would you do that? People are sitting in the audience going, he didn't even like charades when he was alive. Why is he doing this to them?
Jodie, do you believe in ghosts?
Yeah, I actually saw a ghost.
You saw a ghost?
Oh, I did. At my school, apparently half the schoolyard was put on top of a graveyard. And so there was all these stories of this white lady, and I swear to God, I saw her at the end of the corridor.
A white lady?
A white... Well, you just see, like, apparition.
Did she say anything to you?
No, you just...
Don't run in the corridor, Jodie! Don't go in there, there's flour everywhere!
I had any kind of belief in the paranormal beaten out of me by years of Scooby-Doo. I suddenly realised one day, I think it was about the 400th episode, when I'd been led to believe that there was a ghost involved in the mischief that was afoot. It wasn't a ghost at all. After all, it was a very selfish and greedy man.
I think he might be rich.
Yeah, he could be.
You know when the guy takes the mask off, it always looks a bit like you. You pesky kids.
I had that job for quite a few years.
I think what's
Then
more...
Mo, the bartender, opened up and I moved up. For a while in between, I had an out-of-money experience.
Do you think most people believe in the paranormal? True or false?
Most people don't, no.
What about Derek Acora? Because the one thing, every time I see that show, Most Haunted, I always think, how come every ghost, no matter where it's from in history or location around the world, has got a Scouse accent? He'd be like a 17th century monk. Hello, everybody. Mary loves dick. And all that. He loves that. That's his favourite phrase.
OK, so what do you think? Are you going to go true or false?
No, they don't. Most people don't believe.
OK, so you're going false. Jason?
Jodie, what do you think?
True.
You think true?
Yeah, I think true.
Let's go true.
OK, so you're going true, you're going false. I can tell you the answer is true. 58% of people believe in the paranormal. They're right. Paranormal is derived from the Greek para, meaning you're not, and normal, meaning normal. You're going to choose. Sean, what do you like the look of?
I like the little girl with the tongue... I mean, that sounds bad, doesn't it?
Can we just get social services on the phone, please? OK, all right, you've chosen the child. 20% of children have never seen what?
Is it their feet?
There's a lot of obese
university about.
20% of children have never seen Santa Claus.
Most of them haven't.
Is it?
What?
He doesn't exist.
Oh, here we go
What
again.
a way to find out.
I had to tell my daughter that there was no such thing as a unicorn. And it's tough. But I wanted to prepare her for the future. You know, and things like Santa Claus. And then I hit a unicorn with my car. It was lying in my arms. And it looked up at me and it said, "You know, Rich, I've never got to do the things with my life that I wanted to." And then it died. So I'd say unicorn.
Never seen the country.
That is the right answer. Yes, 20% of children have never seen the countryside. The only thing I don't like about the countryside is the people, the animals, the smell, the lack of amenities. Did I mention the people? When visiting the countryside, don't let your dog worry the sheep with financial news from the city. So at the end of that round, it's 2 points to Sean's team and 5 points to Jason's team. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here is your first one. Biggest waste of time.
Nope. This buzzer.
Was it a buzz? Clear Sean's
Biggest waste of time would have to be debobbling jumpers. It's a waste of time because once a jumper's bobbled, that's it. It's always going to bobble. So the most you're going to get an hour without any bobbles on it. You get all the bobbles off, you think you've got a nice jumper again, and it just starts to bobble within, I'd say, less than an hour. It probably pretty much starts straight away. You can't see it. You can't see it, but it's happening all the time. They're just bubbling up. So that is the biggest waste of time. Just accept the fact once it's bobbled, it's over.
Correct answer. Yeah.
Thank you.
Is it phoning up to complain about something you've not seen or heard just because other people are doing it?
Oh, yes.
I think we made that point. It's funny, but...
Brushing of teeth before bed. I know it's good. I know there are some positives, but I don't think it really... There's something about breath in the morning. It seems to be unavoidable. It's just hideous. I mean, my wife brushes her teeth like... She gets like a toothpaste beard. I mean, she really goes for it. But in the morning, it's just unbelievable. I don't know... And it doesn't help that everything begins with H as well. Hello. How did you sleep?
I like the fact that you in the morning, you and your wife, hello, hello.
Sorry. How do you start the day with your wife?
Well, we share...
Get up!
No.
Get up!
Is it the record of achievement file you had at school? That burgundy folder every teacher went, "You'll need this forever." Have you ever been to one interview where they've asked for it? Never.
In fairness, yours was very good, and that's how you got this job.
That's it.
When you're leaving a message, they kept having to go through that. To listen to your message, press 1. To re-record your message, press 2. What is all this? I mean, it's like people leaving a message. I'm not cutting an album. It's do people actually listen to it again? Do people do that? Do they go, "Darling, I'll be 5 minutes late. Do we need milk? Okay, play it back. Okay, let's go one more time on that. Do you know what other function winds me up?
Is drafts. Who drafts text messages? Who works on a text message throughout the week? Who takes a country cottage going, "I'm working on this text at the moment. I've been through several drafts. It's not ready.
Safety announcements on planes. Utterly pointless, isn't it? If he's going to crash, adopt the brace position, because when you're found dead, it'll look like you're trying to blow yourself.
What do you want, though? You don't want to get in a plane and they just go, "Let's go."
Is it buying Friends on DVD? It's on telly more than the news, isn't it?
All right, you're close with Friends.
Is it Waiting for Friends?
That's the right answer.
Oh,
The biggest waste of time is waiting for friends. Friends are like buses. You wait ages for one to show up, and then they never do show up. You have to walk home alone in the rain. OK. Best thing about life in Britain.
Is it the moonlight glistening off a broken shopping trolley in a canal, reflecting off a dead dog's eyes?
That was almost like a Beatles lyric.
You're never more than 500 miles away from Stephen Fry. I met him once. It was like hanging out with Google.
Life in Britain is just brilliant. I mean, I don't know why, but people just love it. And you sense this when people go on holiday. We tend to book holidays for 2 weeks.
But then we all have this theory that, well, 10 days would have been enough, you know? So we went for 2 weeks and we had a great time. The hotel was great and it was just fantastic. But, you know, after 10 days, you just want to get back to your shit life, don't you?
That's usually because you've found another British couple and they keep following you. You sort of make friends on the first 2 days and then you try and couple dump them for the rest of the time. Yeah, we'll meet you by the restaurant. Will we thought?
OK. Is it the incredibly high standards set by the BBC? I've been away.
Jodie, what do you think? What's the best thing about life in Britain?
I was about to say Strictly.
Yeah.
Oh, how's John Sargent still in it? He can barely walk. Rich, you live here and you...
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, you live here. What do you like about it?
No one says have a nice day to you, because it's not possible. Your dreams and your hopes and your optimism, all these great things that you have, and then you walk out of your house and a guy on a scaffold pees on your head.
I'll give you a clue. You can display them at the dinner table.
Your balls.
Your Nazi silverware.
Table manners.
Table manners, yeah, good manners is the right answer, I'll give you that. Yes, the best thing about life in Britain is good manners. And that was a survey of contemporary Britain conducted in 1873. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean, Russell and Rich have 3 points, but the winners are Jason, Jodie and Michael with 6 points. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
Eyes are smiling for Louis Walsh. It's the phone jacker reveal, K-Van Novak, and their team captain, John Locke. And facing them tonight, Big Mac, no cheese, Lee Mack. It's Fizz from Corey, Jenny McAlpine, and their team captain, Jason Manford. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
And welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, an iguana can stay underwater for 28 minutes or longer if you don't mind it dying? Per square inch of head, people with red hair have 750 fewer friends than other people. Forgot we had one in. And 93% of all greeting cards are purchased by women. Well, if they made a "I'm bored with you, but I can't be bothered to leave you" card, maybe we'd buy more. Let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. We've teamed up with a leading polling organisation and they've asked the British nation what stories they've been discussing this week. Jason's team, what do you think the top 5 most talked about things in Britain are this week?
Well, we've got one person who's been talked about all week right here, haven't we? Louis Walsh over there has been talked about on the old X Factor on Saturday. Everybody's going crazy about it.
I voted somebody out.
Yes.
But I kept somebody as well.
Who did you keep?
I kept Ruth.
Is she Titty Spaniard?
Yeah, exactly. She was the best in the sing-off.
She's the best Titty Spaniard I've ever seen.
That's what Simon thinks too.
Last night I dreamt of San
Pedro. Jimmy, this is... She deserved to stay. The other girl, bad song, hiding behind the piano, badly styled. I had to vote somebody out. If everybody cared so much about Laura, why didn't they vote for her so?
Well, if there was any way that they could, they would have.
You lift your phone and you dial.
You lift your phone and you dial?
Yeah.
Oh, like in the olden days?
Yeah. Jimmy, there's 4 good girls left.
That's no way to talk about JLS. Do you think it's gone a bit too far? Because there were questions asked in the House of Commons
About Laura being voted off?
Yeah, isn't that ridiculous?
Well, You know, you were up at Jonathan Ross's house. He was mentioned in the House of Commons as well, so...
The world's gone mad?
Yeah,
Well, there's
absolutely.
nothing else in the news, really.
There's nothing else in the news except celebrities.
Yeah, there's no economic disaster or...
No.
I think David Cameron mentioned something about something that happened in an episode of Pingu the other day. He said there's no way to slip through that ice. In July, maybe, but not in November. I have thought about going on the X Factor, but the problem is all my family are healthy, my dad hasn't been in prison, I wasn't bullied, you know. I mean, no use. When you think about it, what the X Factor does, it takes people's sort of domestic tragedies and kind of turns them into qualifications. It's like, your mum's dead, your dog's got cancer, you're going to have a hit. Is that unfair?
And I like Danny Minogue on it because everyone gets very emotional about it, and she's so professional because she never shows any emotion, does she? That's the sign of a real professional. How does she manage that, Lou?
I think it's something to do with Botox.
Oh, no, you didn't!
I like the first few episodes. They're my favourites. The first few episodes when there's the proper head the balls on. You know what I mean? Like the proper nutters, though. Like, they could really shorten it, you know, for me. Like, proper have people just going along the queue going, where are you from? Leeds. Where are you from? Hull. Where are you from? Narnia! All right, you're in. Go. That's one.
I feel sorry for them all.
That's how I feel when I watch Corrie. Kayvan, you do a lot of voices on Phone Jacket.
Yes.
Would you consider
For
doing...
the X Factor?
Yeah.
Maybe I could do a Name That tune right now. Nice. They touch your body. Everybody. Everybody like me.
I didn't think anyone could make that song gayer than George Michael, but you own it.
I thought of going there. There's another scandal, wasn't there? There's one of the girls who was given a week off because she had laryngitis.
Yeah,
I don't think that's
Diana.
wrong. You get a week off. Freddie Mercury had AIDS. He carried on singing.
Let's have a look and see whether the X Factor is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, it is the third most talked about thing this week. Yes, this is the story. Laura White was voted off X Factor on Saturday, or as the world will remember it, 8/11. The important thing to remember about X Factor is it's a proper singing competition, and it's now between Crack Mum, Dead Wife, Leprechaun and Titsy Spanish. Those are the four names. OK, Sean, Louis and Kayvan, what else have the nation been talking about this week?
President Obama, he's become president of America last week. The main talking point is in his speech, acceptance speech, he said to his daughters in a very sort of touching moment, he said, you can have that puppy now. Which is actually a pretty crap promise, isn't it? If you're president of the United States, you'd at least say you can have a pony on the moon. And I'm going to have a penguin. That's what I'd do if I was president of the United States. I'd have a penguin just wandering around the White House like that. And I'd dress him up as a general. And everyone had to salute him wherever he went.
But there is a general, like a penguin who's a general of the... Is it the Norwegian army?
Have you been
There's
watching a lot of
proper
Walt Disney
penguin.
films recently?
I'm telling you. Google it. Not now, we're busy. But, you know, there is actually... I bet somebody in this audience knows that that's a fact.
What, the people?
Right? Look at that. Facts.
I don't know whether we're really covering the Obama story in the detail we should. It seems a bit penguin-y to me.
It must be quite tense for him. He knows he's president, but he knows he doesn't become president till January. It's a bit like when you're at school and your girlfriend's 15 years and 9 months. You're thinking... Come on, fly by. When you're at school, I said...
Oh, I see, right.
Oh, right, when you...
I thought you meant when you hang outside of school. I like Clinton said he said, I really like Obama. I like his intelligence and I like his curiosity. I thought, curiosity isn't a strong point for somebody in the White House, is it? You don't want somebody walking around going, what's this button for?
Kevin, did you follow the election?
I was nervous. I thought, oh, my God, McCain might get in.
I'm Iranian, so, you know, I'm kind of...
Do you know when you do those phone calls? I think it's great phone jacket, but the bit I don't understand is you're phoning them up and doing all this. Why are you wearing a disguise?
Hey, bit of fun.
Should we see if Obama's one of the most talked about things this week? Incredibly, still the most talked about thing in the news. Yes, it's Obama's first week as president-elect. Bookmakers are taking odds of 12 to 1 that Obama will be assassinated. It's a long shot, but some of these snipers are shit hot. Back over to you, Jenny, Jason and Lee.
Is it this
Is it belly drumming?
obesity business?
The obesity business. Go on, tell us more.
Tell me more.
Stop people being obese, the government.
Fat.
Obese or fat. Yeah, Louis, that's another way of putting it.
I'm going to join this initiative, right? Because I put on a bit of weight over the last
Don't
few
even say
weeks,
it.
right? No, have a guess. I weighed myself this morning, right, for this, right? I guess. Just have a guess what I weigh. Just have a guess. I know this is.
I want to remain friends. I would rather not take part in this guessing game.
What do you reckon?
I reckon...
Two Ronnie Corbett's.
Two Ronnie Corbett's.
Sean's being polite. He meant Barker.
I'm going to join the initiative and I'm going to set my target as the 5th of April, right? And I'm going to get down... Apparently, my target weight is 13.5. That's what I should be getting down to. I'm going to go April the 5th. That's end of the tax year. And then when that bloke comes on the telly going, time is running out, time is running out, I can pretend he's talking about my life.
It's a fine idea. I can tell you, this isn't one of the most talked about things this week, but it has been in the news. The government has launched a healthy eating campaign. Of course, it's not PC to use the term fat. We have to use words like bubble butt, fatty boom batty, chunky monkey wobble slobs, or blubbernaut. If you're insulted by any of those terms, how about a salad?
They should bring back bullying. That's what they should do. There's no fat kids, really. There's only the old fat kids, weren't there?
There was one in every class.
The doctor should say, I prescribe 3 school bullies. And then, as soon as you go out, they just run after you go, fatty, fatty, boom, boom, fatty, fatty, boom. Yeah, you'd soon lose it.
Sean, K-Van and Louis, what else have the nation been talking about?
Is it the raunchy vicar who was banned from the clergy for 12 years for being drunk in services and swinging? Yeah, she's a swinging vicar. Not only did she do swinging, but she was also a voyeur. Because if she believed that God would be watching. So that's a bit kinky for starters.
Come on, God, you love it.
Yeah. But I just think all that praying in the daytime and swinging at the night time, imagine, must have made havoc with her knees.
It'd be great if she did the marriage, wouldn't it? And she says, do you take him? Because I know I have.
Oh, she only got caught when she turned up wearing the wrong dog collar.
There are lots of clues for all the keys in the collection plate.
I think that this is actually... The woman that should be blamed for this, or the bloke, is actually the careers officer who told her to go into it in the first place. Because at some point, they've sat down with her and said, what are you into? And she's gone, I really like motorbikes, getting really pissed and shagging other people's husbands. And at some point, they've gone, you thought of being a vicar?
Obviously, this swinging situation, people are just meeting for the first time, I imagine, or you know, they've organised it on the internet and then they've got together. Do you think there's a bit of pillow talk, a little bit of, like, in the middle of it? Like, what do you do for a living, then? I'm a vicar. Yeah, right, sure you are, yeah.
It's better than, hey, love, have a guess how much I weigh. But you can't guess, can you?
Shall we see whether this female vicar misbehaving is one of the most talked about things this week? Yes, a female vicar has been banned from the clergy for drunken behaviour and sexual indiscretions. Let us not forget Luke 23, a plumber from Dagenham who she met on the internet. Her congregation got suspicious when she said today's hymns are him, 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 and those two fellas from the back. Let's go. Fingers on buzzers, 2 more things to guess.
Well, there's been a big hoo-ha, hasn't it? The banks have they've took this 1.5% off. The government told them to take 1.5% off interest rates, and some of the banks are refusing to pass it on to us. And they've actually said, we're not charities. We're not charities. You're like, well, hold on a minute, you've got short fucking memories, haven't you? Remember the other week when you were like, can we lend some money?
Jimmy, a lot of people are buying gold as well.
A lot of people are buying
They're
gold.
buying gold.
I know you're doing very well, Louis. Don't go on about it.
They're keeping it at home.
Go on, buying gold.
One thing I've noticed is Cockney rhyming slang. Merchant banker, no longer means wanker.
What does it mean now?
Unemployed.
OK, let's see if the banking crisis is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, the economic crisis continues this week. I'm not an expert, but the way I see it, the economy is going to get worse before it gets better. Or better before it gets worse. Or stay the same. One of those three. Fingers on buzzers, one more thing to get.
Peaches Geldof and her 99-day marriage. There's a piece of cheese in my fridge that's been there longer than their marriage. It's ridiculous.
It's not over yet, by the way. They're only in crisis talks.
Gordon Brown's having crisis
I know, but
talks.
Peaches is too.
The only reason I think Peaches Geldof is famous is that readers of Heat magazine think she's one of their 5 a day. She's one of those inexplicably famous people. I don't mind people being famous if they can do something, if they can act or sing or murder.
Right, shall we have a look and see whether Peach's divorce is one of the most talked about things this week? Yes, this is the story. Peaches Geldof's marriage is in crisis after just 98 days. Bob Geldof called her stupid, immature and thoughtless before finally settling on Peaches. So that's our top 5 for this week. In other news, an exam board has removed a Gary Glitter song from its GCSE music paper. You don't want Gary Glitter to be associated with the words, shh, turn over, you've got an hour. Well, at the end of that round, Sean, Louis and Kayvan have 2 points. Jason, Lee and Jenny have 3 points. Our next round is called Pick of the Polls. Jason, Jenny, Lee, what do you like the look of?
We'll go with the England football fan.
Let's have a look at a clip to illustrate the question.
With Grandad, it's more of a street party than a street fight.
Right, it's not Grandad, it's our Grandad. He's ours, it's Millwall's Grandad.
They know me at the South Stand up there, because I tend to get up a bit and give him a few songs.
He's Millwall's Dalai Lama, he's Millwall's spiritual leader.
He'll look round and he'll see all the sad faces and he'll just get up and have a little go.
Fuck 'em all! Fuck 'em all, that's how I start off, you know. Fuck 'em all! Fuck 'em all! You are you West Ham Liverpool!
Louis, I think he sang that like he meant every word.
Yeah. And he made it his own as well,
He did, he owned that song.
He owned the song, yeah.
Is he potentially world-class?
No.
I like the idea that he said he's our Dalai Lama. That's absolutely fantastic. Because the Dalai Lama is famous for going, what do we think of China? Fuck 'em all!
That is a hell of a confident fella, though, too. I don't know if you've ever tried to start a song at the football by yourself and think, yeah, this one will go well, you know, and then see if people are joining. You just look like a tit.
I try it with, I'm every woman, it's all in me, Chelsea!
When you go to football now, it's like everyone's got Alzheimer's, the early stages, isn't it? Because all the songs are like, who are you? Who's the bastard in the black? How did I get here? What's me name? Oxford pudding!
I do, when I make up football chants that nobody sings. Right. And I do put a lot of work in. And Chelsea had a player called Hernan Crespo for a while. And I made up this long, long song.
Let's hear it.
And, oh, Hernan Crespo, will you marry me? Oh, Hernan Crespo, will you marry me with your volley, bicycle kick and lob? Oh, no, fair maid, I cannot marry you because I have no boots to put on. So off she went.
But this didn't catch on.
Oh, off she went to Abramovich's chest and got him some boots of the very, very best. Never caught on.
OK, your related question. 24% of football fans wouldn't what?
Sing any of my songs.
Is it 24% of football fans wouldn't really know the parentage of the referee, but are willing to hazard a guess?
OK, then, you're a football fan. Who do you support?
I support Liverpool.
You're from Liverpool, aren't you? You sound like you're from Liverpool.
I am, yeah. No, I'm not. I'm from Kilburn. But
near Liverpool.
When you're Iranian, you either support Manchester United or you support Liverpool, because when you start supporting teams, you are, you know, it's 86 and Liverpool are number 1 and Manchester United number 2.
It's funny that, because I'm from near Liverpool and we used to have to support either Iraq or Iran.
Everyone thinks they know how to manage a football team. But I play Football Manager, right, when I get home. I love that game, right? I play it all the time. And my wife comes in, she's like, what are you doing this? It's not even a game. I say, it's tactics, love. And they're all up here, tactics. I mean, I probably shouldn't wear a suit. I've probably gone too far.
My dad's retired to the coast and he likes his football. He goes to watch like a team in like a really low non-league football. And what he likes about it is you can go there and when you have a cup of tea, you get like a china mug. You know, and there's a plate with biscuits on it and you can take some biscuits. And he went the following season, they got promoted. And he went to the tea hut and this woman gave him a styrofoam cup and he had to buy like a sealed packet of biscuits. And he said, well, what's happened to the cup and where's the plate of biscuits? He said, oh, well, we've got promoted to another league and you're not allowed to have china cups. And he went, hope we get relegated.
It's to do with male bonding.
Wouldn't snog the bloke next to them. Wouldn't kiss or fondle or put their hand down their trousers when they score a goal. You know, sometimes when you score, you just want to grab the guy and stick it
Nearest damn it, that is the right answer.
Sorry
Yes.
about that, Louis.
The answer is, in fact, hug. Sean, Kayvan and Louis, your turn to choose. What do you like the look of?
The world.
You like the look of the world?
Yeah.
Half the world's population has never what?
Shat in a plastic bag.
It's exactly what I have on the card, yes.
I have shat in a plastic bag.
Why did you shit in a plastic bag?
I was 13 years old and I forgot my keys. After school, and my mum, as a security measure, locks the door between the kitchen and the rest of the house. So I managed to break into the kitchen, and then I got there, I thought I was home dry, ready, you know, you kind of relax a little bit, you're like, okay, I found it, it's time, and the door was locked.
Why didn't you go back out and do it in the garden?
I was shit in my own garden.
Half the world's population has never backcombed a badger. Ooh, a big like goth badger.
Is it half the world has never used a computer?
Oh, you're not far off with that, yeah.
Half the world's population has used a computer. Oh, that's the same thing, isn't it?
Give us a clue, Jimmy. Is it mobile phones?
That is the right answer.
Is it?
Yeah, it's near enough to get the point, yeah. Yes, half the world's population has never made or received a phone call. It's like half the world's population doesn't care who gets voted off X Factor. So at the end of that round, it's 4 points for Sean's team and 3 points for Jason's team. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here is your first one. Most annoying thing about work colleagues.
The most annoying thing about work colleagues is that they always go running to the boss, accusing you of sexual harassment. And it doesn't matter how many times you move jobs, different town, different name. It keeps cropping up as a recurring theme. He's doing it again! It's like the 8th time in a year, and none of it is true. Isn't that?
Is it when they come in and they go, oh, I had a dream last night, and you really want to just go, can I stop you there? Couldn't give a shit. Right,
I get a bit annoyed with people who do things to me in dreams. So, like, if I had a dream about you, I'd be a bit funny with you the next day.
Would you?
And if you were nice to me, I
You had a dream about me?
would. Not that kind of dream, Jimmy.
I can't stand it when people come in on a Monday morning and they want to tell you what a great time they've had on the weekend.
What, they come in and go, well, yeah, we had a barbecue and it was the kid's birthday?
Yeah.
With their stories of their lives?
I want to fucking...
Jenny, what's the most annoying thing about people on Coronation Street?
The most annoying thing is perhaps that Weatherfield is the most dangerous place to live with, like, there's about 17 murderers in each family on average.
I would imagine that is annoying.
Yeah.
Whenever I watch Coronation Street, I think, how come no one watches
watches
TV? Is it because they're worried they're going to see one of their dead friends on the bill? Probably they go, oh my God, it's my dad on the bill.
Dev goes to my gym.
Does he?
Yeah, he goes to my gym and...
You go to the gym?
Yeah, I go to the gym. There's a lovely cafe.
Most annoying thing about work colleagues?
Is it when they leave their mobile phone on the desk for about 4 hours while they're in a meeting? It just keeps ringing and ringing. It's called a mobile phone. You dickhead, take it with you.
We used to do that thing. If anyone left their phone in the office, we used to take it and send a text. So we did it to my friend Damo. We sent a text to his girlfriend saying, don't worry, she'll never find out. Kiss, kiss. And then she obviously phoned. He came back and that had 67 missed calls. And then so he phoned her and went, no, I don't know what I don't know what you're talking about. No, it must be the guys messing around. Passed us the phone and we went. Wow. They're broken up now.
When they suggest you all do a nude calendar, I'd just like to say no. I won't be Mr. October, Jimmy.
I'd rather be one of the cold months, and then you've got an excuse, haven't you?
I'll give you a clue. It's egg is the worst culprit.
Oh, is it smelly sandwiches? Or
That's the right answer.
Yeah.
Most annoying thing about work colleagues. Yes, the most annoying thing about work colleagues is smelly food.
That is right. The last aeroplane I went on, do you know what they served?
What did they serve?
Rainbow trout in an aeroplane. Can you imagine how much that smelled? Stunk, because you can't open the windows.
OK, next question. Least pleasant voice.
Oh, is it Laura off the X Factor, according to Louis?
Yeah, Louis. Has she got the least pleasant voice, has she?
She was the least pleasant voice last
On
week
that
of
night.
the two in the sing-off. I'm no regrets.
No regrets. Just got to move on, live your life.
The worst voices are the ones in my head. The ones in my head that say, start fires. Yes, you. No, I won't kill Jimmy.
Your voices are so evil. That's not... My voice goes, just as I'm dropping off, just goes, have you locked the back door?
Jimmy, give us a clue.
She's from London.
Oh, great. You've narrowed it down to
Hold
16
on.
million.
I was going to say, is it...
She's got big teeth. There you go.
Esther Ranson?
No.
Janet Street Porter.
Correct. Yes, the least pleasant voice is Janet Street Porter's. I'm not saying her voice is bad, but hello, I'm Janet Street Porter in sign language is... Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean, Louis and Kayvan have 4 points, Jason, Lee and Jenny have 5 points. They're tonight's winners. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
Tonight on 8 out of 10 Cats, London Calling, Ken Livingstone, Babyface Comic, Jack Whitehall, and their team captain, Jason Manford. And facing them tonight, Mr. Peep Show, David Mitchell, Dancing with the Stars, Claudia Winkleman, and their team captain, Sean Locke. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, women who read romance novels have twice as much sex as the national average? Well, I say sex. They yield the precious softness of their silken female innocence to the crushing firmness of his intent. 90% of all teenagers suffer from acne, which is a good thing. Think how high teenage pregnancies would be if some of them didn't look like pizzas. And the average woman has 17 square feet of skin. Most of Danny Minogue's is in a bulldog clip round the back of her head. Let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. We've teamed up with a leading polling organisation and they've asked the British nation what stories they've been discussing this week. Sean's team, you want to go first? What have the nation been talking about this week?
I imagine everyone's talking about Strictly Come Dancing and John Sargent stepping down. I think that's what they're talking
I
about.
haven't talked about anything else.
No, he's resigned because he felt bad. He said that there was just going to be too much angst and too much anger, and so I think he did the gentlemanly thing and he was like, you know what, I'll take myself out and let the best dancer win.
If you see any clips of him actually dancing, they're always shocking. There's one that he looks like a caveman. Just like he's just about to pick her up over his shoulder. Just throw her into a cave. I'll have you later.
Let's have a look at a shot of him.
Look, that's right.
Yeah, if you saw that in the street, you would call the police.
It's a terrible dancer. I would actually pay him to keep still. That's how bad it is.
This is what I was hoping he was building up to, that in the last round he would defiantly stand still and win out of popularity alone. That's the way he was heading, because essentially it's proved one thing, that this country doesn't give a shit about dancing. We'd rather vote for a very well-respected political commentator, which is what he is. A good political commentator. He can't move at all. Better if he stays still. That's terrible dancing. But he's a great guy. We prefer him as a concept to all this fucking dancing.
I just feel sorry for John Sargent as well, because he looks as though he's constantly in the grips of an allergic reaction, which is very unfortunate. But I think it's good that he's achieved this without the sex, because the world that he works in, politics, is something that's become saturated with sex. You've got Obama, who's a very sexy man, he's done very well. People like Ken, who has a kind of different... No, Ken, you have a kind of rougher sex appeal, and when you had the little moustache, there was just kind of... You know what
Get a room!
I just say...
No one's hit on me like this in years.
Oh, I'm sorry. I do realise as well, a teenage boy coming onto a politician last time, that happened to Lib Dem lost his job, so... they will back off.
He might come back, though, because there's a Facebook group. Well, there's about 400 of them already saying, bring John Sargent back. And they brought Whispers back. You know,
That's true.
That is how strong... That is how strong the medium of Facebook is.
Those groups don't mean anything, though. There's one that a mate of mine started up saying, if this group gets 1,000 members, Jack White will shave his pubis. I'm not doing it.
I don't even know why Ken started it. It was never going to happen. Back to John Sargent.
Yes. He's doing a farewell dance.
He's doing a farewell
A
dance.
farewell waltz?
The hacker.
Farewell.
I think you should do the hacker. To the judges.
They've been so rude, all those dance judges, to John. They asked him on the thing. They know he's in his 60s and a bit portly. And how surprised are they every week? Your dancing wasn't brilliant, you political commentator in your 60s. I was on Len Goodman. He was one of the judges. He's been rude to him. I've been on a comedy panel show with him. I didn't say, you're not very fucking funny, are you?
Well, let's have a look and see whether John Sargent walking off Strictly Come Dancing is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, this is the story John Sargent has pulled out of Strictly Come Dancing. I pulled out of America's Next Top Model. She was livid. She wanted a baby. Jason, Ken, Jack, what else have the nation been talking about this week?
I'm a celebrity, get me out of here.
Have you been watching that?
Up until the point where Paddock took his clothes off.
Yeah, so this is Brian Paddock. He was the Lib Dem candidate for mayor.
Yeah.
He's the top-ranking gay policeman.
Yes. Yeah. But he doesn't stop going on about it. He's mentioned he's gay about 10 times already. He's gone, yeah, so anyway, I mean, as a gay man, he's done that a few times, and he's gone, yeah, I'm getting married in January to a man. You know, instead of expecting like 2 weeks ago, I'm just going to go for some wood. I do like willies. All right, we get it.
Would you think about going in there?
No. I wouldn't mind, because, I mean, I did a lot of work with reptiles. That was my interest as a kid and all that. So I'd have no problem dealing with all these insects or tarantula crawling all over me.
You could be, if you were a superhero, Ken, because you're interested in reptiles, you could be like Lizard Man, couldn't you? Lizard Man, does whatever a lizard can. Not much. What I put on... Lizard Man.
Ant and Dec are in trouble because they said bollocks 3 times on the show. But I read in the Mirror today that Daily Mirror have got like a stop swearing on TV campaign. You think, of course, it's not stop swearing on TV. It stops swearing on TV, like, unnecessarily, innit? You know what I mean? Like, after 9 o'clock, we sort of relax a little bit. If they start swearing on the news, then fair enough, let's get a little bit upset. Or Antiques Roadshow, it's worth fuck all, mate. You know?
I was watching the news with my dad, and my dad's quite, like, old-fashioned and right-wing, and he's a bit mental, and Robert Mugabe came on, and he literally, he was like, oh, he's the most odious, horrible, wretched and he said the word, and my mum went mental. She was like, you do not use that word in my house. You do not use that word in front of my children. I realised he's a bad person, but you do not use that word. He swung around to my mum, no word of a lie, looked her in the eye, and he said, this is typical of you, Hillary. Always defending Mugabe.
Your mum's come out of that story quite badly, in my eyes.
My dad also, when Ken first got voted in, I remember it was the morning, and my dad walked into my room, didn't even say good morning, just stood there in the darkness, and he went, Livingston's back. No explanation.
Where does he live?
Yeah, he lives in London.
Does he drive into the centre?
Occasionally, yeah.
I lost him. Yes.
Yeah. You lost everybody.
Well done, though, because they're thinking about doing a congestion charge in Manchester, so nice one for that.
OK, let's have a look and see whether I'm a Celebrity is one of the most talked about things. Most talked about thing this week? Yes, the new series of I'm a Celebrity has started. I was going to vote for Esther Ranson, but I got confused and rang Childline. Sean, Claudia and David, what else have the nation been talking about?
Is it my favourite story, the Michael Jackson? A rich Saudi prince wrote some songs. He paid him millions of pounds to sing them, and he went, no, I don't want to do it.
Michael Jackson has said the money was a gift and that he doesn't owe the sheikh anything.
I once had to meet him, and he had a massive, gnarled, beaten up, sort of almost covered in sort of crustaceans or sick hand. I almost got fired because I forgot to ask him a question because I was obsessed by the hand that was like the same size as my torso. You've never seen a hand like it.
I've got a feeling, Claudia, you wouldn't make a very good witness. In a trial.
Michael Jackson would solve all his problems if he went in I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here for millions of pounds.
Or worked as a digger.
Nice.
Let's have a look and see what's up there. Yes, this is the story. Michael Jackson is being sued by the King of Bahrain's son. I think Michael Jackson should get back to doing what he does best. Or make music, one of the two. OK, Jason Steen, what else have the nation been talking about?
Prince Charles, 60.
His party, I thought other people they had entertaining. One of them was Rod Stewart, and he sang Do You Think I'm Sexy? Apparently they had to strap Edward to his chair.
Maybe at some point Charles went, Camilla, get off the karaoke, let someone else have a go. Oh, sorry, Rod. Sorry, Rod.
Can I just officially say that I don't want him to be king if it means he stops making his sausages?
Oh.
Is this the bit where we get to endorse products? No. Because there's a whiskey I've been enjoying recently.
Well, she said, but hasn't she said that she's going to abdicate at 87? Or sources have said in the palace.
87. That's a bit random.
Yeah, she's got. It was 5 years. She said.
If at 86, she'll go cuckoo and she'll forget that.
Yeah.
She'll be running around back in the palace in a nappy. Mother, you said I could take over. He's never getting the job.
Let's have a look if Prince Charles turning 60 is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, it was Prince Charles' 60th birthday on Friday. Can you imagine the look on his mum's face when Charles finally becomes king? It'll be something like this. Fingers on buzzers, one more thing to go.
Yes.
Is it the pirates in Somalia? I was tempted to go Somalia, but I didn't.
Everyone loves the pirate voice.
Apparently he had no idea how much they were going to actually get. It was like the haul of the century.
But also they say that. They say this ship is worth £100 million, but it's not like nicking a TV. You can't sell it down a market. You know, yeah, we've got some TVs and some fake DVDs, and round the back we've got a massive oil tanker the size of Canary Wharf.
I'm looking forward to the guy seeing Sainsbury's car park going, you'd like to buy a litre of fuel?
What I think is interesting about pirates, though, is, and having young children, you go to, is that pirates, which are technically sort of thieves and murderers, are now lovable kids' characters. And I was wondering, in 100 years' time, will children be going to parties dressed as, like, terrorists? You know? And instead of saying, avast ye mateys, they'll be going, infidel, I spit on your decadent Western ways. And the parents are going, no, isn't he funny?
Let's have a look and see whether pirates are one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, this is the story. Somali pirates have hijacked a Saudi supertanker. Bloodthirsty, peg-legged, with a lust for cash. I bet Paul McCartney can't bear to watch the news. So that's our top 5 for this week. In other news, it's been confirmed by a German priest that Hitler did, in fact, only have one ball. Incredible, but true. If you're watching Tony Robinson, I'll meet you outside the Albert Hall with a shovel for a Time Team Christmas special no one will forget. At the end of that round, Sean, David and Claudia have 3 points. Jason, Ken and Jack have 2 points. So our next round is Pick of the Polls. Jason, Ken and Jack, your turn to choose first. What do you like the look of?
Happy Ken. Let's go for a picture of Ken.
40% of people think politicians are sexy. True or false?
False. Straight in there, yes.
Hello. You've got a little bit of a fetish about it, haven't you?
I just want him to hold me. And then... so just, you know, lie in bed together, just whispering in my ear about socialism, and then it's... not in a gay way, just to kind of, you know...
No, there's nothing gay about that. There's nothing gay about spooning with an older politician. Do you want to see a sexy politician? This is Ken in his prime on TV AM, exercising with Mad Lizzie.
It's Ken Livingstone, who said, can you possibly help give me some exercises?
I went to my doctor because sitting behind a desk at the GLC for 3 years, I put on about 1.5 stone and I was starting to feel run down. And he suggested exercises, so I'm here.
Now, when you get very tense and to strengthen up the arms, you do a bit of punching. So you bend the legs and from behind the shoulders, you hit in front. In fact, it's easier to think of all the things you want to hit as you do it, and that will help relieve a bit of tension. This is quite simple. You can put that down. You're used to doing some exercises.
I'm used to avoiding things.
I'll watch him doing the work, and we'll see how well he's doing. We'll have him back in a couple of months to check up on the exercises. Ken, you may stop now. Thank you very much.
I'll be back in 2 months.
Right, thanks.
Wow. The story behind that was I was fighting a by-election and you couldn't get any TV coverage, so that's the only thing I could get on to do. And as soon as I'd been on, the Lib Dem candidate demanded to come on and exercise the following day.
The Lib Dem candidate saw that and said, that's gold dust. That is votes right there.
So 40% of people think politicians are sexy. True or false?
I don't think people think politicians as even sexual. Like, I always think Gordon Brown is quite asexual. You don't imagine him getting into number 10 and going, right, Sarah, the one-eyed monster's after you, both of them.
Claudia, what do you think?
Because I think power are sexy. And they can go, don't worry, love, I've got more Post-its, or I don't know what politicians do. I can change the world.
Post-its?
I've got Post-its, I could change the world.
I love stationery. If a man... I married my husband because he brought me home a protractor.
Protractor?
Yeah, I like specialist. No, the noise of a... Bear with me. The noise of a stationery cupboard. That's foreplay.
If only I'd known that when I was younger.
No, you thought grey sweatpants might be the thing. Yeah, but I want it later. OK, 40% of people think politicians are sexy.
Anne Widdecombe's quite sexy, if you like a sort of choir boy with the bends look. Oh, boy, it looks like she's been 30 metres under the sea and just shot right to the top.
I don't think you don't get much of an idea that politicians have any power anymore, though.
No.
All they constantly...
Well, don't have a go at him. He got voted out.
I voted for Ken. And if I'd got my way, Ken would be Mayor of London and Boris Johnson would be here. And, you know, Boris Johnson's fucking funny.
So what are you going to go for? 40% of people think politicians are sexy. True or false?
Yeah, false.
It's too modest, this one. I'd say it's more. I'd say it's like 60, 70%.
Well, I'm going to overrule you because I'm disturbed. So I think I'm going to go with Ken and we'll go false.
Sean, what do you think?
Yeah, we think it's... Claudia thinks it's true.
OK, well, I can tell you the answer is false. Only 5% of people think politicians are sexy. I'd say that Gordon Brown has a certain je ne sais quoi, if that's French for oily skin and one eye. What are you doing at the moment? What's your next thing?
I wander around the world talking about congestion charging, climate change, and solid waste management, and which are the best fought type of bacteria to digest human sewage and things like that, you know.
Is it Yakult?
Bifidus digestivum, Bifidus actiregularis, that sounds like real science. L. casei immunitas, the only bacterium with an initial.
Didn't you study at Laboratoire Garnier?
I'm one of their top scienticians.
Yes. I love those adverts as well, the tube and the circle. Those are the two main bits.
You know, we've got a new bacteria, Bifidus feelbetterium. Spendius hard-earned monerium on bit of crappius.
OK, Sean seemed to guess. What do you like the look of?
I like the picture of the two guys helping each other with their ties.
You've chosen the fight. Let's have a look at a clip to illustrate the statistic.
All the techniques that I'm going to show you today, they actually work. I use them, so you can use them too. Now, I was standing like this and talking to the guy, and suddenly, boom, a headbutt. Bang, follow up with a headbutt. Boom, knee to the head. And look what we got here. Smack his face into the ambience of the place. He's choking me from the back. He's got the choke, step to the side, and from here, boom, in the groin, lift him up. Take him down or slam him with his back. Don't you ever do this. Okay, I'm sorry. Bang, bang, bang. No, I'm not. I don't believe in an eye for an eye. I believe in 2 eyes for an eye. But that's just me.
Looky look. OK, the related question for both teams. Most British men have never been in a fight, true or false?
In 1946, the answer would definitely be yes. You know, the biggest fight in history. We were in a fight recently. Yeah, massive.
Yeah.
Fucking really kicked off, actually. After about 6 years, there was this load of Germans. They come at us.
Have you boys been in fights?
Yeah, me and David...
We had a fight earlier.
Yeah, we go tear it up, though, me and David, at football. David's mad Millwall fan. You can see him. They call the king of the terraces, aren't they? Leads a big firm. I'm the black knuckle.
I don't even have the vocabulary to join in with this fantasy.
And whenever there's a fight on, like a football match, the commentator always goes, nobody wants to see this in a modern game. And I always think, no, I do. I think it's brilliant.
Most British men have never been in a fight, true or false? What are you going to go with?
I'm going to go with true, then.
You're going with true, OK. What are you going to go with?
It'd be nice if it was true, so let's go true.
The answer is false. Most British men have been in a fight, 67% of them. I was in a lot of fights at school. Well, not a lot. One, and it wasn't a fight, it was a debating society, and I wasn't in it, I was watching, but still, don't mess. So at the end of that round, it's 3 points for Sean's team and 3 points for Jason's team. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here is your first one. The nation's favourite treat.
Coronation.
Treat.
Oh, treat. There you go.
Oh, everyone knows what it is. It's drop kicking a hedgehog, isn't it? Special gloves socks on, the special boots. You go, it's been a couple of months, I deserve another one. you nudge him around a bit with your foot so he curls up into an ice ball. You pick him up, you choose a neighbour's garden about 4 down. You're saying, you're going on holiday. Boof! Beautiful.
Is it when you're having a barbecue and you've run out of burgers and then, as if by magic, a hedgehog lands and starts cooking?
I mean, we know what it is. It's alcohol. That's what it is.
If it's not alcohol, the people have lied in the survey.
No, it's something people have gone, oh, it's like a walk in the country, rather than... That's something I like. I think spending time with my family.
There's got to be cake. It's everybody's
It's not
favourite.
cake. It's something you do with your partner.
Cuddles.
Cuddles is the right answer. OK, worst thing about London?
Crime.
Crime?
Dirt.
Dirt.
Squalor on the streets.
All part of your pledges. I can't believe you didn't get in.
Buskers, those buskers, and you're like, oh, I don't need this iPod now. Now you're playing all my favourite songs in the wrong key on a penny whistle.
Is it people who you're walking behind them and they suddenly stop?
Is it the people you're walking along and you suddenly have an idea and stop and some arsehole walks into the back of you?
Is it buses? You wait around for ages and then you get stabbed.
It does happen on public transport. That's a clever.
Is it that they're too overcrowded?
That's the right answer. London is at its worst in summer on crowded tube trains, girls in tiny dresses, the sweat pouring down their shoulder blades. It's too hot for bras. Bras are right out of the question. What are we talking about? Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean, David and Claudia have 4 points, Jason, Ken and Jack have 4 points. It's a dead heat. Everyone's a winner. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
On 8 out of 10 Cats, the cordon bleu of comedy, James Corden. Match fit, Gabby Logan. And their team captain, Sean Locke. And facing them tonight, one from the top, Carol Vorderman. Steve Jones. And their team captain, Jason Manford. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 34% of men think their personality is their best feature? Hello, 34% of men. 72% of British women are in love right now. What can I say? I've had my hair done. They're only human. And 17% of men can't change a light bulb. 83% of us won't change a light bulb. Either way, you're doing it. Let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. We've polled the nation. Jason's team, what do you think they've been talking about this week?
Exciting VAT news. Yeah. 2.5% has come off VAT. That's right. What are we even still doing here? Let's get to the shops. Come on.
Yes, 2.5%. I mean, we are going to rush out, obviously, because something that cost £100 last week, next week it's going to cost Wait for it, £97.87.
I'm very excited about the 2.5%.
Are you? That's
yes,
marvellous.
because I can finally get that kettle I've had my eye on. It's very tempting me, but I've always gone...
Is it one that's got the light on, that when you switch it on it goes red when it boils and then it goes to blue?
Yeah. I was quite surprised at the things that accrue VAT. For it's normally a luxury item. But I had a new roof put on my house, right? And that got VAT, and I thought, nobody could ever think of roof as a luxury item. So we go, oh, look at Sean with his new roof. Oh, Lord Locke swanning around in his own, all safe and dry. Oh, this missus the Queen of Sheba. No, we just sit in our house with the rain pissing down on the sofa. It's quite interesting the extents they've gone to, this massive borrowing to get us out of this recession. And I think rather than borrowing money, what the government should do, we should sell stuff. You know, we sell, like the Isle of Wight. Sell that.
We don't give a fuck if we've got the Isle of Wight.
Yeah, sell it.
Sell it.
Sell it.
Yeah. Sell it.
Presumably there'll be people watching this in the Isle of Wight going,
No, but... Why don't they just... You know when we've got comic relief, instead of giving it away, just keep it.
It reminds me of, like, about a month ago, I was in McDonald's, right? And I was buying a... Right. Are you saying it because I'm fat or because it's so bad?
Because it's so bad.
Right, OK. The world I live in at the moment is so... I'm not joking. It is more acceptable for me to talk to my friends about smoking crack and taking coke than it is... Because you go to people on cards, you hear my mates going... I did, like, so much MDMA and cocaine last night. Some people go, oh, yeah. Someone goes, I had a cheeseburger. So they go, no, you didn't. How can you put that crap in your system? Like that. Anyway. So I was just buying a fillet of fish, right? And the guy said to me, do you want fries with that? And I said, no, just the burger, thanks. And he went, the thing is, if you buy the fries, it is a bit more money, but you get the fries.
James, did you get the fries?
Of course I did.
Good man. OK, let's have a look and see whether these tax cuts are one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, the most talked about thing. This is the story. Gordon Brown has announced cuts in VAT. High earners are going to be taxed at 45%. Well done, Carol. Got out just in time. OK, Sean, your team, what else have the nation been talking about?
Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson,
Michael
yeah.
Jackson.
Tell me more.
I got confused because I thought that he was teaming up to do a duet with Shakin' Stevens. I got quite excited.
I don't know how long you have to leave it between being accused of major sex crimes and a comeback tour.
Rather than going on tour and playing venues, he's just playing courtrooms around the world, isn't it? We'll probably have a Michael Jackson on tour, and it'll be like the Old Bailey, you know, settled out of court. LA, acquitted.
I think he should do a musical. I think he should, you know, like a big West End Jackson musical.
I
And he
think
could
he
have, like, Gary Coleman playing the young Michael Jackson. And you could have Darnell from Big Brother playing the...
He gets a lot of stick, Michael Jackson. He gets a lot of stick from everyone. But I will say this about him, right? He is without question a fucking lunatic. He's mental. Like, just when it couldn't get any weirder.
Yes, yeah.
The moving to Devon. Like, at that point, you thought, well, that's it. That's the end of now the Jackson thing. The whole thing is to make a great film one day and they end in Devon.
It'd be great if they opened a tea shop. The Jacksons opened a cotton tea. He goes, you go in, you're driving, oh, I can have a lovely cream tea. And then Michael Jackson comes out and goes,
You want clotted cream? Clotted cream?
Say something else. Please say something else.
You want the raspberry jam? Here, coffee. We sell our own teapots. Hey, Teeny. You sit over there. It's a lovely view of the harbour.
Let's see whether Michael Jackson is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, this is the story that Michael Jackson has settled his dispute with an Arab sheikh out of court. My favourite Jackson is Randy, whenever he's around children. No, Randy Jackson, because he's got kids of his own. Jason's team, what else have the nation been talking about this week?
I'm a Celebrity again, is it?
Yes.
I love it. Would you do it? Would you ever go on it?
I'd never go on.
What do you mean you'd never go on? You've only just lost your job. Give it 6 months, love. Come on.
I decided about 3 years ago to stop watching for a year and then tape it, but then watch it next year while this one's on. Because it's exactly the same every year.
You are missing out on the legend that is Timmy Mallet this year.
Oh, Timmy Mallet,
The
yes.
legend.
You say legend.
He was sent in to stir things up, but I feel that somehow the line between stir things up and act like a total bell end.
You are talking
Blurred.
about one of my oldest friends here.
He's a bell end.
I used to be on the Wide Awake Club, and obviously Timmy was one of them, one of the presenters. And I
This
used
is
to do
my
that every
favourite ever. Before
Saturday
you even
morning.
start, this is my favourite ever name drop story. One of my best friends. Yeah, Timmy Mallet, yeah, we hang out, whatever.
There's a gentleman in Bristol who has been his agent for 27 years, and he's been mine for 22
Busy
years.
job.
Can you imagine that? When the phone goes, what's that noise?
George Takei, you know the guy that...
No,
Mr.
him,
Sulu?
George, yes.
George Sulu, right? He's 71. He didn't come out till he was 68, right?
No.
He's 68. He came out 3 years ago. He came out and said, I'm gay. You think, why bother at that point, you know? At 68, you're in bed by 9. Most of the gay clubs don't get going till midnight. The tool shed's not worth popping in till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
What I don't get is why the celebrities tell the producers what their fears are. You know, you see it in all the interviews, don't you? Go, I'm terrified of spiders and heights and things. And you go, well, that's going to be in your Bush Tucker trial, isn't it? If I was on there, I'd go, I hate foot rubs and lap dances. Honestly.
Let's have a look and see if I'm a Celebrity is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, I'm a Celebrity, get me out of here continues. Timmy Mallet's family have already made preparations for his return. They've moved house. OK, Sean's team, what else have the nation been talking about this week?
Is it the tasers? The police have been issued with tasers.
Yeah.
But only 30,000 of them have got them. Not every policeman's going to carry one. And then you know there's going to be some police like coming home and their wife going, did you get one?
Some of the critics are saying that they could be really harmful for people with weak hearts. And I just thought, well, people with weak hearts really need to start being better behaved, don't they?
The main problem with it is after you've been shot with them for 6 months, you've got a bubble perm. These courtrooms look like Liverpool in the 80s.
Apparently, there's a guy, it's his job to test him. I mean, literally, they test him on him, and he's been tasered 200 times. That's got to be the shittest job in the world. So, what do you do for a living?
Was that Welsh?
Don't you start with a Welsh thing, Jimmy
Don't you
Carr.
start with a Welsh?
No, don't. No, we have a Welsh girl out. Welsh girl.
It's 3 of us.
He's
We'll
a
kick
little-
your fucking head in.
Yeah.
OK, let's have a look and see if it's up there. This is the story that the Home Office plans to introduce taser guns to all police forces. Senior police officers have described the taser gun as a right laugh. OK, one more thing to get fingers on buzzers. What else have the nation been talking about?
Is it this silly story in the paper about Gordon Ramsay and this woman? The only proof we've got is that they were in the same hotel at the same time, right? And I was once in the same hotel as Boyzone, but I wasn't... I mean, I tried it over the gay one, but I didn't, you know, I didn't get anywhere, that's what I'm saying. But, you know, the papers keep saying a source close to the, you know, to Gordon, or a source, you know, they can do this thing. There was one of them that said they went in the room and a source said they had sex. Now, that can only be one or two people, can't it? Unless they're interviewing the curtains.
The problem is, it's Gordon Ramsay. It's Gordon Ramsay, and he's near sources all the time.
I mean, my tip, I think, is if you're going to have an affair, don't do it with someone who literally wrote the book on having an affair. You know, she writes books about it. She had an affair with Jeffrey Archer. You wouldn't get in the car with someone who wrote a book on how to kill a passenger. You know what I mean?
I'm doing his cook-along show tomorrow. So,
Are you going to say anything? Can you say anything?
Am I going to say anything? Am I going to mention no? Busy week?
Let's have a look and see whether Gordon Ramsay is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, this is the story. Gordon Ramsay has been accused of having an affair. Ramsay was caught red-handed. He was making a beetroot salad. So that's our top 5 for this week. In other news, authorities in Spain have announced they want Benidorm to become a UNESCO heritage site in a project named Operation Turd Polish. And Bangkok Airport has been taken over by protesters. The protesters say they'll blockade the airport for a long time, which in my experience means it'll be over in about 15 minutes. So at the end of that round, Sean, James and Gabby have 2 points. Jason, Carol and Steve have 3 points. Our next round is called Pick of the Polls. Sean, James and Gabby, you're to go first. What do you like the look of?
Can we have the lady on the exercise bike?
Lady on the bike.
Let's have a look at a clip to illustrate your statistic.
Welcome to Laugh Your Abs Away. My name is Carrie Beard, and I'm here to teach you how to have tighter, firmer, and leaner abs by incorporating laughter with exercise. Deep breath in. 1, 2, 7. I'm Carrie Beard, and keep laughing your abs away.
By that, you bring it out at Christmas.
Oh, that's fantastic. Can you imagine doing that in the gym? Imagine just in the gym, it's dead quiet, there's a bit of music on, a Galaxy or something playing in the back, and it's just you going...
OK, your related question. 63% of women avoid exercise because they think it makes them look stupid. Yeah. True or false?
Jimmy, can I just point out that when they cut your shot up, the only words in that are "look stupid" above your head.
You like doing it, Sophie?
Yeah, she loves it.
Yeah.
You love it.
She can do the splits.
Can you do the splits?
I can do the splits.
Yeah.
Will you do the splits?
I will do the splits for you if you want.
Yeah, definitely. I will. Can you actually do the splits?
Yeah, I have. I've not
Oh,
warmed up.
my God!
I can do this, look.
OK, 63% of women avoid exercise because they think it makes them look stupid.
The government should hire Steve Jones to go around schools saying to 13-year-old girls, I will like you a
Whoa,
lot
stop
more.
there, Gabby. You got in a lot of trouble doing that before. I'm not going back now, please.
True or false? 63% of women avoid exercise because they think it makes them look stupid. Sean, what do you think? True or
I think
false?
it's true. I don't think it's true.
You think you're going to go false?
I think less. I think women have got more self-confidence than that.
OK.
False.
You're going false?
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, well, we'll go with Carol then, eh? We'll go false.
OK,
yeah.
I can tell you the answer is false.
Yeah.
Only 23% of women avoid exercise because they think it makes them look stupid. OK, what do you like the look of? Jason, your turn to choose.
Turkey boys.
OK, you've gone turkey. It was announced this week that the price of Christmas turkeys is set to rise. So we polled our studio audience and asked them, if you had to make a choice, what would you give up? Christmas dinner or Christmas presents?
Whoever invented Christmas dinner or came up with, I want to shake, I want to kiss his face, right?
Yeah.
You don't put any weight on, do you, on Christmas Day?
No.
That's our little. That's our little gift off Jesus.
Fact.
He said, "Eat as many matchsticks and miniature heroes as you want." It's in the Bible.
I don't like presents.
How do you not like presents?
First thing I say when I open a present, the second thing I say, first thing I say is, keep your seat. Second thing I always say, and I get right up close, say you're my dad and you give me a present, I get right up close, but holding the present and go, I hope this isn't my main present.
I was relieved when Father Christmas wasn't real. I remember going home and speaking to Dad, going, Dad, is Father Christmas real? And he said, no, it's not real. I remember thinking, God, because I remember thinking, how is everyone all right with this guy just coming in our house? Yeah. We spend all year, like Mum going, what was that? Was that someone coming in? Malcolm, you've locked that door, haven't you? The back door's locked, isn't it? Yeah. And then suddenly, one night of the year, we're going, yeah, there's a carrot, a pie, some milk. Yeah. Help yourself, we'll be in bed. Just have free run of the house. I remember thinking, this is insane. Make sure you go in and leave a present at the end of James's bed. I'm all right, Mum. Leave it downstairs under the tree.
That does look like a large turkey. What would you say? Would you guess that weight of that turkey is?
It's not actually one of the questions we've got.
Well, the brilliant thing about this game is, we'll never know. I'm going to invent a machine that you can weigh things in photographs. You take photographs, so like that big camera thing there.
Yeah.
I'm not spoiling it for people at home. This is filmed in the studio. So you photograph it, and then you put it into my machine, my weighing things in photographs machine. It goes... It calculates it, and then it gives you a weight.
The only problem with that is that you have then eradicated the guess the weight game at Fates. Yeah. You've ended it. You've killed it. If you're happy with it, if you can live with that, if you can sleep at night, then you carry on with your fangled machine. Next, you've got a camera, you take a picture of it, and it guesses how many sweets are in a jar. Yeah. You take a picture of a teddy, it tells you the name. I'm glad you are killing Fates.
I'm an evil genius.
You are.
OK, so what do you think people would give up? Steve Jones, Christmas dinner or Christmas presents?
John, could you invent a machine that would give us both?
What? So I could reverse the polarity of this question?
Yes.
I need a pair of pliers, a battery and some salmon.
Don't ask.
Set to work immediately.
What would you go for?
But this machine is going to take a while.
Back it up! Back it up! No, the blue one, you idiot! All right, try him and haddock.
Sure not saves Christmas. OK, so what do you think? Christmas presents?
I think people would rather give up dinner.
Me too.
Yes,
and we think the opposite.
Whoa, hold on. hey, listen, I know you were like a little renegade on Countdown. Do what you want in that corner with the numbers, but right here, there's a system, and there's rules.
I didn't take the pin out.
And I'm the bloody captain.
You think they'd rather give up presents than you think dinner?
And what do you think?
I think they'd rather give up presents.
OK, I can tell you that 61% of our audience said they would rather give up Christmas dinner.
Yay, we know.
I do my Christmas shopping in October, wrap all the presents and hide them in the airing cupboard. It was terrible last year. She got a dead puppy. So at the end of that round, it's 4 points for Sean's team and 4 points for Jason's team. Yeah, it's all to play for as we go into the final round, which is called And the Winner Is. Right, first one. Top thing people miss about childhood.
Is it the satisfaction of bellowing, I'm finished, and somebody coming up and wiping your ass?
I did that today. My daughter could quite easily do that herself. But she says, I'm ready, I'm ready.
Ready, hang on, I'm trying to read Grazia, Mum. Get on with it.
Is it limitless possibilities? My mother told me when I was a kid, she asked me what did I want to be when I grow up. And I told her I wanted to be a fire engine.
This is fucking crazy, but a part of me still wants to.
Have 6 firemen ride you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, most of all, scabs.
Yeah.
I get 2 to 3 hours out of a couple of scabs. To me, it was the PlayStation of my day.
Get a scab, you just get it going and lift it right off. Just so it's almost sort of hanging off like a saucepan lid. Just keep flicking it.
Did yours taste like bacon?
No.
I missed maths homework.
You're literally the only person in the world.
Do you know what I like about being young, and small anyway, is that there's no small talk. No sort of chat about how are you, what are you up. People come up to me now and say, what have you been up to? I think, well, what do you think? Eat, sleep, drink, I killed a moth, whatever. When you're 9, you go cycle around to your mate's house, you knock on the door, opens the door, you go, do you want to come for a bike ride? And he doesn't say anything, he just goes, no. And you go, all right.
Top thing people miss about childhood.
Playing out?
Playing in the street.
That's the right answer.
Oh, boom!
Yes, the top thing people miss about childhood is playing in the street. When I was a kid, we used to play swing rope, bin finger, knicker chase, hop, snatch, crack. It was just a more innocent time. OK, next one. All right. Worst thing you can do on a date. Like a date.
Is it celebrate your 3-minute anniversary?
Woo! Congratulations!
You must have been on a lot of dates, you know this.
I've had some nightmare dates. I went out on a first date a while back, actually, and this is honest to God truth. And it was going quite well. Got into some conversation about scars, bizarrely, and we're saying, oh, what's your biggest scar? And I'm like, oh, I got a scar on my arm. They're like, what about you? And she said, mine's internal. I was like, what? She goes, yeah, I was having sex with this guy a while back, and he was so well endowed, he ruptured me inside. There's more. She goes, I went to hospital, I almost died. How self-assured do I look? I'm like, I can't promise that, but I'll do my best.
Can I take this opportunity to apologise?
What I like to do, first date, first thing, go have a Chinese burn. And then I lay out all the photos of them going to and from work for the last 2 weeks. And I go, don't like those shoes, they'll have to go.
Take your mum.
That is the right answer.
Wow.
Yes, the worst thing you can do on a date is bring your parents. I took my girlfriend on a date and my parents just happened to be there. I say date, it was my nana's funeral. There was food and booze and everyone got dressed up. What does she want? Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Jason, Carol and Steve have 4 points. Sean, James and Gabby are the winners with 6 points. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you watching at home. That's it for this series. Good night.